There is fog on the suspension bridge. Lin Moyu just defeated another puppet. For every 3 puppets, the profession is an archer. This time, Lin Moyu took a little longer. It took about 3 minutes to call. The third puppet added 1,500 attributes, and now Lin Moyu's attributes have reached 13,000. After killing it, another light fell on Lin Moyu. The warm current is stronger, and the whole body is shrouded in white light. From a distance, it looks like a ball of light is walking. 2 platforms are used as a group. Learn the skills first and then complete the challenge. If you win, you will pass. Skills are becoming more and more difficult to learn, the attributes of puppets are getting stronger and stronger, and the difficulty of challenges is constantly increasing. It is not only a test of comprehension ability, but also a test of actual combat ability. Lin Moyu realized that in fact, the forest orchard can be regarded as the first stage, and learning skills to challenge can be regarded as the second stage. This is the normal division. For years, everyone got it wrong. He guessed that it should be related to memory disorder after leaving. Everyone can't remember anything about this stage, so this stage is considered the third stage. In the end, such a version has been handed down for thousands of years. This time Lin Moyu is full of gratitude to Bai Yuan, Yin Quangsheng, and Meng Anwen. If it wasn't for them turning themselves into puppets for trials, they would know all professions like the back of their hands 02. It's definitely not that easy to pass by yourself. I don't know what occupational skills the next platform will be. Swordsmen, mages, and archers all appeared. The rest should be knights, assassins, summoners, boxers, and the like. Go to the 7th platform and see a stone tablet. Is there only one? A stele represents a skill. It seems to be very simple, the more so, the more Lin Moyu feels something is wrong. Walking over to take a look, Lin Moyu's eyes were filled with astonishment. Skill, Heal Shimmer. Healing Glimmer, primary healing skill, which can heal the target and restore the target's vitality. It turned out to be a healing skill. Lin Moyu couldn't help but imagine the next challenge. He stared at a puppet who could only heal, to see who would suck the other to death first. This scene is a bit funny when you think about it. Anyway, learn it first. Lin Moyu started to learn skills. He has never been exposed to the skills of the healing department, even when he was a puppet in the God Shada, all of them were main combat occupations. But it still doesn't bother him. Lin Moyu imagines himself as a therapist. On the battlefield and in dungeons, the healer's duty is to heal teammates. Heal injuries to restore vitality, remove control, remove curses, and remove abnormal states. This is the job of the therapist. Half an hour later, there was a glimmer of light in Lin Moyu's hand. Healing Shimmer, skills are successfully mastered. Mastering the skills of a therapist for the first time, Lin Moyu felt a little novel. Play the treatment shimmer, because there is no target, the shimmer quickly dissipates in the air. This skill must be locked on the target to be useful. After learning the skills, after waiting for more than half an hour, the stele disappeared and a new suspension bridge appeared. On the other platform, Lin Mohan had just mastered the ability to heal low light when the stele disappeared. Lin Mohan had a smile on his face. Xiao Yu's speed is really fast. She knows the most about the ancestral land, even far surpassing a god like Emoshingha. He is very clear about some rules in the ancestral land. Half an hour after she entered the platform, the stele disappeared. Explain that Lin Moyu is about half an hour ahead of her. She knew that only Lin Moyu could do this, and it would definitely not work for anyone else. Mo Yuan and Ning Yi both frowned. They had just walked onto the platform, and before they had time to take a look at the stele disappeared. Ning Yi stomped her feet. What about the next level? Lin Moyu didn't know all this. Lin Mohan deliberately didn't tell Lin Moyu about this rule. She knew that with Lin Moyu's personality, as long as she knew this rule, she would definitely slow down and wait for them. So she deliberately didn't say anything, so that Lin Moyu could move forward with all her strength. On the 8th platform, Lin Moyu saw the puppet again. This time the test has changed. It is no longer a battle. A puppet stands in the center, and it is being besieged by 5 other puppets. Lin Moyu could tell at a glance that it was dying. At this moment, Lin Moyu understood the requirements of this test. Can't let it die. Immediately locked on the opponent, healed shimmer shot. A gleam of light immediately lit up on its body, and it seemed to have recovered a little. The treatment of shimmer is only a primary skill, and the treatment effect is average. It can even be said to be poor. Lin Moyu can only be used continuously, non-stop treatment. Even so, there is often a feeling that it is difficult to continue. The combat power of this puppet that needs his protection and treatment is too weak. In the case of 1 against 5, it is impossible to defeat the opponent. Lin Moyu gradually realized a problem. The difficulty of this level is not skills, but mental power. In the process of treatment, mental power will be continuously consumed, and no matter how much mental power is, there will be times when it will be exhausted. Then the problem is very clear. If you want to pass this level, you must join the battle to help the puppet. The various weapons scattered on the ground also illustrate this point. But now there are no combat skills at all. You can only use some fighting skills, and you must treat the puppets while fighting. It is quite difficult to play both the main combat class and the auxiliary class at the same time. Lin Moyu cast Healing Glimmer, came to the side of the puppet, and picked up a long sword from the ground. For him, all kinds of weapons are similar, just picking them up. With a light drink, he joined the battle group and stabbed out with the long sword, helping the puppet take over one of the opponents. Ding! The 2 swords clashed, and Lin Moyu found that the strength attribute of the opponent was very strong, around 5,000. This attribute is enough to surpass other professionals, but for him, it is far from enough. His current strength has reached 13,000, far surpassing the opponent. Lin Moyu was healing the puppet while fighting with his opponent. Concentrating on 2 tasks is just a common operation for Lin Moyu, and it is not difficult. Although Lin Moyu has no skills, his fighting skills are almost perfect. In addition, he is not afraid of the opponent's attack at all. Damage transfer will transfer all damage to the skeleton. This allows Lin Moyu to attack unscrupulously. Only attack but not defend, that's what Lin Moyu is doing now. Every sword seems to be a desperate style of play. Only Lin Moyu knows that this style of play is the most reasonable and fastest. Reasonably use every advantage of oneself to destroy the enemy at the fastest speed. Power Crush. Skill Rolling. Ignore the attack. Under the triple advantage, Lin Moyu almost cornered his opponent in the blink of an eye. The opponent uses a skill, which is ignored by Lin Moyu. The long sword slashed across with a sharp light, directly cutting it into pieces. Its body exploded, turning into thousands of stars and melting into Lin Moyu's body. The attribute has not changed, because this assessment is not over yet. Lin Moyu continued to cast Healing Glimmer, picking up an opponent again. The puppet's fighting method is very simple and has been mastered by Lin Moyu. This time it was faster, and the opponent was already eliminated in 3 strokes. Then the third one. In a blink of an eye, the puppet Lin Moyu wanted to protect had no opponents in front of him. A gust of wind blows, and the platform becomes empty. Only the long sword in his hand still exists. Attributes increase again. All attributes increased by 300. From far away, another ray of light entered Lin Moyu's body. This is the 3rd light since the start of the challenge. The warm current in the body strengthened again. Outside the ancestral land, the light flickered slightly. Ning Yi and Mo Yun were sent out almost in tandem. The 2 of them looked dazed and couldn't remember anything about the assessment on the platform. All the memories stay at the moment when I stepped on the platform, and I vaguely remember that I seemed to learn and comprehend some things, and forget everything else. Ning Tairan and Mo Xinghe were relieved to see that the 2 of them were fine. Ning Tairan asked, "Yi, let's see how the attributes have changed." Ning Yi checked her attributes, and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. "My attributes have increased." "The attribute increase is natural," Ning Tairan asked. "How much has it increased?" Ning Yi said, the strength, agility, and spirit have all increased by 3000, and the constitution has increased by 7000. There is also an additional feature. The vitality is increased by 20%. Hearing this value, Ning Tairan heaved a sigh of relief. According to past experience, this value is normal. Mo Yuan also increased as much as Ning Yi. A total of 30 people, 1 died, 26 came out. Logically speaking, there are only 3 people left in the ancestral land. They are Lin Moyu, Lin Mohan, and Sha Jing from the Sha family. The elders of the Sha family couldn't close their mouths with laughter. Through the fog again, Lin Moyu felt something was wrong. After this assessment, all items were gone with the wind. Only the sharp sword in his hand survived, which was different from the previous few times. Appraisals seemed to have changed. Soon he came to the end of the drawbridge. This time it was no longer a platform with a radius of only 20 meters. Instead, it came to flat ground. On a normal day, a person stands alone. He looks like a human being, but Lin Moyu feels that this guy is not human. The ears are slightly pointed and elongated, obviously larger than that of humans. The whole face was cut like a knife and pen, with a sense of sharpness. It looked towards Lin Moyu and said, "Wait a minute, there is still someone not here." Lin Moyu frowned. He didn't expect this guy to talk. In the next second, his pupils suddenly constricted. On its forehead, there is a jewel inlaid. Hexagonal gems. The core of life. Lin Moyu said secretly in his heart, this guy actually embedded the core of life in his forehead. Lin Moyu has always thought that this ancestral land may be related to the core of life, but he did not expect to see the core of life with his own eyes. At this time, the space twisted slightly, and Lin Mohan walked over. After seeing Lin Moyu, Lin Mohan stretched his waist. Xiao Yu is still a step ahead. Lin Moyu was not surprised at all that Lin Mohan was able to break through. In his heart, Lin Mohan was always very strong. It has been like this since childhood. Lin Mohan looked at the other party. We finally met. Hey, Life Elf, my teacher asked me to bring this to you. As he spoke, Lin Mohan took out a fingernail-sized crystal from his pocket and threw it over. Only now did Lin Moyu know that the other party was called the Spirit of Life. The Life Spirit took the crystal thrown by Lin Mohan, checked it, and then looked at Lin Mohan. Are you his disciple? Lin Mohan nodded. Yes, my teacher said he has done what he promised you, and you must keep what you promised him. The Life Elf put the crystal on the life core on his forehead, and the life core suddenly became cold. Then it threw a ball of light over, and the light fell directly into Lin Mohan's body as if it had life. Lin Mohan's whole body was shining, and his aura was also rising sharply. Lin Mohan giggled. Thank you. The Life Elf was expressionless. The deal between me and him is complete. Now it's your turn to test. There is only one place, and you can only leave one of the two of you. You two can duel. The winner stays. Lin Moyu didn't even think about it. No need. Lin Mohan was faster and interrupted Lin Moyu directly. No need. You send me out. Leave this opportunity to him. Lin Moyu shouted, Sister. Lin Mohan interrupted him again and said with a smile, Hey, this opportunity is very important to you. It is not so important to me. I have already completed the 3rd round, and I have already got what I need. Lin Moyu didn't fully believe it, and looked at Lin Mohan with doubts in his eyes. He felt that his sister was giving him the opportunity. The Life Spirit said, She's right, what she got was better. Lin Mohan continued, Don't worry, little brother, my sister has her own way to go, and the thing's here, my sister really doesn't need it. My sister came here just to close that deal. Lin Moyu said slowly, Don't lie to me. Lin Mohan smiled coquettishly, It's the puppy who is lying. This sentence reminded Lin Moyu of the past. Although Lin Mohan liked to joke a lot, he never lied to himself. Lin Mohan said to the Life Elf again, Okay, send me out. I know the rules. I won't say a word about what happened here, just treat it as if I have lost my memory. The Life Elf nodded, and raised his finger towards Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the ancestral land. Then the life spirit said to Lin Moyu, "You come with me." It has a calm tone and seems devoid of emotion. In Lin Moyu's opinion, it is more like a talking puppet. Lin Mohan appeared outside the ancestral land. Her eyes are clear, and all the memories in the ancestral land are clear. As long as you pass through the 4 levels and see the spirit of life, the memory in the ancestral land will not disappear. Similarly, Lin Mohan will abide by the rules of the ancestral land and will not disclose the affairs of the ancestral land. Seeing Lin Mohan coming out, Ning Yi immediately ran over. "Sister Han, you are coming out too. Is the silent language still inside?" Lin Mohan hugged Ning Yi. "Yes, there is only Xiaoyu left in it now." "Little girl, what did you say?" Suddenly a voice sounded. An old man walked up to Lin Mohan in 2 steps, staring at her closely. "Little girl, you said that Lin Xinjiang is the only one left in the ancestral land, so where did my grandson Sha go?" The old man has a strong breath, and his level exceeds 85, which is extremely powerful. Being rushed by his breath, Ning Yi's face turned pale, and it became difficult to breathe. Lin Mohan pulled Ning Yi behind him. His face remained unchanged. "You ask me, who am I to ask?" The old man's face suddenly changed, and a terrifying aura burst out of his body. Lin Mohan refused to give an inch, with a hint of disdain on her beautiful face. "Do you want to fight?" "Shajin, what are you doing?" Ning Tairan shouted angrily, and strode forward. Dare to bully Ning Yi in front of him, is life enough? As a god-level powerhouse, his aura is even more terrifying. It was as if a heavy punch had hit Shajin's body. Shajin's face slapped and he retreated 3 steps. Only then did Shajin wake up. Ning Yi was Ning Tairan's granddaughter and is in Lin. Mo Yun walked up to Lin Mohan and said in a low voice, "His grandson is called Shajin. He is the guy who kills the most animals." Lin Mohan smiled coquettishly. "It's him. He must have died after killing so many animals. It's not that this kind of thing has never happened before. Didn't you teach your children and grandchildren not to kill animals indiscriminately?" Shajin's body trembled violently, and he murmured, "I said it. Why didn't you listen to Jiner? You, and you." Lin Mohan pointed to several other people. "You guys must be the first batch to be eliminated. In it, you kill animals more. You guys are lucky if you didn't die inside." Lin Mohan's words were like pouring a basin of cold water on these people's heads. That's right, these people were the first batch to be eliminated. I killed a lot of animals, my eyes were full of fog, and I couldn't see the things on the stone tablet clearly, so how could I pass the level? It was lucky that he didn't die inside like Shajin. Lin Mohan looked at the pale Shajin. "Do you want to fight with me? Think about it first, is the Shah family trying to destroy the family?" There was a faint light flickering on the back of Lin Mohan's hand, and the origin rune had begun to glow. Even if Shajin is level 85, if she fights hard, she can still kill it. As for the Shah family, she also has a teacher, okay? Origin rune. Shajin couldn't advance or retreat at this time. He saw the origin rune on the back of Lin Mohan's hand. Those who can get the origin runes have no power behind them. Although his Shah family is not weak, it is not the strongest either. Mo Xinghe ran over. Miss Lin calmed down. Shajin only cared about his grandson and lost his composure. Ning Tairan said in a deep voice, "Miss Lin, forget it, forgive him this time." Both persuaded Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan smiled faintly. "Well, for the sake of you two, forget it this time." Lin Mohan said to Yi, "Sister, let's go first. You and Mou's matter should be settled as soon as possible, and my sister is waiting to hold my nephew." Ning Yi's face turned red. "Sister Han, you're talking nonsense again." Lin Mohan laughed, activated the teleportation stone, and disappeared. After she left, good Zhao's, Mo Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief. "Old Shah, you almost got yourself killed just now." It can be seen that he and Shajin are acquaintances. When something happened to Shajin's face was a bit ugly. "Brother Mo, why did you say that? Her status is unusual, she is that disciple." "Who?" Shajin was stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a while, he realized who Imo Xinghe was talking about. Suddenly his face changed drastically, and panic rose in his eyes. "No way," he murmured, unable to believe it. Imo Xinghe continued, "Not only that, she is also the sister of God General Lin, and God General Lin is a disciple of Mad God, White God, and Shen." Shajin's whole body is not well, trembling there. Ning Tairan snorted coldly, "In the future, keep your eyes bright, and don't bring troubles for yourself and the Shao family." After a while, Shajin came back to his senses. He almost brought disaster to the Shao family, never dreaming that this stunning beauty has such a terrifying identity. Shajin trembled all over. "Thank you, Brother Mo, for reminding me. I'll go back first and start the resurrection." Sajin is dead, but not really dead. There is still a chance to be resurrected. It's just that the process will be more troublesome, and some price will need to be paid. Lin Moyu followed the life spirit and entered a valley. Saw tons of animals along the way, rabbits, kittens, puppies. Then I saw snakes and various beasts. A large number of animals and beasts surround Lin Moyu. The aura on Lin Moyu's body was extremely pure, and these animals just surrounded Lin Moyu with curiosity. Even the beasts did not attack. Lin Moyu is also careful when walking. Even the ants and insects on the ground were not trampled to death. The voice of the life elf was still flat. "It's good that you haven't killed animals. It's also very good that you are still alive after eating the first fruit. Your comprehension is very good. First fruit is partly credited, and your own comprehension is also high. For more than 1,000 years, you are the most qualified person I have ever met, and there is no one." His voice was flat and without emotion. But Lin Moyu could hear that he was being friendly to himself. Lin Moyu said, "What are you talking about?" The life elf said, "A light, you can see it right away." Walking into the valley, Lin Moyu felt full of vitality. There are hundreds of flowers blooming here and countless animals. All animals do not exist in reality, but are made of light elements. All of them are lifelike, indistinguishable from real animals. This is a very weird phenomenon. Although it is very real, it gives Lin Moyu a false feeling. The only reality here is the life spirit in front of you. "Did you feel it?" the life elf suddenly said. Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback. "What do you feel?" "The falsity of life, the truth of non-existence." The tone of the life elf did not change, but Lin Moyu felt that there was a hint of disgust and a little bit of sadness in his tone. Suddenly the life elf stopped moving forward. At this time, a light fell down, slightly dazzling. Lin Moyu couldn't help closing his eyes. He saw the light. This is the ever-changing light, dancing and changing in the air. Sometimes it looks like lightning, piercing the space. Sometimes it is like a ball of light, spinning in the air, scattering a large number of light spots. He keeps changing, always changing, never stops. Under its light, countless false animals cheered and galloped. Right below it, the flowers and trees are constantly changing, magical and weird. From the light it sprinkles, Lin Moyu feels the breath of life. Exactly the same breath as on the creation scepter. At this moment, Lin Moyu is very sure that this light must be related to the core of life. The life elf said, "This is what you want. As for whether you can get it, it depends on your luck." Lin Moyu asked, "Am I going to touch it directly?" The life elf snorted, "So you will die." For the first time, Lin Moyu saw disdain in its eyes. The life elf continued, "Try to get close to it first, and see if you can bear its light." Speaking of life, the elf pointed lightly, and all the animals around Lin Moyu actively dispersed. "Make way for a passage, Aka, directly to where the light is." Lin Moyu walked towards the light little by little. Under the illumination of the light, countless divine powers of life were injected into the body. The warm current is getting stronger and stronger, rapidly increasing geometrically. Lin Moyu's whole body was glowing, and he truly became a light man. Things go against the extreme. Too much divine power of life enters, quickly reaching the limit that the body can bear, and begins to cause harm to the body. But all the damage was transferred directly to the undead army through damage transfer. It is in this case that Lin Moyu comes a little closer to it. Lin Moyu suddenly understood a truth. Why is there not a single real living thing here despite the fact that it is full of vitality? Every plant and tree here, and all living beings, are woven by the divine power of life. This is what the life elf said, the falsity of life, the reality of non-existence. He also remembered a sentence from his previous life, when the water is clear, there will be no fish. When the divine power of life reaches the limit, it will also annihilate the living beings. Lin Moyu has come to the bottom of the light group, within reach of the light group. There was a glimmer of expectation in the eyes of the life elves. It seems to hope that Lin Moyu can take the light group. At this moment, Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the creation scepter appeared in his hand. On the scepter of creation, the life core, thru, condensed by the god of life, is shining brightly. The moment it took out the scepter of creation, the light in the air seemed to have found its destination, and rushed towards the scepter of creation. The scepter of creation was instantly enveloped by a ball of light, and it burst into dazzling light, illuminating the entire valley. Lin Moyu closed his eyes instinctively, and the life spirit also closed his eyes. A large number of light clusters entered the scepter of creation, and used it as a medium to flow into Lin Moyu's body. Boom! Lin Moyu's body trembled violently, and all the restrictions were broken at this moment. Return of skills, return of attributes. All the previously accumulated attributes became basic attributes at this moment and were added to Lin Moyu. After taking first fruit, all attributes of Lin Moyu will be increased by 10,000. After passing 4 levels in a row, all attributes will be increased by 6,000. 3 infusions of divine power of life, constitution increased by 8,000, vitality increased by 30%. These attributes, at this moment, are all added to Lin Moyu's own attributes without any omission. Strength, agility, and spirit increased by 16,000. Constitution increased by 24,000. Vitality increased by 30%. But as the light continued to flow in, his physique and vitality continued to increase. The life core, thru, on the scepter of creation is also shining, and some kind of magical change is taking place. Lin Moyu feels that it is moving towards the real core of life. At this time, several fragments flew out from the hexagonal gemstone on the forehead of the life elf. The fragments are not large, and together they are the size of a few fingernails. But these fragments all contain majestic divine power of life. The fragments flew over and merged into the core of life, making the breath of the core of life more pure and massive. The life elves knelt on the ground, not daring to resist. As early as when Lin Moyu took out the scepter of creation, it had already knelt on the ground. The divine power of life has finally reached its limit and no longer flows in. The light and the creation right are finally separated. The group of light seemed to be flying in the air, spilling down on the earth with the breath of life. But Lin Moyu could see that it was much smaller than before, at least 3 points. The creation scepter became more crystal clear, like a perfect white gem. The same is true for the life core above, which looks perfect. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he used the detection technique. Creation scepter, core damage mythical weapon, all attributes plus 400,000, available above level 90. Skills, light of life, light of destruction. Light of life, it can fully heal the target. Light of extinction, it can cause a fatal blow to the target. The creation scepter has changed, it is no longer a pseudo-core, but a broken core. This shows that the pseudo-core has turned into a real core of life. It's just not fixed yet. The 3-use limit is gone, and its identity as a mythical weapon is restored. This is the weapon that the god of life should have. Mythical level weapons, only in the damaged state, can add 400,000 to all attributes. It also has 2 skills. It can both heal and kill enemies. Lin Moyu suddenly thumped in his heart. Although the Monarch Scepter, incomplete, that I had obtained was only a legendary weapon, its total attributes were actually increased by 500,000. It is stronger than the mythical Scepter of Creation. In this way, the Monarch Scepter should be the weapon left by some god. No comparison, no harm. Lin Moyu was greatly shocked. While thinking, Yi Guang saw the life spirit. The life elf was kneeling on the ground at this time, and seemed to be trembling a little. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Moyu was puzzled, not understanding why it was kneeling. The life spirit said, "The servant pays homage to the master." The voice is still flat, but respect can be heard. Lin Moyu whispered, "I'm not yours." Lin Moyu was a little baffled. How could he have an extra servant? The life elf raised his head. "The person who has the scepter of creation is the master of the servant. Do you recognize the scepter of creation?" The life elf stood up slowly. "Master, please follow me." Under its guidance, Lin Moyu entered a cave. There are many murals in the cave, and each mural can move, just like the skills on the stone tablet. When you see these murals, combine what you saw when you picked the first fruit. Finally understood what was going on. The fog was cleared, and Lin Moyu finally saw the truth. Everything is connected in series and has a clue. The great battle that took place in the creation world, which is now the Carrion world, was dominated by the creation scepter. The former god of life fell for unknown reasons, leaving only the scepter of creation. The gods want to get the scepter of creation, so that they have the opportunity to become the new god of life. The god of life is a high-level deity, and the temptation for all middle and low-level deities is infinitely great. Similarly, the professionals of the human race also want to get the scepter of creation. Through the research on the power of high gods, they have the opportunity to step into the super god level and become super god level powerhouses. The temptation of super gods also has a huge temptation for the god level professionals of the human race. Demons and dragons also have similar reasons. They all want to evolve and become stronger. As a result, a shocking war involving the four parties was launched in the former creation world. Countless strong people participated in it and competed around the scepter of creation. As a result of the battle, the creation world was almost destroyed, and the last god sacrificed himself to perform taboo skills, turning the creation world into a corrosion world. A large number of powerful people from the four clans were completely buried there and turned into rotting corpses. However, the rod of creation was also damaged in the Great War. The handle of the scepter of creation merged into the creation lightning of Carrion world, leaving the last ray of hope. The most important, life core, in the scepter of creation went to an unknown place and disappeared. Lin Moyu looked at the murals one by one, and so far, they were all in line with what he knew. Next, I will describe the part of life core after its departure. This. Looking at the mural, Lin Moyu suddenly felt a sense of horror. In the mural, life core traveled through time and space and came to an inexplicable place. There seems to be nothingness here, and the life core is floating here. Then a giant hand appeared and grabbed life core. The life core, which was not damaged in the battle, was extremely fragile in front of the giant hand. It was crushed like a toy. Life core exploded and collapsed the space. Countless fragments scattered out, and a beam of light traveled through time and space again, and fell into the world of the human race, and landed on an island. Later, some powerful people discovered the abnormality of this island and established the Creation Academy on it. Seeing this, match up with the screen you saw when picking the first fruit again. This light is the most critical energy area in the core of life. And those shattered shells are the substances that make up the life core, and they are containers. The combination of the two is the complete life core, and only then can the complete creation scepter be formed. This ray of light contains endless divine power of life. The vitality it brought to the ancestral land was just too strong, which made the ancestral land lose life. The animals and beasts that the eye see and feel, every plant and tree, are actually composed of life and divine power. The only living beings in the ancestral land are life elves. It was here when the light came, and then it was affected by the divine power of life, and has lived until now, becoming what it is now. It is also because of the divine power of life that it becomes a servant of the God of life. And Lin Moyu holds the scepter of creation, which represents the authority of the God of life. Regardless of whether Lin Moyu is the God of life or not, Lin Moyu has become the master of the spirit of life, holding authority as if God is present in person. The meaning of the life elves here is to find a new successor for the light. It's just that so many years have passed, and no one has been able to meet the requirements of light until the appearance of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu shook his head slightly. He never thought of becoming the god of life. He is a human race. It is impossible to become a god. The pursuit of the two is completely different. Now, if Lin Moyu wanted to restore the scepter of creation, he needed to find the fragments scattered everywhere after the core of life collapsed. The piece that Lin Mohan brought before was smaller than a fingernail and could be called a slag. It was one of the fragments of the core of life. Over the years, the life elves have obtained many fragments through this kind of transaction. Thanks to it doing so, the creation scepter can be restored to a damaged state. Lin Moyu thought of the giant hand protruding from the void, easily crushing the life core. It is completely conceivable how strong the core of the mythical weapon is, but it is still easily crushed by him. What kind of existence is the owner of the giant hand? Lin Moyu can't imagine. I had just opened a corner of the fog, but I saw more mysteries. He sighed lightly and looked at the life elf. You can't leave the ancestral land, right? The life elf nodded. The existence of the servant requires the illumination of the divine power of life. Its existence is closely related to the core of life. Now the original power in the core of life is in the ancestral land, and the life elves are also restricted here. It is necessary to wait for Lin Moyu to reach level 90 and use the creation scepter to use the power of life to let the life spirit leave here. Lin Moyu understood this truth. What about these assessments? Where did those steals come from? Whether it is the picture of first fruit or the mural in front of them, there is no mention of the stone tablet they used in the assessment. Lin Moyu also affirmed that the steel was not made by the life spirits. Because the characters on it are completely different from the characters in this world, and are closer to the ancient Chinese characters. The life elf shook his head. I don't know either. They have existed since I can remember. It seems that there is nothing to be gained from his mouth. The life spirit took Lin Moyu to visit the ancestral land. The ancestral land is actually a secret place, located in an independent space, and the entrance and exit are on the island where the Creation Academy is located. Apart from a series of assessments, there is nothing else in it. Until Lin Moyu was about to leave, the life elf looked at Lin Moyu without blinking. Master, if you can control the power of life in the future, can you take the servant away? Lin Moyu directly agreed, yes. Zero asked for flowers. There was joy in the eyes of the life elf. Thank you, Master. It has lived here for too long, and it has been alone for too long. Although the divine power of life gave it a long life, it also gave it infinite loneliness. The life elf has self-awareness, and he also wants to see the outside world. Outside the ancestral land, it has basically gone almost the same. Now only Mo Xinghe, Ning Tairan, Ning Yi, and Mo Yuan are left. Ning Yi was a little worried. It's been so long, how come the silent words haven't come out yet? Mo Yuan held Ning Yi's little hand. Don't worry, he will be fine. Ning Tairan snorted. This kid's life is tougher than bastards, and he can even come back to the rotting corpse world, let alone the ancestral land. Mo Xinghe also said with a smile, don't worry, as long as there is no indiscriminate killing of animals, there will be no danger in the ancestral land. At this time, another half-day had passed since Ning Yi came out. 0. Even if there is still an assessment to come, it should be over by now. Finally, several hours later, a weak spatial fluctuation rippled out. The entrance to the ancestral land was also closed. Just as Lin Moyu was sent out, his soft and warm body was already in his arms. With a familiar smell coming from his nose, Lin Moyu gently hugged Ning Yi. What's wrong? Ning Yi rubbed against his chest, but said nothing. Ning Tairan asked, Boy Lin, how is it? Lin Moyu knew what he was asking. I got it. What Ning Tairan asked was the light, which is actually the divine power of life. Lin Moyu got it. How much has the attribute increased? Lin Moyu checked it, and he already knew that his attributes had been greatly improved when he was in the ancestral land. So I wasn't surprised at all, I just said it plainly. Strength, agility, and spirit each increased by 16,000, and physical fitness increased by 32,000. Increases vitality by 50%. He spoke very plainly, but Ning Tairan and Mo Xinghe showed shocked expressions at the same time. Ning Tairan said, "Your attribute, you want to fly to the sky." Mo Xinghe also opened his mouth and said, "I'm afraid that your attribute is higher than that of professionals of the same level, even more so every day." Double? It is too small to underestimate Lin Moyu. Ning Tairan knew some inside information. He knew what Lin Moyu went through during the second round. Although he didn't know how high Lin Moyu's specific attribute was, he knew that Lin Moyu's attribute was by no means twice as high as that of an equivalent professional at the same level. Mo Yun walked over and said to Lin Moyu, "Congratulations, you have completely broken the limit, and the probability of career advancement during the main switch has greatly increased. The more the attribute breaks the limit, the higher the probability of career sublimation at the third turn." Lin Moyu said softly, "You too." Ning Yi raised her head and said to Mo Yun, "Sister Yun is the same, she will definitely be able to advance to the second level and the third rank." In Baishan's small courtyard, Bai Yuan jumped more than 10 meters high. The recliner under the buttocks exploded with a bang, scattered all over the ground. If Meng Anwen hadn't reacted quickly enough, Baishan courtyard would probably not be able to keep it. Bai Yuan's excited power was out of control, and the god-level aura permeated everywhere. He pressed Lin Moyu's shoulder. "Say it again." With a hint of helplessness, Lin Moyu could only repeat his attributes. Name, Lin Moyu. Occupation, Necromancer, unique. Level, 45, 2%. Power, 68110. Agility, 68110. 154460. Physical, 84110. Bai Yuan didn't seem to believe his ears, so he asked Lin Moyu to say it again. Say important things 3 times. After 3 times, Bai Yuan finally believed that his ears were not damaged and what he heard was normal. Meng Anwen was much calmer than Bai Yuan. At least the deck chair under him wasn't blown up, it was just full of cracks. Bai Yuan said, "Honey, then your total attributes don't have to be 2, 2, 3 to exceed 350,000. Meng Anwen tried to keep his voice calm and said, "It's 374,790. Bai Yuan counted with his fingers. Other level 45 intermediate legendary professionals have a total attribute of just over 100,000, and you are more than 270,000 higher than them. Hey, your strength is higher than that of a warrior, your agility is higher than that of an assassin, and your physique is much better than that of a knight. Are you really a mage?" Bai Yuan kept looking Lin Moyu up and down. His eyes made Lin Moyu feel hairy. Meng Anwen sneered, "Old Bai, be normal." Bai Yuan yelled, "I'm not normal, it's this kid who is abnormal." Meng Anwen said, "Xiao Yu has done everything to the extreme, and the group has finally reached its current level." When talking, Meng Anwen also stared at Lin Moyu. "Xiao Yu, do you know the meaning of your existence? The meaning of own existence?" Lin Moyu shook his head. He hadn't thought about it so much, and it was impossible for him to think as deeply as Meng Anwen. The heights of the two are different, and the problems they think about are also different. He just does what he can and should do to the extreme. Meng Anwen said, "Your existence is like a peak. You will tell the descendants of the human race where the highest peak we can reach is. Right now you are only the pinnacle of a senior professional. When you turn 3 times in the future and transform into a god, you will be the pinnacle of the entire human race." Lin Moyu didn't expect Meng Anwen to have such a high opinion of himself, and he was flattered. Bai Yuan also followed Meng An and said, "I don't know how strong the super god level is, but I think that when you are at level 97, you may be able to challenge the super god level powerhouse." Bai Yuan was even more exaggerated. "You must know that every level difference in the later stage will result in a huge difference in strength. Leapfrogging will get harder and harder." But Bai Yuan's words, he couldn't refute. "Teacher, I don't know if it can be done. If there is a chance, I will try." Meng Anwen laughed out loud. "Then you must have a super god level." There is no super god-level powerhouse in the human race who can give Lin Moyu a try. Bai Yuan said, when you become a god, I will go into the abyss with you, and try the sword with those devil bastards. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, okay. Killing demons, he will not be soft. Meng Anwen continued, according to your current attributes, plus the elemental godstone, and the god blood potion, the probability of career promotion at the third turn has exceeded 70%. But just like this, it's still not very safe. We have to think about it again to see if we can increase the probability. Bai Yuan said, there is a treasure in the old man's place, which can greatly increase the probability of professional promotion at the third rank. Meng Dingwen shook his head, you don't need to talk about this, the old man must have used it up. Lin Moyu knew that Lin Mohan had completed 2 career upgrades, so this treasure must have been used up and used on Lin Mohan. Bai Yuan said, I don't want that thing, I just want to ask where I got it. Meng Anwen once again denied Bai Yuan's words, you don't need to ask, the old man won't tell you, the old man is very tight-lipped. If you push him hard, you might be flattered and thrown out by him. Bai Yuan frowned, then what should I do? It can be seen that he really wants to help Lin Moyu, so that Lin Moyu has greater confidence in increasing the probability of career advancement at the third rank. Lin Moyu thought of a way, how about I ask my sister to ask? Clap your hands, this is a good way. Meng Anwen said, actually, there is no need to ask, I can figure it out. Ah? Bai Yuan turned his head to look, you didn't say it earlier. 11. Meng Anwen ignored him, first of all, the old man got this thing after he reached the god level. At that time, he was a little excited and looked for his disciples everywhere. Bai Yuan affirmed Meng Anwen's conjecture, that's right, it's a pity that the old man was not able to upgrade his career when he was in the third rank. He said later that he must let his disciples complete the double upgrade. Meng Anwen continued, then do you remember where the old man went after he became a god? Bai Yuan thought for a long time but couldn't remember, I have long forgotten what happened so many years ago, so you can just talk about it. Meng Anwen said, the old man went to the ancient battlefield. There was news that the old man was looking for time and space passages. Lin Moyu and Bai Yuan's eyes lit up at the same time, and they said in unison, he went to the upper core area. Meng Anwen nodded, that's right, I guess the old man went to the upper core area, so that treasure should be related to the boss in the core area. Bai Yuan's eyes sparkled, Xiao Yu, God of Righteousness has something for you to bring to it, and it seems that it wants to make a deal with you, so you can ask it when the time comes. Lin Moyu nodded, okay, I'm going to pass after level 50. Meng Anwen said, well, don't be too anxious. It's still too early for the third turn, and the core area is very dangerous. Those ancient bosses are very dangerous. Then Lin Moyu recounted what happened in the ancestral land this time, talking about Zhou Lishan's collusion with the Demon Worship Association and wanted to kill them. Bai Yuan sneered and said, the Zhou family has long disliked them. They think they have the blood of the Holy Light Knight, and they feel superior to others no matter in the military or in the empire. This time, I really need to check carefully to see if there is anything wrong with the Zhou family. Meng Anwen also sneered, in the past 2 years, the activities of the Demon Worship Association have become more and more frequent, and their actions have become bigger and bigger. They thought they would be safe if they infiltrated the military, the empire, and the major families. The big fish jumped out one by one, the list was complete, and it was almost time to liquidate. No matter how secretive the Devil Worship Society is, it will leave clues. The men from Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan's side had already been investigating and making a list. Just in order not to overwhelm others, only a small group of people who should be moved were moved. For example, the person who entrapped Lin Moyu and blew up the dungeon last time was a member of the military, and was beheaded by Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan. And the appearance of the two of them at that time was full of anger. It gives people the feeling that they become angry from embarrassment, because their disciples were cheated. This also gave the demon worshippers the illusion that people who are hiding in the dark will not be discovered as long as they don't move. As everyone knows, Meng Anwen already has a large number of lists in his hands. Where's Teacher Yan? Lin Moyu asked suddenly. He hadn't seen Yin Quanqing since he came here. With disdain, Bai Yuan said, Crazy Yin has returned to the Bloody Land. He said that he has made a breakthrough in his murderous aura, so he has to go to the bloodthirsty python to prove it. I don't know what this guy can do. Isn't it just that his hands are itchy and want to fight? Meng Anwen chuckled. I think Lao Yin may really make a breakthrough this time. If he can reach level 96, then you will be beaten. 2.3 Bai Yuan still disdains. Don't say he can't make it. Even if he really reached level 96, would I be afraid of him? Lin Moyu smiled slightly. Even though Bai Yuan and Yin Quanqing seemed to be at odds, they fought back and forth. But if they really wanted to fight, the two would definitely fight side by side. Suddenly the communicator vibrated. Lin Moyu glanced at it. His expression changed slightly. Teacher, my friend is in danger. The information was sent by Shixingyan. There is a location information on it, and there are 2 words, save me. Lin Moyu told Meng Anwen the location information. Meng Anwen said, in the Yuan battlefield, close to Fort Number 4. Shinxiata appeared and quickly began to calculate the teleportation point. Bai Yuan patted Lin Moyu on the shoulder. Teacher will go with you. Bai Yuan didn't say anything. Lin Moyu also wanted to ask him to join him. This message was a bit weird. Based on what he knew about Shixingyan would not send this message. Meng Anwen quickly calculated the teleportation point and said in a low voice, Get ready, let's go. A ray of light fell, and the 2 of them teleported away immediately. Just after the teleportation ended, a terrifying attack landed on Lin Moyu and Bai Yuan. One after another thunderbolts fell, densely falling on Lin Moyu's body. The bone armor shattered after bursting out with brilliant light. The rest of the damage is borne by the undead army. Bai Yuan went too far, his body glowed, and the energy flowed automatically, blocking all attacks outside his body. For Lin Moyu, there was a 2-second freeze in the teleportation, but the dialogue was far away, and the freeze time was less than half a second. During this half-second, the 2 of them withstood no less than 1,000 lightning attacks. Bai Yuan yelled fiercely, his breath soared, and he protected himself and Lin Moyu, keeping all the thunder and lightning out. Xiao Yu is okay. Bai Yuan asked anxiously. Lin Moyu has recovered, shook his head, old. With such a small attack, even without Bai Yuan's protection, it would not be able to hurt him. Lin Moyu's physical attributes are not low now, and he is immune to various elements. Especially the resistance of light elements and electric elements reached 80%. Plus its own 500% damage reduction. For lightning attacks, it has 25 times damage reduction. The lightning fell on him, weakened layer by layer, and passed it on to the undead army. Almost no damage was done. The sky was full of darkness. 0210 dragon warships are floating in the air, and more dragon warships are approaching in the distance. On the battleship, the huge magic power crystal shone with strong light, shooting out beams of light suddenly. The attack just now was obviously just an appetizer, and now it is the main meal. The location of Meng Anwen's teleportation was slightly off, and the dragon warship had no time to lock on. It can only attack with thunder, but thunder is not the strongest attack method for dragon warships. The battle is really big. Bai Yuan shouted coldly, and the power of the god-level powerhouse exploded, blocking the attack. This level of attack cannot harm him. Lin Moyu looked around. He realized that there was a problem when he received the message, and it was impossible for Shixingyan to send him such a message. 9 times out of 10 it will be a trap. But the other party was able to send a message to himself with Shixingyan's communicator, indicating that Shixingyan was in danger. And Shixingyan is still alive. If Shixingyan dies, its communicator will automatically fail. Under various judgments, Lin Moyu must come to rescue Shixingyan. He doesn't have many friends, and Shixingyan is one of them. I thought it was another abyss demon or a member of the Demon Worship Association, but I didn't expect it to be a dragon. But how did the dragon clan know about their relationship with Shixingyan? There may be something wrong within Terran. There are people and dragons colluding together. Lin Moyu was furious in his heart. Don't let him know who did it. if he knows who did it, he will kill him. It's okay to kill yourself, but using your friends, or even betraying the human race, you deserve death. A huge dragon came towards Lin Moyu like an electric shot, brandishing a long spear and smashing towards Lin Moyu's head. Dragon King. Lin Moyu narrowed his gaze, and the aura on the opponent was very strong, the aura of the Dragon King. The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan is equivalent to the god-level powerhouse of the human race. Lin Moyu once saw the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan in the corpse world, so he can recognize it at a glance. Bai Yuan laughed loudly. I didn't expect that even the Dragon King would be dispatched. Xiao Yu, the Dragon Clan really thinks highly of you. With a swing of the right fist, the terrifying power rolled upwards, directly knocking the Dragon King into the air. Lin Moyu said, Teacher, you concentrate on dealing with the Dragon Clan and the Dragon Clan, and I will deal with these warships. Bai Yuan asked, Is there any problem? Lin Moyu nodded, No problem. Lin Moyu put on the bone armor on himself, and with a sizzling sound, the lightning wings spread out. The whole person rushed out like lightning, and Bai Yuan also rushed out with wild laughter, heading straight for the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. Lin Moyu said no problem. He, as a teacher, of course chose to believe it. He hasn't had a good fight for a long time, and his hands are very itchy, so it happens that he can have a good fight this time. Lin Moyu pushed the lightning wings to the limit and came to a battleship in an instant. The dragon warship is covered with a powerful protective cover, and through the protective cover, it can be seen that there are many dragon warriors on the battleship. Lin Moyu flew over the shield and released an army of undead in the air. 750 skeletons fell at the same time and stepped on the protective cover. The skeleton berserker swung his axe and slashed towards the protective shield. Skeleton archmage and skeleton marksman also attack at the same time. Red light enveloped the sky. Even with a protective cover, it still couldn't resist the curse. All the dragons were cursed, and their movements suddenly slowed down. Curse of Aging at level 45, with a range of 150 meters, reached 7,500 meters after the talent increase. So it enveloped the entire battlefield. Even the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan who was fighting Bai Yuan was not spared. Under the curse, the deceleration is 125 times, and the damage is increased by 17.5 times. Even if the dragons are naturally immune to curses, their speed is at least 3 times slower than usual, and the damage they receive will more than double. The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan shouted angrily, and the power of blood burst out of his body, instantly dispelling the curse. The dragon healers in the warship cast their skills to lift the curse. However, the number of dragons cursed is extremely large, and it will take a little time to remove them all. Before the cursed red light dissipated completely, a little green light exploded in the air again. Skill, Toxic Starburst. Skills also enveloped the entire battlefield, and all dragons were collectively poisoned. Poison Starburst, level 45 poison-type attack on all enemies within 150 meters, causing enemies to suffer damage equivalent to 450 points of power per second, lasting for 1 Q seconds. Level 45 Poison Starburst, after being boosted, can cause damage equivalent to 22,500 points of strength per second, and lasts for up to 5,000 seconds. In just 2 or 3 seconds, a large number of dragons were seriously injured. Dragon healers are going crazy. They have to lift the curse, detoxify, and treat. The defensive cover of the dragon warship is very powerful, and it is constantly deformed and distorted under the attack of the undead army. I can't see how long it will last. Lin Moyu drove the lightning wings to drop armies of undead on different warships. He now has 25 undead legions, each with 750 skeletons. There are only 20 dragon warships, so 5 dragon warships are given special care, and Lin Moyu specially gave them a little more undead army. Under the continuous attack of the undead army, the deformation of the shield became more and more severe. The magic crystal on the battleship was recharged and fired a huge beam towards the undead army. The light beams carried terrifying energy and bombarded the skeletons. The skeletons did not dodge or dodge, and continued their attacks. The Lich General continues to heal, and each Lich General faces the entire army every time he heals. The healing light on the skeleton has never been broken. Almost every second, more than a dozen lights will light up on each skeleton, and the wounds will be healed instantly. Lin Moyu has dealt with dragon warships before, and has a basic understanding of their attacks. So it is 527 confident that its own undead army can completely deal with the dragon warship. After he put down the undead army, the wing of lightning was about to enter the cooling down. He quickly landed on the shield of the nearest warship, pointed his finger on the shield, and his fingertips glowed pale. Ability, Bone Fangs. 2250 bone fangs with extremely strong penetrating power erupted at the same point. In an instant, the shield was dented. Lin Moyu's fingers also continued to advance along with the depression, and the fangs of the skeleton fired up and down. With one hand, 3 shots per second, the damage it can cause is extremely astonishing. Originally, the shield was already in jeopardy under the attack of the skeletons, but Lin Moyu's attack became the last blow to collapse the shield. The shield shattered suddenly, and the skeletons on the shield fell on the warship like wolves and tigers. The dragon warriors on the battleship immediately started to fight back. These dragon warriors are all between level 50 and level 60. Although the level is not low, but in the face of the skeletons, there is no power to resist, and they are quickly killed. The corpse landed on the ground, the corners of Lin Moyu's mouth slightly raised. With the ammunition, the next step is simple. Boom! Boom! Explosions sounded continuously, and terrifying energy swept across the entire warship. The warship almost disintegrated on the spot, the magic crystal collapsed, and staggered and fell from the sky. None of the dragons above were spared. The skeleton berserkers picked up the dragon corpses one after another, and jumped towards the nearby dragon warship. The corpse was thrown in the air, and Lin Moyu detonated it. Lin Moyu personally directed this fireworks show full of death atmosphere. Dragon warships disintegrated in the air and fell. Lin Moyu was full of murderous intent. If you want to kill me, show some sincerity. The explosion was like a movement, and it never stopped from the moment it started. In the blink of an eye, with 20 dragon warships collapsing and falling, the dragon group here was wiped out. The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan roared furiously, and it wanted to rush over frantically, trying to kill Lin Moyu. But in front of Baiyuan, it has no chance. After a lapse of 10 years, the god level of the human race and the Dragon King of the Dragon race collided for the first time. Lin Moyu just took a glance and knew that Baiyuan was stronger and had the upper hand. The battle between the gods is indeed terrifying. Their constantly shifting battlefields hit the ground from the ground to the sky, and then hit the ground again. The earth collapsed like a natural disaster. God-level energy rioted in the air, and Lin Moyu couldn't get close at all. The celestial phenomena changed accordingly, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and wind and clouds rolled. His eyes searched around, and soon, he saw Shishingen. The pupils shrank sharply, and a monstrous anger rose in the eyes. "Teacher, I'm going to save people," he shouted angrily, and the undead army rushed forward like crazy. The skeleton berserkers held corpses one after another in their hands, carrying Lin Moyu's anger, rushing towards Tian Doctor like wolves and tigers. The sound of clicking resounded through the land. A total of 18,750 skeletons formed an army of undead running wildly on the land of the Yuan battlefield. Lin Moyu rushed to the forefront of the team this time. The anger in his eyes was hard to contain. From a distance, he saw Shishingen and his sister. The two men were chained and hung from huge pillars, swinging back and forth in the wind. In the distance, Lin Moyu could feel the breath of life. They were still alive, with their last breath left. Shishingen reluctantly opened his eyes, looked at Liang Yu who was so close but couldn't touch. Yeah, I'm sorry." Liang Yu heard Shishingen's voice. "I don't blame you." Her eyes were full of tenderness, and she didn't mean to blame Shishingen at all. "It's a pity that I can't watch you become an Earth Knight." Liang Yu smiled bitterly. Even at this point, she was still thinking about Shishingen. A man does not flick his tears easily, because it is not yet the time to be sad. Tears slipped and dripped from the corners of Shishingyan's eyes silently. That's how he looked at Liang Yu, at this woman who accompanied him without complaint or regret, even if she died without regret. Life is like this, what more can a husband ask for? Shishingyan's gaze suddenly stopped. The dragon army moved and was rushing forward. From a distance, he saw a group of people coming here. Liang Yu also discovered this. Shishingyan immediately understood that it was Lin Moyu who had come. There was sadness in his eyes. Why did Brother Lin come here? Why did he come to save me? This will kill him. Liang Yu comforted, you know, he will definitely come when he receives the news. After the dragon clan captured them, he used his communicator to send a message to Lin Moyu. The purpose is to attract Lin Moyu to design a holy match. To this end, the dragon clan dispatched troops, warships, generals, and a dragon king. The dragon king is equivalent to the existence of a god-level powerhouse in the human race. Lin Moyu is only a few levels, so how can he beat it? Shishingyan regretted it very much. He knew that he should have committed suicide at that time, so that Lin Moyu would not be harmed. But regret it now, it's too late. A large dragon army appeared before Lin Moyu's eyes. The dragon clan not only dispatched warships, but also dispatched troops. The number of troops exceeds 10,000. 12 dragon warriors led their team out and rushed towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was not afraid at all, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and the sergeant badge on his shoulder was shining. The dragon warriors and the dragon army are military achievements in his eyes at this time. Finally able to ascend to the stars. After he became a god general, his military exploits have accumulated to 80 million. With less than 20 million, he can be promoted to a star general. Eliminating those dragon warriors on the warship, plus the rushing dragon warriors and troops, is completely enough. When the distance between the two sides was still 1,000 meters away, Tian Air's dragon warriors jumped up at the same time. They all used guns, and the long guns burst out with terrifying energy, and the piercing gun light fell towards Lin Moyu in the air. Lin Moyu didn't dodge or dodge, pointing his finger. Skill, curse of aging. With a bang, the dragon warrior and the entire army slowed down at the same time. The power of the dragon warrior's blood is rolling all over his body, constantly weakening the curse. At this moment, corpses of dragon warriors flew over. The dragons on the warship add up to thousands of corpses. Now it has become Lin Moyu's weapon. Some of the corpses were engulfed and shredded by the spear light of the dragon warlord, but more corpses passed through the spear light and came to the dragon warship. Lin Moyu slashed left and right, and quickly rigged the corpse. The dragon warrior was instantly sent flying with a scream. They showed fear one after another, and they remembered Lin Moyu's extremely terrifying group attack skills. Dragon Clan once analyzed Lin Moyu's skill, and agreed that the power of this skill lies not in Lin Moyu, but in the corpse. The corpse is Lin Moyu's weapon. The stronger the corpse, the stronger the damage of this skill. If Lin Moyu is given a corpse of a god, Lin Moyu may even kill the Dragon King in seconds. They realized that they were careless, and they didn't even notice the skeletons behind Lin Moyu, all carrying corpses in their hands. These corpses are dragon warriors. Lin Moyu used the corpses of his people against himself. Although these tribesmen are somewhat special, they can't be like this. These dragon warriors couldn't help showing fear in their hearts. The light of healing shone on his body, and the dragon healers in the army healed himself freely. Immediately after turning in the air, a large body of corpses flew over again. Attack corpses, don't let them get close. The dragon warrior was terrified, and quickly issued an order. At the same time, the spear in his hand swept out a large amount of gunlight, tearing the corpse into pieces in the air. Without corpses, Lin Moyu wouldn't be able to use that terrifying group attack skill. Do you use my undead army as a display? So what if the corpse was blocked? Can't you create your own corpse? At this time, the skeleton archmage and skeleton marksman have reached the attack range. The elements roared, and thousands of elemental explosions engulfed the dragon army. The sharp arrows of the skeleton sharpshooter pierced the sky and shot past densely. There were screams one after another. Almost instantly, a large number of dragon warriors were killed. Why is his skeleton so powerful? This attack power is already very close to ours. Several dragon warriors were shocked again. In the data, although Lin Moyu's undead army is strong, it is not so strong. The scene before them is completely different from their information. And the skills are different. There is no such skeleton as the skeleton marksman in the data. Only then did they realize that Lin Moyu had become stronger and their information was outdated. Boom! There was another explosion, and the face of the dragon warrior changed drastically. There are corpses again. The terrifying group attack skills came again. Dragon warriors fell like they were cutting wheat. The generals of the dragon clan retreated crazily, and this battle could not be fought. Not to mention killing Lin Moyu, now tens of thousands of corpses here have become Lin Moyu's weapons. They dare not approach. Hard to quit. Walk. The dragon warriors looked at each other, turned around and fled. They wanted to escape, but Lin Moyu didn't even bother to chase them. The lightning wings are still cooling down, and the dragon warriors are flying so fast that they can't catch up even if they want to. The dragon warrior who had already risen to a high altitude stopped suddenly. Even if you want to go, you have to kill them. They suddenly changed direction and flew towards Shishingen and Liangyu, killing intent rose in their eyes. Before escaping, they must be killed first. If you can't kill Lin Moyu, then kill his two friends. You want to die. Lin Moyu shouted angrily, and the back of his hand bloomed with brilliant light. Strong soldier, the skill is activated suddenly. At the same time, the flames in the palm of the hand rose. The dragon warrior let out a scream on the spot and fell from the air. The soul flames came one after another, and Lin Moyu kept casting them. At this time, Lin Moyu's body was filled with black energy and murderous aura. The overwhelming murderous intent swept over and enveloped, Nuoma Zhao, them. It's so murderous. How many people has this guy killed? How could he have such a strong killing intent? The generals of the dragon clan were astonished, and all of them were startled behind their backs. Under the strengthening of the enhancement skill, the skeleton archmage, skeleton marksman suddenly accelerated and rushed over quickly. They aimed at the dragon warriors in the air and launched an attack. Lin Moyu's soul flame also aimed at them at the same time. As long as they are still within the attack range, Lin Moyu does not intend to let go of any of them. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Strong armor is Lin Moyu's strongest skill at present. With its boost, the attack power of skeleton archmage and marksman has more than 10 times. The attack power instantly shattered the defense of the dragon warrior. The body was intensively bombarded by elemental explosions, and sharp arrows penetrated the body. The wings were blown off, and the body was shot into a sieve. One by one was seriously injured and fell. The remaining souls of the dead dared to linger no longer, turned around and fled. At this time, the skeleton berserker ran over, grabbed the skeleton archmage and the skeleton marksman, and threw them out as weapons, targeting these dragon warriors. The dragon warriors flew fast, but couldn't outrun the skeletons that were thrown over. Still in the air, the attack has come. The screams sounded again. Kill a level 60 Dragon Knight, experience plus 240000, military merit plus 3000. Kill a level 59 Dragon Mage, experience plus 236000, military merit plus 2000. Kill the Dragon Warrior, experience plus 710000, military merit plus 100,000. During the battle, a huge amount of information kept popping up, and Lin Moyu didn't have time to read it. After the battle is over, there is time to take a look. Below level 70, no matter what kind of occupation in the Dragon Clan, the ratio of level and experience is fixed. They are all 40,000 times the level. Military merit is slightly different. Level 40 to 49 military merit is 1,000, level 50 to 59 is 2,000. Starting from level 60, the military merit has reached 3,000. The Dragon Warriors are at least level 70, and their experience and military achievements are completely different from those of the dragons below level 70. The Dragon Warrior is equivalent to the top professional in the human race, and the human race has to go through a third job change when it reaches level 70. The Dragon Clan will experience the second awakening of their bloodlines. The third job change of the human race is 100% successful, and there is no possibility of failure. The Dragon Clan is different. The awakening of the Dragon Clan's blood may fail. Therefore, in the Dragon Clan, those who can become Dragon Warriors are elites, which are equivalent to geniuses in the human race. Their experience has reached 100,000 times the level. The level 71 Dragon Warrior directly brought Lin Muyu 7.1 million experience points, and his military merits also skyrocketed to 100,000. After the battle, not only the experience increased by 327 degrees, it directly increased from 2% to 20%. The military merits are even more profitable. The light on the sergeant's badge was extremely dazzling, and a purple star jumped up. 1-star general. From this moment, Lin Muyu became a star general. The skeletons climbed up the pillar and rescued Shixingen and Liang Yu. Shixingen narrowly escaped death, both happy and a little guilty. Brother Lin, I'm really sorry this time. Lin Muyu knew what he meant. If it were me, you would come to the rescue. Shixingen trembled. What Lin Muyu said was right. If Lin Muyu was in a desperate situation, he would also go to rescue him. Even if he knew he was going to die, he would go. Lin Muyu said, "It's the best thing if you're okay." Liang Yu said, "But the Dragon Clan seems to have sent a Dragon King. Why didn't I see it?" A huge burst of energy erupted, and then everything returned to calm. Lin Muyu turned his head and saw Bai Yuan flying over with a fragmented corpse. Coming. Bai Yuan flew over and threw the corpse in his hand on the ground like garbage. They clapped their hands. It's done. It turns out that the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan is nothing more than that, and he doesn't have to carry it at any time. The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan is equivalent to the existence of the god-level existence of the human race. The death situation at this time was quite miserable. The wings were broken, a big hole was broken in the body, and both hands and feet were broken. The whole body, the only thing that is still intact is a head. Its eyes were wide open, and it would not rest in peace. Even after death, there is still fear in his eyes. With Bai Yuan's finger, 2 drops of Dragon King's blood flew out and landed in front of Shixingen and Liang Yu. It is said to be a drop, but it is actually half the size of a fist. The Dragon King's blood shone with a hazy luster, exuding a compelling aura. "Come here, fresh Dragon King's blood. You two are lucky, each of you eat a drop. There are a lot of benefits." Bai Yuan spoke loudly. Shixingen and Liang Yu hurriedly saluted Bai Yuan, "My lord Baishan." Bai Yuan smiled, "You are Xiao Yu's friends, so you don't have to be so polite. Hurry up and eat the Dragon King's blood, it won't be fresh after a while." Then he said to Lin Muyu, "You don't need to eat it, it's useless to you." Lin Muyu also knew that his attributes were already too high, and the good things he had eaten and used were far better than this, and the Dragon King was really useless to him. Shixingen and Liang Yu swallowed the blood excitedly. There is no bloody smell as imagined, but rather sweet. The blood entered the throat, and a powerful energy burst out and swept the whole body. In the blink of an eye, the injuries on the 2 of them had healed, and their total attributes had increased by 500. It is more effective than low-level magical potions. Seeing the surprised looks of the 2, Bai Yuan laughed and said, "How about it? The effect is not bad. It's a pity, this thing can only be eaten while it is fresh, and it will be useless in a few minutes." Saying that, Bai Yuan punched it on the head. His head exploded, and Bai Yuan took out a jewel-like object from it. The shape of the gem is hexagonal, which looks crystal clear and beautiful. Lin Muyu's heart moved slightly. This gemstone was 80 to 90% similar to the core of life. "Do you know what this is?" Bai Yuan asked. Several people shook their heads, and Shixingen replied, "I've never seen it before." Bai Yuan said, "It's normal if you haven't seen it before. This is the first time I've seen it." It was the first time he had fought against the Dragon Clan warlord. Before today, only in the deep space, Akfi, of the ancient battlefield could one encounter the Dragon War King. Bai Yuan doesn't go there often, and basically never comes across them. Even if they meet, life and death may not necessarily be separated. This time, Bai Yuan won the first kill of the Dragon Clan warlord. Although I have never seen this thing, I know it is called Long Gao. Only the head of the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan will have this thing. The Dragon King is not a god. After the body turns cold, the Dragon King's blood is useless. But the bones and skin are still useful, and the value is much higher than platinum-level weapons. But even if the bones and skin of its whole body add up, it can't match this dragon crystal. Bai Yuan's words made Shishingen and Liang Yu's eyes widen. Lin Moyu knew that his teacher was being funny again. If Meng Anwen was here, he would definitely be beaten back. Just the ink of knowledge in Bai Yuan's stomach is not enough to look at. Bai Yuan put away the corpses of Longjing and Dragon King. Lin Moyu then asked, "Brother Shi, how did you get caught by the Dragon Clan? Where are the other three in your team?" Mentioning the other three, Shishingen's eyes showed grief. They all died in battle. "I don't know where the Dragon Clan found out about my relationship with you, and on our way to the dungeon, they suddenly attacked us. Professionals of the Dragon Clan are very strong. We can't beat them." "Three brothers," Shishingen said with anger rising in his eyes. "In the future, I will definitely enter the Dragon Clan, slaughter the Dragon Clan, and avenge my brothers." Lin Moyu sighed. He didn't have much contact with those three people, and he didn't say a few words. But every time, as long as Shishingen had something to say, they would stand behind Shishingen without hesitation. They are three brothers who don't talk too much, but are very good. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, "There will be a chance. Brother Shi, you have been targeted by the Dragon Clan now. Don't stay in the Yuan battlefield, go back to the Empire. And you are about to change your job. If you want to enter the Dragon Clan, you have to change your job to Earth Knight." Shishingen is now level 39, and it won't be long before he can reach level 40. Compared with Yuan battlefield, the Empire is much safer. Moreover, Shishingen still needs to change jobs, which requires a lot of preparation. Bai Yuan said, "I promised Xiaoyu that I will take care of your job change. When you reach level 40, contact Xiaoyu and I will help you change jobs." With Meng Anwen around, he could set up the most perfect job transfer circle and use some rare materials to increase Shishingen's chances of becoming an Earth Knight. Shishingen has a firm belief, "I must change my job to become an Earth Knight." Bai Yuan smiled. It is a good thing to have such belief. He could tell that Shishingen was a nice person, and Lin Moyu didn't make any friends. "Lao Meng, take us back." Bai Yuan roared. The god Xiata appeared in the air, and the brilliant light shone on several people. Yuan battlefield became quiet again. This deep black land has the ability to automatically purify. Before long, everything here will be erased. This time the Dragon Clan can be said to have lost a lot, losing troops and losing generals. There is a Dragon King, 12 Dragon Generals, an army of 10,000 people, and 20 warships. The loss is not small. Lin Moyu is still alive and well without any injuries. Dragon Residence. A terrifying aura rises and fills the air, and a phantom of a giant dragon appears in the sky. The roar of anger resounded through the sky and lasted for a long time. In the teleportation array, neat troops teleported over. These dragon soldiers wear the same battle armor and look exactly the same, even the details are exactly the same. The level is either 59 or 60, the difference is very small. Their appearance is a little weird. Meng Anwen sent Shishingen and Liang Yu directly to Xiaojing City. Not everyone is eligible to enter Baishan Courtyard. Bai Yuan took out the body of the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan and threw it on the ground. "Old Meng, see what you can use." Although the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan died, he still exuded a huge pressure. It is equivalent to a god-level powerhouse in the human race, and its combat power is so powerful that it is not difficult to kill Lin Moyu. It's just that Bai Yuan was stronger, and as a result, he was beaten to death by the Japanese Yuan. Meng Anwen shot a beam of light onto the Dragon King's corpse, closed his eyes and felt it for a while before speaking. The lowest Dragon King's corpse is useless to me. Give it to Lao Tai, maybe he will be useful. The Dragon King's corpse and the Devil's corpse are all raw materials for legendary equipment. Bai Yuan knew this answer a long time ago, so he put away the Dragon King's body. Look at this again, he said, and took out the Dragon Crystal again. Meng Anwen played with the Dragon Crystal in his hands. The core of the Devil King and the Dragon Crystal of the Dragon King are both materials for making legendary jewelry. It's a pity that it's still a bit short. The Dragon King is not like the god level of the human race, which is distinguished by level. Like demons and gods, they are divided into low, middle, and high grades. The low-level Dragon King corresponds to level 90 to level 92 of the human race. And what Bai Yuan killed this time was only the weakest Dragon King among the low ranks. The energy in the Dragon Crystal is not very strong. Even Meng Anwen looked down upon it. It is true that Dragon Crystals can be used to make legendary jewelry, but Dragon Crystals are only one of the main materials. Many auxiliary materials are also required, which are also very rare. Meng Anwen felt that it was not worth wasting a lot of rare auxiliary materials for such a low-level Dragon Crystal. Lin Moyu looked at Long Jing, and felt weird no matter how he looked at it. So much like. Lin Moyu said, "Teacher, can you show me the Dragon Crystal?" Meng Anwen directly threw Long Jing to Lin Moyu, just like throwing garbage. To others, Dragon Crystal, which can be called a priceless treasure, is nothing more than that in Meng Anwen's eyes. Taking over the dragon glass, Lin Moyu summoned the Staff of Creation. On the Scepter of Creation, the broken core of life is shining. The surface of the damaged life core is slightly illusory, and the outer shell appears and disappears from time to time. From time to time, some divine power of life leaked out. There really is no difference between the two. Bai Yuan asked curiously, "It's really similar." Meng Anwen said, "It seems that there should be some connection between the life core and the Dragon Crystal." Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he made contact with the Dragon Crystal and the core of life. At the moment of contact, the life core radiates brightly, and the Dragon Crystal explodes with a bang. After the explosion, there was not a single drop of the Dragon Crystal left, and all of it was absorbed by the life core. After absorbing the Dragon Crystal, the core of life seems to have recovered a bit. As the owner of the Creation Scepter, Lin Moyu can clearly feel that the core of life is a little more complete than before. If the previous damage rate reached 80%, then the current damage rate is almost 75%. Meng Anwen's eyes shone slightly, and after thinking about it, he said slowly, "It seems that the core of life is made of Dragon Crystals, and it's not just ordinary Dragon Crystals." Bai Yuan said, "Could it be the Dragon Crystal of the High Dragon King?" Meng Anwen was not sure. It is possible, but it is also possible that it is the Dragon Crystal of the Dragon Emperor. Broken. Impossible. Bai Yuan was shocked. He felt that what Meng Anwen said was a bit too exaggerated. What is the identity of the Dragon Emperor? It is equivalent to a super god-level powerhouse of the human race. As far as he knows, there is no Dragon Emperor in the Dragon Clan. Just like there is no super god-level powerhouse in the human race, the strongest one is just a half-step super god. Meng Anwen said, "There is no Dragon Emperor now, but it doesn't mean there wasn't one before." Memories flashed in his eyes. "I once saw a corpse in the deep space of the ancient battlefield. It was the corpse of a dragon. Countless years have passed, and the corpse has not been destroyed, and it is still extremely powerful." Wait. Bai Yuan suddenly interrupted Meng Anwen. Bai Yuan said, "I can understand when you say that the corpses of the Dragon Clan have not been destroyed for countless years, and I can also understand that even if the high-ranking Dragon King is dead, the corpses will not be destroyed for thousands of years." 1. But you said, what the hell is it that is still so powerful? Meng Anwen glared at Bai Yuan. "It's impolite to interrupt others." Bai Yuan smiled mischievously. Say what you say, I'll shut up. Meng Anwen said, at that time, I had just become a god level and entered the deep space for the first time, and I met that guy. It's obviously dead, it's obviously a corpse, but it can still move and attack. I was almost killed by it, and I managed to escape. And it is different from ordinary dragons. Siyu has already begun to return to his ancestors. Meng Anwen recounted what happened that year. Meng Anwen has experienced many life and death crises in his life, and that one is definitely the most dangerous one, and his memory is still fresh. Lin Moyu felt a little creepy. A corpse that has been dead for thousands of years can be so powerful. Bai Yuan said, I have also been to the deep space many times. Why have I never met such a guy? Meng Anwen chuckled, you're lucky. One sentence blocked Bai Yuan's mouth. Meng Anwen continued, later, I judged that the corpse was most likely the corpse of the Dragon Emperor. Even if it wasn't the Dragon Emperor, it was still a half-step Dragon Emperor. It is equivalent to our half-step super god, level 99 existence. Lin Moyu didn't doubt what Meng Anwen said. Meng Anwen is well informed and knows too many things. His judgment is very likely to be correct. Lin Moyu said, if the life core is really made of dragon crystals, if I can get enough dragon crystals, can I repair the life core? Meng Anwen nodded. Judging from the performance of the life core just now, there is indeed a high probability that this is the case. 0. Ask for flowers. Bai Yuan smiled from the side. Your boy doesn't mean you want to enter the dragon realm and slaughter the Dragon King, right? Dragon crystals are only available to Dragon Kings, and if you want to get a dragon crystal, you have to kill a Dragon King. This kind of thought just passed by in a flash, and was immediately suppressed by him. Lin Moyu himself felt whimsical. Meng Anwen shook his head. Actually, there is another place where you can get a lot of dragon crystals. The two looked at Meng Anwen at the same time. Meng Anwen continued, in the deep space of the ancient battlefield, where I met the corpse dragon, when I was chased by it, I saw a cemetery. The cemetery of the dragon clan not only buried a large number of dragon corpses, but also a large number of dragon crystals. Bai Yuan cut off, you mean you didn't say anything? How could Xiao Yu go to the deep space now? 0. Even if we go, there is the corpse dragon, let Xiao Yu go to die? Meng Anwen said, I just said that there is such a place. Lin Moyu understood what Meng Anwen meant. Thank you, teacher. If there is a chance, he will definitely go to see it. Bai Yuan said, the dragon clan and the abyssal demons are all after you now, so you must be careful in your actions in the future. Even within the territory of the empire, don't take it lightly, these guys have a lot of insidious means. Lin Moyu understands the truth, I will be careful. Meng Anwen said lightly, in a few days, we'll clean up those rats, and it should be peaceful for a while. Lin Moyu asked, is there no way to completely eradicate it? Bai Yuan shook his head, it's not as simple as you think. It's okay for the empire, but not for other countries. If you really start to fight, it is very likely that a civil war will break out among the human race. At that time, whether it is the abyss demon or the dragon race, they will make trouble. That's the truth, Lin Moyu understood after thinking about it. There is not only one Xinxia Empire in the human race, the forces within the entire human race are crisscrossed and extremely complicated. If you really go to war, maybe there will be civil strife. Meng Anwen said in a deep voice, the human race needs a supreme being, someone who speaks for himself and no one dares to refute. Lin Moyu asked instinctively, can't that one do it? Meng Anwen said, half-step super god is not enough, maybe when he really becomes super god level, he can do it. A true super god. Back at Xiaojing Academy, Lin Moyu's ears still echoed Meng Anwen's last words. The human race needs a true super god level, a king who says that there is no one but two people. Only then can the human race be truly stabilized and internal troubles completely resolved. Brother Lin. The crisp voice came to the ear 9. Shu Han stood not far away and waved towards him. Lin Moyu is very strange, Shu Han seems to be waiting for him specially. Every time he met Shu Han, it was either in the dungeon hall or in the library. Shu Han rarely came to him on his own initiative. Shu Han narrowed his eyes slightly, like a crescent moon. Junior brother Lin, I want to ask you for a favor. Okay. Lin Moyu replied without thinking. In Lin Moyu's heart, Ping is one of his few friends. She opened her mouth to help if she could. Shu Han seemed to have expected this answer a long time ago, and handed Lin Moyu a teleportation stone. Junior Lin, please come with me. The teleportation distance is not far, it should have just left Xiajing City. The two came to a small courtyard, which was a bit more refined than the Baishan courtyard. Standing outside the courtyard, Lin Moyu smelled a strange smell of medicine. It's not like a fragrance, but more of a slightly fishy smell. This smell is familiar. Lin Moyu immediately thought that it was the smell of rotting corpses. Although it is very faint, he is sure not to make a mistake. 97. Seeing Lin Moyu's expression, Shu Han already knew it. Lin Xuedi guessed it. Lin Moyu nodded. Why are there rotting corpses here? Shu Han stepped forward and pushed open the courtyard door. Young brother Lin will know when he comes in. The smell of medicine in the small courtyard is stronger, and the smell of rotting corpses is also stronger. Ordinary people may not be able to tell the difference, but Lin Moyu can. The yard is very quaint, with 3 in and 3 out. Following Shu Han to the backyard, Lin Moyu was slightly surprised that Dongfang Yao was also here. Dongfang Yao said to Lin Moyu, General Lin, we meet again. Her expression was a little unnatural, probably because of what caused her to almost die in the corpse world last time. Lin Moyu nodded as a response. Shu Han asked, Brother Lin is not surprised, why is Princess Yao here? Lin Moyu knew that in some big families in the empire, the juniors might all know each other. Just like Ning Yi and Mo Yun, they played together when they were young. Dongfang Yao and Shu Han probably did the same. His nose moved, and he looked towards one of the huts. Is there a carrion inside? Shu Han didn't hide anything. He opened the door and walked in. Shuelin, please come in. Shu Han used Lin Xuedi to call Lin Moyu from the beginning to the end, and it seemed that the relationship between the two was relatively close. Walking into the room, a chill came over my face. It was very cold in the room, and a formation was in operation, exuding a constant chill. There is a big ice block in the center of the formation, freezing a woman. The woman in the ice cube is dressed in exquisite clothes and sleeps with her eyes closed. Even if she is frozen, she can feel her dignity. Lin Moyu saw the woman, and then at Dongfang Yao. The appearance of the woman is somewhat similar to that of Dongfang Yao. Dongfang Yao said softly, This is my mother. There is a black spot on the woman's wrist, which is exactly the same as the corpse in the corpse world. And that uncontrollable stench also came from here. Even the freezing and strong smell of medicine cannot completely cover up the stench of rotting corpses. Lin Moyu said, I was bitten by a rotting corpse. On the wrist, there is a bite mark. Dongfang Yao explained, when I was young, my mother and father inspected the seals in the corpse world together. The two went to the rotting corpse world, and when they came back, the mother had already been poisoned by the rotting corpse. My mother has been frozen here since then. Lin Moyu remembered that Dongfang Yao once told herself that if she had the ability to detoxify the rotting corpse, she would help her save someone. It seems to be the woman in front of me. Shu Han said, I brought Junior Brother Lin here this time because I wanted to ask Junior Brother Lin to help save people. Lin Moyu shook his head, I can't save her now. The rotting corpse poison is not completely unsolvable, but he really can't do anything about it now. The elimination skill of the Lich General is only effective for the whole body of the undead army, and cannot be used externally. Perhaps the light of life from the Scepter of Creation would be useful, but he is not qualified to use it right now. Shu Han said, we don't want Junior Brother Lin to save people now, but we want Junior Brother Lin to help with an experiment. The three left the hut, and Shu Han led them through the courtyard. Behind the small courtyard, there is a row of stone houses. The smell of medicine here is stronger. Besides the smell of medicine, Lin Moyu also smelled many other smells. There's blood, metal, and some inexplicable smells. All kinds of flavors mixed together. Then Lin Moyu saw an old man who seemed to be waiting for him standing there. Shu Han yelled at the man, "Grandpa, God Lin is coming." Lin Moyu couldn't help shrinking when he saw the main gaze. From the opponent, he felt the breath of a god-level powerhouse. Shu Han has a grandfather who is a god-level powerhouse. Looking at his clothes again, Lin Moyu confirmed the identity of the other party. It turned out to be a god-level pharmacist. I have never heard that there are god-level pharmacists in the Empire. How precious a god-level pharmacist is, Lin Moyu knows very well. Not only is it precious, but it is even more difficult to become a god-level pharmacist. It's really strange, since Shu Han has such a god-level pharmacist's grandfather, why did he come to the academy to do tasks for hundreds of points? Is it for fun? Shu Han introduced, "This is my grandfather, a god-level pharmacist, Shu Ping." Lin Moyu's memory is rolling. He has seen the name Shu Ping in the book. The book hailed Shu Ping as one of the most talented pharmacists in the entire human race. Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen are people of the same era. Only later, disappeared Zero. Unexpectedly, Shu Ping has become a god-level pharmacist now. Shu Ping clasped his fists at Lin Moyu, General Lin Moyu as well. Lin Moyu also clasped his fists and said, "What medicine king?" The two have equal status and treat each other as equals. Shu Ping shook his head and smiled wryly, "Don't call me medicine god, I'm not worthy." There must be a reason for the words. Lin Moyu is not good at flattering, so he didn't say anything. Shu Ping said, "I'll get straight to the point. I heard from Princess Yao that the summoned item of General Lin Shin can detoxify rotting corpses. Can you demonstrate it for me?" Lin Moyu nodded, "Yes, but my Lich General may diffuse the rotting corpse poison for his Legion members." As he spoke, he released a Lich General and a skeleton berserker at the same time. The wind was blowing, and the sky was slightly dark. The Lich General, who was more than 3 meters tall, stood in front of several people like a hill, bringing a strong sense of oppression. Lin Moyu's thoughts moved slightly, and the Lich General immediately used his elimination skills, which acted on the skeleton berserker. Lin Moyu also explained, "This skill is called elimination. It can eliminate various abnormal states, and it can also resolve the poison of corrupt households. It's just that the high-level rotting corpse poison can't be resolved either, and Master Yao should be clear about this." Princess Yao did say so. Shu Ping's gaze fell on General Lich. "General Lin, this old man has a skill that can analyze other people's skills." The old man wants to analyze the Lich General's skills to see if he can find the root cause of his ability to dissolve the rotting corpse poison. Shu Ping is open and honest, telling the truth. The Lich General is Lin Moyu's summoned object, and Lin Moyu's consent must be obtained to perform skills on it. Lin Moyu did not refuse after thinking about it. "Yes. Thank you, Linchin General 1.9. Shu Ping shot a beam of light onto Lich General. General Lich used the elimination skill again, while Shu Ping sensed the information from his own skill. Scramble for analysis. But his brows are getting tighter and tighter. Seeing this, Shu Han felt a bad premonition in his heart. My grandfather never seemed to have such an expression. It seems that this is not the case. The Lich General used his skills several times in a row before stopping. Shu Ping didn't open his eyes, and the few people didn't bother him. After a while, Shu Ping let out a long breath, and Dongfang Yao asked nervously, "Grandpa Medicine God, how is it?" Shu Ping shook his head. "This skill is so special that doctors can't analyze it." Dongfang Yao's complexion suddenly collapsed, and she murmured, "Then what should I do?" Shu Ping thought for a while, and then said to Lin Moyu, "General Lin, I want to try again." His eyes fell on the skeleton berserker, and at the same time he took out a crystal bottle, which contained a small amount of black powder. The moment Lin Moyu saw the powder, his expression changed drastically. The black powder contained in the bottle is rotting corpse poison. The toxicity is not strong, it should be a low-level rotting corpse poison. Lin Moyu has dealt with so many rotting corpses in the rotting world, and he will never admit his mistake. It should be obtained from Dongfang Yao's mother. Lin Moyu asked in a low voice, Senior Medicine God, what do you want to do? Shu Ping said, I can't analyze the root of the skill, and I want to try to enter the people from the elimination process of rotting corpse poison. Lin Moyu's face changed suddenly. You want to use my skeleton to test the poison? Lin Moyu's reaction made Shu Ping a little surprised. General Lin, do you feel something is wrong? Lin Moyu's complexion was not good, his eyes were also filled with displeasure, and his voice was slightly low. Skeletons are my comrades in arms. They can die in battle, but in normal times, they are definitely not tools for any experiments. If Shu Yaoshan needs help from this junior for anything, this junior won't say anything. If you want to use my comrade in arms as an experiment, it's impossible. Lin Moyu spoke very simply, without any room for negotiation. Shu Ping never expected that Lin Moyu would take his own skeleton so seriously. After all, as far as he knows, the number of Lin Moyu's skeletons is tens of thousands. Dong Fanyao also said that Lin Moyu's undead army was almost wiped out in the 02 zombie world. He thought the skeleton was Lin Moyu's summoning object, and it was a fighting tool. Unexpectedly, Lin Moyu regarded the skeleton as his comrade in arms. He can understand this kind of feeling. Many summoners are like this, and the summoned objects are their relatives and closest partners. If you want to use their summoned objects as experiments, the result will definitely be immortal. Dong Fanyao's face showed anxiety. Shu Han held her hand, signaling her not to worry. She knew that her grandfather must have other ways. Shu Ping said with a hint of apology, it's the old man who was abrupt, so don't blame Lin Xinjiang. The tone is very sincere, without a trace of affectation. Lin Moyu took a deep breath. It's okay. Can I help you? As long as it doesn't hurt them, we can discuss it. Shu Ping thought for a while. This old man has another method. Maybe you can try it, and I guarantee that it won't hurt General Lin's summons. As long as it doesn't harm the undead army, Lin Moyu has no objections. Shu Ping took out a bottle of medicine and sprinkled it on the skeleton berserker. While sprinkling, he said, this is the skill absorption potion researched by the old man. It can absorb various skills, whether it is assist or attack, and store them. When needed, display it again. I didn't expect such a medicine to exist. Lin Moyu suddenly thought about the usage of skill absorption potion. Are there any restrictions on this potion? Shu Ping said, naturally there are restrictions. For example, God-level skills cannot be stored. There are also some special skills that cannot be stored, for example. Lin Moyu asked, can the skills of origin runes be stored? Shu Ping shook his head and said, probably not. The skill level of origin rune is too high. It's already higher than the category of God-level skills. Having already guessed the result, Lin Moyu was not disappointed. It is normal not to be able to store. The potion has been sprinkled all over the body, and the skeleton berserker's body is covered with greenery. Lin Moyu did not sense any damage to the berserker skeleton. The potion just covered the berserker's body without doing anything. Please Lin Shen will perform the elimination skill again. Lin Moyu hummed, and with a thought, the Lich General used the elimination skill again. Under the elimination skill, the green color on the skeleton warrior faded rapidly. After a few strokes, the skeleton warrior had returned to its original state, and all the potions had disappeared. Shock appeared in Shu Ping's eyes. How could this be? Even my skill absorption potion has been eliminated. Elimination skills are to eliminate various abnormal states. As long as the level does not exceed the skill limit, any abnormal state can be eliminated. Shu Ping's skill absorption potion was also treated as an abnormal state and eliminated by the skill. This situation was completely beyond Shu Ping's expectation. After thinking about it, he finally got the answer. It seems that General Lich's skills come from the inside out. This skill is really strange. Lin Moyu thinks that there is indeed this possibility. The Lich General's skills are indeed different. Shu Ping couldn't think of any other way for a while. Lin Moyu said, if there is nothing wrong, the younger generation will leave first. Shu Ping said, today I'm really bothering God General Lin. Honor, send God General Lin off on behalf of Grandpa. Shu Han hummed, and left with Lin Moyu. Before leaving, Lin Moyu glanced at Dongfang Yao. Isn't your Dongfang family ready for the compensation? Are you planning to pay? Dongfang Yao trembled all over. At this moment, she felt that Lin Moyu was a little scary. Dongfang Yao quickly said, there are a lot of things at home these days, father, and the others will come in a few days. Lin Moyu nodded, my master is waiting. Shu Han sent Lin Moyu away and disappeared from sight. Dongfang Yao had tears in her eyes. Grandpa Medicine God, is my mother really hopeless? Shu Ping shook his head. The rotting corpse poison is the weirdest poison I've ever seen in my life. So far, there is no other way except Lin Xinjiang's Lich General can dissolve it. Dongfang Yao was in a hurry, but his skeleton won't allow you to do experiments. Shu Ping sighed, this is also normal. Summoned objects are the closest companions for most summoners. Just like Lin Xinjiang said, they fight side by side. Summoned objects can die in battle, but they cannot take it for an experiment. Yao girl, think about it. If someone uses your mother as an experiment, how will you react? Dongfang Yao said without hesitation, I will do my best, but he has so many skeletons. Shu Ping smiled, it has nothing to do with the quantity. I'll think about your mother's poison, at least in the frozen formation. The situation is still stable. Temporarily there will be no life-threatening. General Lin Shen also promised you that as long as he has the ability, he will definitely save you. As a man, his word will definitely count. Dongfang Yao was still frowning, but when will this be? Shu Ping said flatly, it won't be too long. It should be almost there when he reaches the god level. Really? I don't know when he will reach the god level. Quick, with his upgrade speed, it won't take long. Shu 403 said with guilt on his face, I'm sorry, Brother Lin. I didn't expect Grandpa to make such a request. Lin Moyu said lightly, it has nothing to do with you. Maybe Senior Medicine God doesn't know the relationship between me and the skeletons. Maybe he thinks my skeletons are too many. They are just tools. Shu Han looked at Lin Moyu and said cautiously, you won't be angry. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, no, those who don't know are innocent. I'm not so stingy. Shu Han breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Shu Han asked again, don't be angry with Princess Yao. She also wanted to save her mother, and she didn't think of causing you to fall into the world of rotting corpses last time. Mentioning Dongfang Yao, Lin Moyu's voice became slightly colder. I understand. I promised her that I will come back to save her mother when I have the ability. What Lin Moyu said will naturally be done. After returning to Xiaojing Academy, Lin Moyu received a message from Ningyi. I'm going to the trial. With just this sentence, I didn't say how long or where I was going. In fact, being born in such a big family is not necessarily so good. Although the resources are abundant and the upgrade is fast, it is also much more tiring and stressful than ordinary people. Just look at Mo Yun and you will know that even a noble princess like Dongfang Yao is not necessarily easy. Back in the dungeon hall, Lin Moyu entered the Beast God Plateau dungeon alone and started solo brushing. Before level 50, the instance of Beast God Plateau is the best leveling place. Lin Moyu plans to upgrade to level 50 as soon as possible and then go to the ancient battlefield to meet the mysterious and terrifying existence. A single person brushes the book and the efficiency is greatly improved. It's not just as simple as doubling the experience gained, but the speed of brushing books has also increased a lot. Before, I was talking and laughing with Ningyi, although the speed was not slow, but I didn't completely pursue efficiency. Now alone, Lin Moyu turned into a ruthless monster-killing machine. Pushing all the way, wherever the undead army goes, they will kill them all. The experience is increasing rapidly, and the efficiency is amazing. Brushing once increases experience by about 8%, an average of once per hour. Judging from this speed, it takes half a day to upgrade to one level. But Lin Moyu knows that this upgrade speed is limited to before level 50. Once it reaches level 50, without the Beast God Plateau, large copy with super high experience, the upgrade speed will be greatly reduced. At that time, you may swipe the copy once, and you can only increase the experience by 2% to 3%. To advance to a higher level, you have to brush dozens of copies until you vomit. At this moment Lin Moyu is a little envious of her sister Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan's talent can increase the upgrade speed, and the higher the level, the talent will also be upgraded, and the upgrade speed will only become faster and faster. Lin Moyu estimated that by the time he reaches level 70 and turns 3, Lin Mohan will be able to reach the god level. He has no doubts about whether Lin Mohan can become a god. My own sister knows that she definitely has this ability. Otherwise, with that person's high demands and vision, he wouldn't go all out to train Lin Mohan. While Lin Moyu was working hard to upgrade, a bloody storm in the Xinxia Empire kicked off. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan, who had been preparing for several years, finally took action. If you don't do it, it's fine, and if you do it, it's like thunder. The first to do it was the military. Meng Anwen took the body of Xinxiata and arrived at Fortress No. 9 together with Bai Yuan. This is the front line of the defense of the Xinxia Empire, where the most elite troops are also stationed. Here, no one's level is lower than level 60. Advanced professionals at level 60 are just soldiers here. A top professional at level 70 can only be a captain. When they arrived, in Fortress No. 9, a pitch-black tower slowly rose into the sky, confronting God Shata. The Demon Extinguishing Tower and the Xinxia Tower are both one of the God Towers of the Xinxia Empire. They are all legendary weapons and are comparable. There are also forces within the military. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan represent a certain force, and a group of people also represent a certain force. The two sides don't fight each other in peacetime, but they will cooperate sincerely in war. The relationship is a bit weird. The team led by Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan was concentrated in Fortress No. 8 most of the time, while Fortress No. 9 was dominated by people from another department. Bai Yuan's voice resounded throughout the fortress, "The one whose name I read, stand up." The names were announced one by one, and the person who called the name trembled and turned pale. Bai Yuan has a list in his hand. There are more than a dozen people, and these people occupy high positions in the military. "Shut up! Bai Yuan, what are you doing here again?" A roar came from the fortress, covering Bai Yuan's voice. The three of them rose into the air with a terrifying aura, glaring at Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen. Everyone wears a purple sergeant badge on their shoulders, and everyone is a general. One of them is 4 stars, and the other 2 are 3 stars. It was a little worse than Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen. Bai Yuan was a 5-star general before, but because he helped Lin Moyu plant a soul brand in the Hall of Valor, he became a 4-star general. After killing the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan the day before yesterday, he became a 5-star general again. It's just that the status of the generals is equal, and the 3 generals in Fortress No. 9 can also sit on an equal footing with Bai Yuan. Wang Lin, a 3-star general, a level 92 knight. Wei Cong, a 3-star general, a level 92 warrior. Xia Xiais, a 4-star general, a level 93 magician. Wang Lin, one of the 3, was at Xiajing Academy that day and had been taught a lesson by Meng Anwen. Meng Anwen narrowed his eyes slightly and landed on Wang Lin with malicious intentions. That appearance made Wang Lin a little creepy. But remembering that there is the Demon Extinguishing Tower behind him now, and he is not afraid of Meng Anwen's God Xia Tower, he has the courage to look at Mengan. Meng Anwen smiled, which meant to say, "The boy is fat." Bai Yuan's voice was cold. "The people on the list are all members of the Demon Worship Association." "You fart." Xia Xiais yelled angrily, "Why do you say that? Do you have any evidence?" Several of the names that Bai Yuan read were his own. If these people belong to the Demon Worship Association, doesn't that mean that he is also very likely to have something to do with the Demon Worship Association? Bai Yuan glanced at him disdainfully. "Xia Xiais, you may have been here for a long time, your mind is frozen, and you no longer know what I do." Xia Xiais was shocked. Only then did he remember Bai Yuan's other identity. Wang Lin and Wei Cong also thought of something at this time, and their expressions changed. Bai Yuan usually doesn't care about any affairs in the army, it's like a hands-off shopkeeper. But people at their level know that Bai Yuan actually controls a rather secretive military team. This military team is hidden in the dark, inserting the entire military, empire, and even civilians. This team is in charge of intelligence spying, which means that Bai Yuan has the most abundant intelligence in the whole country. The original intention of establishing this team was to deal with the demon worship society. Worshipping the devil will be concealed, so this team will be even more concealed. Only Bai Yuan knew the list of members of the entire team. Since Bai Yuan said that there are problems with the people on the list, there are likely to be problems. Although Xia Xiai's already believed most of it, he still insisted, "Do you have evidence?" Bai Yuan sneered, "My words are evidence. Now that I want to kill someone, should you block or let me go?" Bai Yuan's killing intent rose, and the huge aura of a 99-level God-level powerhouse completely burst out. After the God level, every time there is a difference in strength, there is a huge difference in strength. Under the suppression of Bai Yuan's huge aura, the three of them all endured tremendous pressure, and their faces became unsightly. Only then did they realize that Bai Yuan was by no means in vain. A God-level powerhouse at level 95 is really strong. They realized that even if the three of them work together, they may not be Bai Yuan's opponent. Boom! The fort shook violently. An aura comparable to that of Bai Yuan rose from the fortress. "White God, why get angry?" The old voice sounded slowly. A white-haired old man slowly ascended into the air and came in front of Xia Xiai's, blocking Bai Yuan's breath. Bai Yuan laughed loudly, "Old guy, you are indeed here. I didn't quite believe the information I received before." 17. The old man's name is Yi Hao, and he is also a level 95 God-level powerhouse and a 5-star general. But his seniority is a generation higher than Bai Yuan's, and he is a figure of Bai Yuan's father's generation. Yi Hao sighed, "The old man has never left these years." There was a fighting spirit in Bai Yuan's eyes. "How about it? You are planning to stop me?" Yi Hao shook his head. Since Baishan has checked clearly, he must not be wrong. Even if he kills wrongly, Baishan will explain to us. Bai Yuan said loudly, "You still know the rules, the evidence will come later, and I, Bai Yuan, will not kill wrong." "How Nuo Zhao?" Yi Hao stretched out his hand, "Then by God please." Bai Yuan came over the fort in a flash. This time, neither Xia Xiai's, Wei Song nor Wang Lin could stop Bai Yuan. With Yi Hao here to preside over the overall situation, it was not their turn to speak. Bai Yuan's aura enveloped Fortress Number 9 like a barrier, and his voice came out. "The command of the gods. Human warrior, take out your weapon. Arrest all the people whom this god will miss, and if anyone resists, kill them on the spot." The sound fell, and all the soldiers in the fort took out their weapons at the same time. Before Bai Yuan read the list again, the people who were read just now were desperately trying to escape. But they can't escape. The teleportation array, the teleportation stone, and all items that can be teleported are all invalid at this moment. When Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen arrived, the god Xiata had already locked the space. Some people want to escape, but the Chinese have already started. Those who resist will be killed on the spot. Bai Yuan read out the names one by one. The fortress was full of murderous intent, the sound of fighting rang out, and the smell of blood filled the air. He desperately resisted, but Zhu died in the end. There is white meaning far away, and none of them can escape. The sound of fighting, screams, and wailing continued to sound. God will give orders, all soldiers will obey. If there is a violation, there must be a problem. Bai Yuan's gaze was like lightning, overlooking the fortress. The 10,000 army in the fortress has a large number of top professionals, and there are also many top professionals over level 80. The names of those he reported were only a few, and they were quickly arrested, and several people were killed on the spot for resisting. Meng Anwen remained silent in midair, just watching indifferently. Behind him, the god's shadow was slowly turning, and there were soft chirping sounds from time to time. In this kind of scene, Bai Yuan is enough, and he doesn't need to do anything. The battle lasted less than 5 minutes before it was over. Of the 18 people on Bai Yuan's list, 11 were killed on the spot, 7 had their hands and feet broken, and were thrown to the ground like dogs. They didn't refute, and Bai Yuan didn't allow them to refute. At this time, the god Shada shot out light, and the 7 people disappeared at the same time, and they had been included in the god Shada. Bai Yuan's eyes were sharp, and he scanned everyone present. That's right, you guys did a great job. As a soldier, don't forget the iron law of the soldier. The military order is like a mountain. All the soldiers shouted in unison, "Follow God's command." Bai Yuan was very satisfied, and then he said to Yi Hao, "Old Yi, let me say one more thing. The Imperial Army is not a private army. They exist to fight against foreign enemies, so don't mix too much." Yi Hao smiled. Naturally, Baishan has seen their performance just now. The military order is like a mountain, and no one dares not to obey the orders of the gods. Similarly, the old man also hopes that the army in Fortress Number 8 will do the same. Bai Yuan laughed loudly. "That's natural. I'm going there next time. Does Mr. Yu want to go and have a look together?" Yi Hao shook his head. "No need. The old man can trust Bai Shen's words. In this case, then Bai will leave, and someone will send the evidence later. Fort 9 is just the first knife, the hors d'oeuvres. 18 people, only an insignificant fraction of the entire list. Either don't move, since it moves, it won't move cleanly." Both he and Meng Anwen knew that there must be members of the demon worshippers in Fortress Number 9. It's just that those people are hidden too deeply, and he hasn't dug them out yet. But Bai Yuan also believed that as long as those people dared to make a move, they would definitely show their feet. This big cleansing does not mean to completely eradicate the demon worship society, but to destroy them. At least for a period of time in the future, let them not dare to make big moves. Of course, there is also the second possibility, that the demon worshipper will jump over the wall in a hurry and counterattack in an all-round way. It is very likely that there will be chaos in the Empire for a while. Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen had already made arrangements, and there was no chaos. On the contrary, if the Demon Worship Society really does this, maybe some guys hidden in the depths will jump out. According to Meng Anwen's words, "I can't wait for this. This tumor can be cleaned up more cleanly." Meng Anwen looked at Yi Hao, Xia Shiais and others, but he didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. Before leaving, he looked at the Demon Extinguishing Tower and said slowly, "Is there no owner for the Demon Extinguishing Tower?" Akfi. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the 4 changed drastically. Yi Hao, who always had a smile on his face, no longer smiled at this time. The faces of Xia Shiais and the others became even more ugly. I can still vividly remember the scene when Meng Anwen became the master of Xinxia Tower by force. Yi Hao narrowed his eyes. "What does Anshan want to say?" Meng Anwen said, "It's nothing. You guard the Demon Extinguishing Tower. Its owner is coming soon." After finishing speaking, a teleportation array appeared in the air, taking him and Bai Yuan away. They all looked at each other. Xia Shiais clenched his fists. What exactly is he trying to say? Wang Lin suddenly thought of something. He couldn't be talking about Lin Moyu. Who is Lin Moyu? Yi Hao has never heard of Lin Moyu's name. He has not asked about world affairs these years, and he doesn't know much about the outside world. Wang Lin quickly told about Lin Moyu. Yi Hao was shocked after hearing this. "I didn't expect such a genius to appear in our human race. If he steps into the god level and becomes the new owner of the Demon Extinguishing Tower, it might be possible." Xia Shiai said anxiously, "Then you?" Yi Hao chuckled. "It's a good thing that my human race has such a genius. I haven't been able to fully control the tower for so many years. After all, I'm one step away. If he can, I will let him. Remember, no matter how we fight internally, it is for the human race. The human race needs geniuses, and they need to be constantly replenished with fresh blood. Can adapt to suppression, but can't be exterminated?" The 3 quickly responded, "I'll understand later." Above Fort Number 8, Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan arrived. Bai Yuan asked in a deep voice, "Old Meng, what did you mean just now that you want Xiao Yu to take charge of the Demon Extinguishing Tower?" Meng Anwen said, "Is there a problem?" Bai Yuan shook his head. "No problem, it's just this difficulty. Trust Xiao Yu. It was enough for Meng Anwen to just say one sentence, and there was no need to say anything else. Bai Yuan didn't say anything else, and flew over the number 8 fortress. The command of the gods. The butcher knife was raised again. Fortress number 9 is only the beginning, and the big drama is behind it. Bai Yuan did not block the news. If someone makes small moves to spread the news, it may show their feet. The spy team under Bai Yuan will not let anyone suspicious go. At the same time, within the empire, a great purge officially began. Army after army came back from the Yuan battlefield. Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen's subordinate forces in the empire also took action one after another. For a while, there was a lot of panic, and a large number of people fell to the ground. This time, a lot of people were involved, ranging from officials from various places to the internal affairs of various families. At least tens of thousands of people were involved. Everyone has sufficient evidence, and as Bai Yuan said, his words are evidence. With Bai Yuan's prestige, no one would doubt his words. Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen quickly cleared Fort number 8, and then dispatched a large number of people from Fort number 8 to rush to number 7, number 6, and other forts. With Bai Yuan's command in hand, no one resisted. The Zhou family in Haiqing is the most prestigious family in Haiqing. It can be said that most of Haiqing is under the control of the Zhou family. The previous head of the Zhou family, Zhou Qingtian, was a god-level powerhouse of the same era as Yi Hao. Compared with Bai Yuan, he is still a generation older. After he left office, the Zhou family was handed over to his descendants. He didn't care about world affairs for many years, but today, he moved. Looking at the soldiers in the air, this army composed entirely of top professionals, Zhou Qingtian felt something was wrong. He also stayed in the army when he was young, and knew what kind of existence such an army was like. Such an elite team will not be dispatched easily. There is bound to be a big event to be dispatched. Unexpectedly, they aimed their knives at their own family today. Looking at the murderous army, Zhou Qingtian slowly lifted into the air, and asked loudly, "Excuse me, what happened to my Zhou family?" Zhou Qingtian is a god-level powerhouse with incomparable strength, so he is not afraid of these troops. But he also knew that since the army dared to surround the Zhou family, there must be stronger people behind it. "Old Zhou, please stay safe." A voice resounded loudly, and Ning Tairan appeared in Zhou Qingtian's sight. Ning Tairan is also a grandfather, but he is still a generation younger than Zhou Tian. Zhou Qingtian knew Ning Tairan. "It's Tairan, what happened?" Ning Tairan sighed, and threw a piece of information to Zhou Qingtian. "Mr. Zhou can read it by himself." Zhou Qingtian looked at it with doubts. Looking at it, his face turned livid, then pale again, and his eyes were burning with anger. As a majestic god-level powerhouse, his whole body was trembling at this moment. Ning Tairan sighed, "You used to be my idol when I was young, and you also fought endlessly against the abyssal demons on the Yuan battlefield. But now the Zhou family." When Ning Tairan mentioned the past glory, Zhou Qingtian trembled with anger. He gritted his teeth. "The younger generation is unworthy, Tairan. Leave this matter to the old man, and the old man will definitely give you an explanation." Ning Tairan nodded. "That's the best. This junior believes that Elder Zhou will handle it well." Ning Tairan also didn't want to confront Zhou Qingtian directly, although he wasn't afraid, but if a god-level powerhouse fought, Haiqing and the surrounding cities would be destroyed in one fell swoop. Zhou Qingtian also fought bloody battles for the human race. Now that his descendants have problems, it would be great if Zhou Qingtian could handle this kind of thing by himself. This can be regarded as a face for the old man. Things similar to the Zhou family are still happening all over the empire. Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen either did not move, or moved like thunder. Only then did many people realize how powerful Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen were. They are not only powerful in their own combat power, what is even more frightening is that they have many friends and many people under their command. Ning Tairan, a well-known mage bloodline family in the empire, is a top-level 95 existence just like Bai Yuan. Mo Xinghai, the patriarch of the Mo family with the blood of the summoner, is also at level 94. the swordsman Fong family, who has been stationed in the number 8 fort all year round, and the Su family of the Holy Light Mage lineage. These families, who usually don't move much, start to move at this time, which makes the entire empire and even the world terrified. God-level powerhouses appeared one after another, and according to the list given by Yuan, they almost disabled the Demon Worship Society in a short period of time. By the time the demon worshippers reacted, they had already lost a large number of troops. Years of hard work have come to nothing. Bai Yuan also told the world that it is not that he is unaware of your existence. It was also because of this incident that people realized that the Devil Worship Society had penetrated so deeply. The military, royal family, major families, and even various institutions of higher learning and local officials all have their people. The people who worshipped the Magic Society began to fight back, and for a while the empire began to be chaotic. Some members of the Demon Worship Association have a high status in the country, and they use their own power to resist. Bai Yuan has only one word for this: kill. The chaos was as early as he expected, but it was not too chaotic. It will be enough to suppress it in a few days. Lin Moyu didn't know anything about the outside world, and he spent the past 2 days brushing his copy in the dungeon hall with peace of mind. In just 2 days, he has risen from 45 to 48. 2 days to upgrade. This speed can definitely shock anyone. Due to the existence of the Beast God Plateau copy, Lin Moyu is like driving a train at the stage of 40 to 50. This astonishing upgrade speed will not be curbed until level 50. After all, such a large dungeon is hard to find. There are hundreds of dungeons in the dungeon hall, but there are only 2 large dungeons. There is only one super large dungeon that can be better than a large dungeon, and it is as high as level 56. He can't get in before level 61. On the 3rd day, when Bai Yuan waved his butcher knife at the Demon Worship Association, the teleportation array in the dungeon hall lit up, and dozens of people teleported in. These people are all wearing the clothes of Xiajing Academy, and they are all students of Xiajing Academy. But they come from different academies, including students from the 3 top academies of Chuangshan, Chuangshi, and Yinhuang. This team immediately aroused the curiosity of many people. Strange, how could there be such a team? I don't know, I'm curious. I feel the murderous aura from these people. It seems that it is not only murderous, but also a strange breath. I feel it too, but I can't tell. The students in the dungeon hall felt strange. Pingjin is not without a team composed of multiple colleges. But there are more than 30 teams like this, and they are all from different colleges, which I have never seen before. These people rushed into the dungeon hall with murderous intent, and then came to the entrance of the Beast God Plateau dungeon. I'm sure Lin Moyu just went in. Sure. Let's do it. After a brief speech, someone took out several black stones. The stone was instantly excited, turning into streaks of black light and rushing into the dungeon vortex. Then these people also choose to enter the copy at the same time. That's when the others realized something was wrong. Someone exclaimed loudly, "No, the stone they took out is the magic stone of the Abyss Demon." No wonder I think their aura is weird. That is the Abyss Demon's aura. These guys are members of the Demon Society, and they want to deal with General Lin. I didn't expect the Demon Worship Society to infiltrate our Xiajing Academy. Something has happened. Please inform the instructor quickly. These people issued warnings to their mentors. All of a sudden, the whole academy was shaken, and the instructors received the news. They didn't even attend class, and rushed to the dungeon hall together. But when they arrived, they found that the copy was blocked. People outside can't get in, and people inside can't get out. In less than 2 minutes, almost half of the instructors in the school came to the dungeon hall. After all, it is about Lin Moyu and the Abyss Demon, and everyone is very important. Suddenly, one of the instructors laughed wildly. If everyone here dies, Xiajing Academy will feel distressed. When people were stunned, he took out several magic stones and activated them violently. A huge enchantment appeared, covering the entire dungeon hall. The fire of the abyss was burning fiercely, and the phantom of the devil emerged from the flames. The hidden powerhouse in Xiajing Academy woke up at the same time. Bold, you actually came to my Xiajing Academy. Demon cubs, you are courting death. I don't even look at this place. Since I'm here, don't even think about going back. Amidst the roar, the strong men rushed straight into the sky. At this time, an enchantment also appeared outside Xiajing Academy, and the sky was burning with the fire of the abyss. The laughter of the Abyss Demon King resounded throughout the world. Similar scenes were not only staged in Xiajing Academy. Throughout the Xinxia Empire, similar scenes appeared in many institutions of higher learning. The demon worshippers went crazy and started a full-scale counterattack. This is exactly what Meng Anwen expected. In the instance of Beast God Plateau, Lin Moyu has just entered the instance. The undead army pulls monsters as usual. Suddenly the whole dungeon shook, and the originally bright plateau suddenly darkened. A large amount of black gas grew, and dark green flames ignited in the air. The fire of the abyss? Lin Moyu recalled the undead army and saw that the sky had become a black and green sky. In the blink of an eye, the flames of the abyss have burned the entire dungeon. Why does the fire of the abyss appear in the dungeon? Could something happen in the palace of the dungeon? Lin Moyu thought in his heart. He wanted to leave the copy, but there was no reaction. The reason why it is safe to brush the copy in the dungeon hall is because there is a mechanism to escape. 0. Asking for flowers. As long as there is danger to leave, even if it is hell difficulty, you can exit the instance at any time. But now, Lin Moyu found himself unable to leave the copy. The teleportation stone also failed. Now the only teleportation stone on his body that still works is the teleportation stone that can go to the abyss, only it has not failed. Lin Moyu understood that it was because the level of this teleportation stone was too high to be blocked. There was a grinning laugh in the air, and the flames of the abyss fell overwhelmingly, landing on the dungeon monster. The monsters have mutated one after another, and their levels are increasing rapidly. At the same time, a team appeared in the copy. Lin Moyu knew something was wrong when he saw them. These students who entered the dungeon came from different colleges, and each of them looked ferocious, with killing intent. Lin Moyu was very sensitive to murderous intent, and immediately realized that these people were here to kill him. After they entered the dungeon, they quickly moved to different positions. Everyone held a black magic stone in their hands and excited at the same time. 0. Lin Moyu glanced. There are 36 people. Everyone seems to be particular about where they stand. Is this a formation? The magic stone was activated, and a large number of formation lines were instantly outlined. A huge formation was completely formed in almost 0.1 second. The fire of the abyss rose from the formation. Burn my body, sacrifice my soul, and summon the devil to descend. Burn my body, sacrifice my soul, and summon the devil to descend. Burn my body, sacrifice my soul, and summon the devil to descend. The 36 people shouted in unison, and everyone's face was full of madness. After each sound, the fire of the abyss became more violent. These people were burned to ashes in the flames, but no one complained of pain, and madness was written on everyone's face. The flames of the abyss soared into the sky, and the flames of the abyss above the dungeons were connected with each other. At this moment, the dungeon shook violently, and the breath of the abyss rapidly permeated. Not only the monsters in the dungeon are changing, but the environment is also changing. At this moment, the dungeon seemed to become an abyss world. Lin Moyu heard a roar. The roar came from the flames of the abyss in front of him, and a pair of huge eyes appeared in the flames. Lin Moyu immediately recognized the owner of the pair of eyes, an old friend, the Flame Demon King. Accompanied by the roar, the fire of the abyss became even crazier, as if it was going to burn the whole world. Lin Moyu fully understood that these guys are all members of the Demon Worship Association. They sealed the dungeon with abyss magic stones, sacrificed themselves, and summoned the Flame Demon King. This is to kill oneself completely. Thinking about it, they were fully prepared, and there was probably no one in the academy who could help them. He must face the Abyss Demon King alone. Lin Moyu's expression became extremely serious at this moment. This time I will try my best again. Fortunately, the Abyss teleportation stone was not blocked, and he still had a way out. In that case, let's see if I can kill the Demon King. Lin Moyu became excited, and the Domain Godstone was spinning rapidly because of the excitement, and the murderous aura was soaring 5. The counterattack of the Worshipping Demon Society is in full swing. It was as if he wanted to fight Bai Yuan to the death. They summoned demons from the abyss, and together with their own members, besieged the universities. Members of the Demon Worship Society appeared one after another in the mentor groups of various universities, which shows how powerful they have been infiltrating over time. The universities are not made of mud, and powerful existences emerge one after another. Top schools such as Xiajing Academy and Jindan Academy, there are god-level powerhouses in the schools. And even if there are no god-level powerhouses in other schools, top powerhouses above level 85, and even false gods have appeared. The disturbance of the Demon Worship Association made the whole world see how powerful the Xinxia Empire is. It turns out that there are so many powerful people hidden in the empire. There are only about 10 god-level powerhouses who are usually on the bright side. But looking at it now, there are more than 20. Originally, other countries still held the mentality of watching the excitement, but now it is completely different. They start with fear, awe. Who knows if there is a powerful existence hidden deeper in the Xinxia Empire? Who knows if what they see in 467 is not superficial? Regarding the Xinxia Empire, no one can figure it out. In the dungeon, the Flame Demon King walked out of the flames of the abyss. Lin Moyu finally saw the real body of the Flame Demon King. It is a spherical demon monster, a huge ball with a diameter of more than 3 meters. A pair of eyes occupies more than 70% of the whole body, and the nose and mouth cannot be seen. The body is covered with tentacles, and some of them are particularly thick, which should be hands and feet. The whole body is braving raging flames, the temperature rises sharply wherever it goes, the earth is burned, and the space is also distorted and deformed. No wonder I only see one eye at ordinary times, so it looks like this. Lin Moyu had only seen the eyes of the Flame Demon King before. Unexpectedly, it looks so strange. The flame demon has no expression, its emotions can be seen from the burning flames. Hee, Lin Moyu, you won't be able to escape this time. The Flame Demon King let out a grinning laugh, as if Lin Moyu had already been settled. Lin Moyu also looked at the Flame Demon King and felt its breath. Faintly felt something was wrong. This is not the first time Lin Moyu has dealt with god-level powerhouses. Moreover, he had also killed the Demon King's clone, and had experienced the powerful aura of the Demon King. The Flame Demon King in front of him doesn't seem to be as powerful as he imagined. But he came in person, that's right, stronger than the clone of the Bull Demon King he had killed, but weaker than the real body of the Bull Demon King. In between. According to Bai Yuan, the barbarian Bull Demon King is the bottom existence among many Demon Kings. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu had the answer in his mind. You seem a little weak. Is it because the power of the sacrifice is not enough, or is it because you are suppressed by the dungeon rules? You tried your best to change the dungeon rules, but it seems that you haven't completely changed them. There are rules in the dungeon, and 2 powerful forces are not allowed to enter. The Flame Demon King used a special method to temporarily reverse the rules to allow it to enter, but it could not be completely changed. The rules still exist, and they are still suppressed in it. The Flame Demon King smiled. The sensor is really sharp, you can see it all. But so what, even if I can only display 1/10 of my strength, it is more than enough to kill you. Lin Moyu looked around, and under the effect of the fire of the abyss, a large number of monsters in the dungeon had mutated. It is stronger than before, and its vitality has also increased significantly. Several detection techniques popped up in succession without a sound. Mutated Plateau Wolf. Level 52. Power 50,000. Agility 50,000. 10,000. Physique 40,000. Skills Roar, Pounce. Characteristics: Dark element damage reduced by 30%. The Plateau Wild Wolf has mutated, and its level has changed from 46 to 52. The attributes have been greatly improved, and the total attributes have reached 150,000. Normally, the difficulty of monsters in a large dungeon is comparable to that of hell dungeons of the same level, and their attributes are also similar. Level 52 dungeon monsters with hell difficulty, the total attribute is about 100,000, and the boss monster can exceed 200,000. Now the monsters here are soaked in the flames of the abyss, and after mutating, the total attributes have exceeded the normal level 52 hell difficulty copy monsters. Not only the Plateau Wolf, but also other monsters. According to this, Maimu is equivalent to the leader. The leader may be stronger than the world boss attribute. It just lacks some special attributes of the world boss. Seeing this, Lin Moyu made up his mind. He also knows how to deal with the Flame Demon King. The corner of the mouth slightly raised. If it is elsewhere, there is nothing wrong with your words. But now, the Flame Demon King was slightly taken aback. But what? Lin Moyu chuckled, and the wings of lightning opened with a bang, leading him to fly deep into the dungeon in an instant. He won't tell the Flame Demon King that there are monsters everywhere, and his weapons are everywhere. If you want to escape, dream. The Flame Demon King also chased after him with fierce flames. The speed of the Flame Demon King is not much slower than Lin Moyu, and this is in the dungeon. Lin Moyu has nowhere to escape. The Flame Demon King laughed loudly. Stop dreaming, you can't escape. Be obedient and let me kill you, I promise to burn you to ashes. While speaking, one after another death rays shot out. Lin Moyu kept changing directions in the air to dodge. In the past, it was absolutely impossible for him to avoid the death ray. But now, his attributes have increased greatly, his actual combat experience is rich, and the lightning wings have brought him amazing speed, which allows him to dodge the death ray attack. The Flame Demon King chased and killed Lin Moyu, laughing wildly. Don't waste your time, you can't escape. Escape? Lin Moyu didn't want to escape at all. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown over the number 3 plateau. Among plateaus 1 to 4, Plateau 4 is full of boss monsters, and monsters are relatively rare. Plateau number 3 has the most monsters. Lin Moyu was in flight, and the undead army had already dropped down silently. The skeletons began to pull monsters and gather them together. Lin Moyu thought very clearly that the two skills he could rely on to kill the Flaming Demon King. One is the corpse bursting, and the other is strengthening soldiers. After all, the opponent is the Demon King, and he must be killed in one fell swoop, and he cannot be given a chance to react. Judging from his fighting with those god-level beings in the rotting corpse world, in the state of strong soldier, he can fight against the god-level beings for a while. Now the Flame Demon King, whose strength is being suppressed, is no match for those guys in the corpse world. Therefore, judging by various conditions, Lin Moyu felt that he had every chance to complete the feat of reversing the Demon King. Part of the monsters on the number 3 plateau had already been gathered, a full third of them. For the rest, the monsters further away were still being pulled over. The time of Lightning Wing was running out. Lin Moyu slowed down so that the Flame Demon King could gradually approach him. Seeing this, the Flame Demon King laughed loudly. Why, can't you fly? Based on your level, you are actually able to have flying skills, which is already very surprising to me. But how long can you fly? Skills always have a cooldown time. Lin Moyu remained silent. The skeleton berserker below made a move, silently killing several monsters in seconds. Lin Moyu also retracted his lightning wings at this time, and he quickly fell down. At the same time, Lin Moyu 1.7 showed a little frightened on his face. It looks as if the skill time has reached the limit, and it fell out of desperation. The Flame Demon King had no doubts at all, and also chased after him, and at a faster speed. Almost the moment Lin Moyu landed, the Flame Demon King had already hit the ground. There was a loud bang, the earth exploded, and flames swept across the earth. The surrounding monsters were blown away, and even the corpse that Lin Moyu had prepared just now was blown away hundreds of meters. White light flashed on Lin Moyu's body, and the bone armor blocked a wave of flames, and then exploded with a bang. A large amount of damage flowed into the undead army from itself. The skeletons were injured one after another, and the Lich General quickly treated them. Even if the strength is suppressed, the Flame Demon King is still the Demon King, equivalent to a human god-level powerhouse, with extremely powerful attack power. The Flame Demon King laughed loudly. "You don't know what you're going to do when you're my king. Don't you just want to use the corpse to blow up the king? How could the king give you this chance?" Lin Moyu sighed softly in his heart. Sure enough, the Devil King is not a fool. But in the books of the human race, the Demon King in the Abyss is known for his insidiousness and cunning. Lin Moyu thinks that not every devil is like this, but every devil should be not stupid. The Demon King is the ruler of the Abyss. If they are stupid, how can they manage their territory? So Lin Moyu has never underestimated any Demon King. When the Flame Demon King saw through his arrangement and sent the gathered monsters and corpses flying together, Lin Moyu was not surprised at all. On the contrary, it was still within his expectations. Skill, Curse of Aging. Skill, Soul Flame. Opening the bow left and right, the two skills are launched almost simultaneously. The red light flashed, and a small sword with shackles appeared above the head of the Flame Demon King. Immediately after the soul flame descended, the raging Flame Demon King let out a sharp scream. It once tasted the pain of the soul flame, and that pain is still fresh in its memory. Its hatred for Lin Moyu was also raised to the point of swearing to death at that time. But at that time Lin Moyu was not yet level 30, now Lin Moyu's attributes have been greatly improved, and his skill level has been greatly improved. The damage of the soul curse is even more terrifying, and the pain is also doubled. The Flame Demon King showed hatred in the screams, and the death ray burst violently, and the flames swept the earth at the same time. Now he is affected by the curse 02, and his movements are much slower. Lin Moyu had already dodged aside when the death ray was first launched. The death ray shot past him, the skeleton armor shattered again, and the undead army was also injured at the same time. Lin Moyu counterattacked simultaneously, and the soul flames fell on the Flame Demon King one after another. It made it scream. Even the Abyss Demon King cannot completely avoid the influence of the curse. It's just that it has the ability to break the curse, and it takes a little time. The time is very short, at most half a second can be wiped out with a curse. Lin Moyu should delay as much as possible, so that the curse will last a little longer, even if it is only a fat second. The Soul Flame played this role, so that the Flame Demon King had no time to care about it and erased the curse. The Flame Demon King went crazy, and thousands of compound eyes appeared on his body. Lin Moyu's heart was trembling when he looked at it closely. It was very penetrating. Death rays shot out from each eye, overwhelming the sky. I go. There is no way to avoid it, we can only carry it hard. The bone armor has long been broken into slag, and there is no time to replenish it. Lin Moyu used his soul flame with all his strength when dodging, so as not to let the Flame Demon King have a chance to wipe out the curse, and he no longer cared about the bone armor. Hey, you really have become stronger. But how long can you last? Don't you humans have a cat-and-mouse story? I think it's quite similar now. The Flaming Demon King clicked his tongue and laughed, attacking nonstop. Lin Moyu kept dodging under the attack of the death ray, looking a little embarrassed. Fortunately, it is now level 48, which is much stronger than when I met the Flame Demon King last time. During the trip to the ancestral land, the physique increased greatly, and the defense power also increased greatly. At this time, he was already level 48, his physique was as high as 87616, and he had 28 undead legions. The total number of skeletons has reached 23,520, plus the 840 spare skeletons in the summoning space, and 28 Lich Generals with super strong physique and vitality. With such attributes, Lin Moyu is much tougher than before. As long as it is not hit by the main eye of the Flame Demon King for a long time, it can survive. While dodging, his plan was already in place. Thousands of skeleton berserkers climbed up from the bottom of the canyon, all of them carrying a corpse in their hands. The monsters at the bottom of the canyon have been cleaned up by the undead army. On the surface, Lin Moyu is only pulling monsters on the number 3 plateau, but in fact, a large number of undead legions have secretly entered the bottom of the canyon to clear monsters and create corpses. At the same time, many monsters on the number 3 plateau have been cleaned up, and the ground is full of corpses. There are also number 2 plateau and number 1 plateau, and there are also undead legions active. They kill monsters and bring corpses over. Start. The body was finally in place. Lin Moyu suddenly changed his position and approached the Flame Demon King. General Lich suddenly appeared in front of him, and as soon as he appeared, he rushed towards the Flaming Demon King like a madman. When General Lich was rushing forward, the skills in his hands were non-stop, constantly healing himself and the undead army. General Lich has the strongest physique among all summoned objects, and his physique has exceeded 460,000 after the addition. It is harder to kill them than to kill Lin Mo. The Flame Demon King Tisk laughed, thinking that Lin Moyu could hardly hold on anymore. Using the summoned object as a meat shield, how long can it last? The death rays strafed frantically, hitting the huge Lich General. The existence of Lin Moyu and the Lich General attracted the attention of the Flame Demon King. It didn't notice that there were skeleton berserkers approaching behind them, and they were still holding monster corpses in their hands. The corpse was thrown over without a sound. The flame in Lin Moyu's hand suddenly stopped, and her skills changed. Skill, corpse burst. Boom! The explosion sent the flames flying, and the Flame Demon King let out a muffled groan. Although only the corpse of a level 52 monster was detonated, it could still cause damage to it with the addition of curses and skills. The densely packed corpses were thrown over and exploded, and 10 warehouses hung 10 times. Skeleton Archmage and Skeleton Marksman appeared densely, attacking instantly. Throwing corpses is the job of skeleton berserkers. Attacking is the job of archmages and marksmen. Brilliant light erupted from the Flame Demon King, and the elements exploded violently. Neither elemental explosions nor sharp arrows can penetrate its body. The flames burning all over its body are natural armor, which blocks sharp arrow attacks. This level of attack is too weak for a devil-level existence. Only when the corpse exploded could he suffer a little damage, but only a little bit. The devil's defense is too strong, so strong that it is terrifying. Weak, too weak. I was too careful before, it turns out your skills are nothing more than this. The Flame Demon King couldn't stop laughing wildly, it realized that it had been too careful before. After all, Lin Moyu is just a little guy less than level 50. In the eyes of a Demon King as high as level 90, farts are nothing. Apart from a little pain, the soul flame didn't do much harm. The horrible-looking corpse exploded, and the damage was nothing more than that. At most it could only cause some skin trauma. The attacks of the skeletons couldn't even break through its defenses. The Lich General can only be used as a meat shield. So you are so weak. Besides making this king hurt a bit, it's basically a piece of trash. Even if you have so many summons, they still can't save you. Tremble, death is getting closer to you. The Flame Demon King yelled frantically. More violent flames rose from its body, linking the abyssal flames densely covering the entire dungeon. The fire of the abyss began to explode, providing it with stronger power. The attack has become stronger, and the defense has weakened. After discovering that 817 Lin Moyu's attack was not strong, it gave up part of its defense and started to attack with all its strength. Lin Moyu could clearly feel that General Lich had suffered more damage. If this continues, General Lich won't last 10 seconds. But its plans have come true. The explosions before were all stale corpses, so naturally there was not much damage. This is indeed the case for the Skeleton Archmage and Marksman. After all, they are only level 48, and no matter how strong their attributes are, their damage is limited. It is also expected that the defense cannot be broken. At this time, the lore must be implemented. There is only one chance, and you must go all out to kill the Flame Demon King completely. On the back of the hand, the beginning rune appeared. A beam of light shoots out and falls on all summoned objects. Strong Soldier, the skill is activated suddenly. Strong Soldiers, within 30 seconds, all basic attributes of self and summoned objects will be increased by 200%, and the damage caused by all attacks will be increased by an additional 500%. 1 hour cooldown. At this moment, the skeletons began to erupt. The four-dimensional attribute of the Skeleton Berserker is 190,000 after the talent bonus, and it is increased to 570,000 in the Strong Soldier state. Coupled with the 40% increase of Lich General, the four-dimensional attributes instantly reached 798,000, close to 800,000. The spiritual attribute of the Skeleton Master is as high as 2.3 million, and the attribute of the Sharpshooter has also skyrocketed. In addition to the skyrocketing attributes, all damage increases by 500%. Overall, the increase is more than 10 times. General Lich's defense has also risen sharply. With a physique of nearly 1.4 million, the defense is extremely powerful. Some of the damage just received was also healed almost in the blink of an eye. Another corpse was thrown over, more than hundreds of fresh corpses. Start lore. The green light exploded, like a star exploding, gorgeous and dazzling. Toxic Starburst. Lin Moyu's lore started with a poisonous starburst. Level 48 Poisonous Starburst, after talent amplitude, has 24,000 damage per second. Now add the 500% damage of Strength Soldier skill. Deals damage equal to 144,000 strength per second. Although 140,000 power damage is nothing to the Flame Demon King, what Lin Moyu values is another characteristic of the Poisonous Starburst. In the poison state, self-healing ability will be curbed. This is the characteristic of the poison-type skill. The Devil's recovery ability is very strong, which may affect his lore action. First of all, the first step is to destroy its recovery ability. At this time, the corpse was in place and had already flown into the sky. The Flame Demon King was still laughing wildly. I didn't expect you to have poison skills. It's useless. With such a little attack power, you can't hurt me at all. Can it really hurt? At this time, Lin Moyu opened his bow left and right, detonating the corpse, fresh corpse. There was a loud roar, instantly drowning out the voice of the Flame Demon King. The Skeleton Archmage and Skeleton Marksman really did their best this time. The defense of the Flame Demon King was smashed almost instantly. In the next second, the screams of the Flame Demon King resounded. The Skeleton Berserker rushed over like lightning. The four-dimensional balance of the Skeleton Berserker has as many victories as there are strengths. The Agility attribute, which is also close to 800,000, endows the Skeleton Berserker with lightning speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, the Skeleton Warrior had already rushed in front of the Flaming Demon King. The axe was filled with red light, and the skills blasted out. Frenzied Bombardment, level 1 causes 500% damage to the target, cooldown time is 10 minutes. 800,000 strength attributes, how does it feel to increase by 6 times? The axe chops down with nearly 4.8 million points of power. The Flame Demon King's defense was torn apart like a piece of paper, and black blood splashed in the air with raging flames. The scream was an octave higher again, extremely sharp. The Skeleton Berserker is the real killer and Lin Moyu's strongest attack. Far beyond the elemental explosion of the Skeleton Archmage and the surefire arrow of the Sharpshooter. Burst of corpses, explosion of elements, sharp arrows of sharpshooters, violent bombardment of skeleton berserkers. 4-in-1, in an instant, it severely injured the Flame Demon King. Amidst the screams, the Flame Demon King frantically wanted to escape, and roared, "Lin Moyu, how dare you trick me!" It didn't realize until now that it was installed by Lin Moyu before. It is playing the pig, and now it is going to eat the tiger. The Flame Demon King wanted to take off, but found that the Lich General who ran up to him at first was holding on to his tentacles firmly, refusing to let him go at all. Not only them, the Skeleton Berserker also put his bone palm into his wound, grabbing himself tightly. The Flame Demon King struggled crazily, and all the terrifying flames erupted, burning crazily on the Lich General and the Skeleton Berserker. The power of the Raging Flame Demon King is extremely terrifying. With all its strength, it even dragged the Skeleton Berserker and the General Lich into the air. At this time, Lin Moyu's palm flashed with fire. The Soul Flame comes down with a 500% damage bonus. The screams resounded through the sky again, just as it was about to take off and crashed. The Flaming Demon King almost fainted from the pain. It hurts, so G painful. The unprecedented severe pain made it lose the ability to think. For a while, the soul brain went blank. It took half a second to react, and it yelled frantically, "What kind of skill is this? Why is it so painful?" There was fear in the voice. It is the first time that it realizes that it should not come to Lin Moyu. This guy Lin Moyu is not human at all, but a monster. How can anyone who is less than level 50 beat himself, the devil, like this? The Flame Demon King was about to cry. He felt that he might die here. Lin Moyu's attack continues. The time is only 30 seconds, not much. 10 seconds have now passed. Although the Flame Demon King was severely injured, Lin Moyu knew that it was not enough to kill it. The Flame Demon King struggled frantically, and more eyes grew all over his body. And the eyes became different, becoming flattened one after another, as if they were squinting. Immediately afterwards, rays of light swept out like sharp swords. Skill, Death Cut. No longer a death ray. It looks similar, but the effect is completely different. The death ray has a powerful impact and contains explosive energy. But the death cutting line is flatter and extremely sharp. The terrifying cutting force hit the Skeleton Berserker. The terrifying power actually split the Skeleton Berserker into two. The Skeleton Berserker died, and the full connection talent became invalid again. Then the death ray cut on General Lich. Perhaps it was because General Lich's physique was too strong, and the death ray was not cut by General Lich. But General Lich was also blown away by the huge impact. Lin Moyu's eyes shrunk. Why did his talent fail again? Why was the death ray fine before, but it's not the same after changing the skill? Is it because of the talent of the Flame Demon King? Or something else? Lin Moyu didn't understand for a while. Go to hell. Amidst the roar, the Flame Demon King controlled the death cut and swept towards Lin Moyu. Because of the example of the Skeleton Berserker, Lin Moyu didn't dare to pick it up with his body. In case the talent fails, there is no place to cry when he dies. Quickly backed away, and at the same time, another skeleton warrior rushed forward defying life and death. We have reached this point, we must not give up halfway. In the remaining less than 20 seconds, if he couldn't kill the Flaming Demon King, he would probably be the one who died. Up to now, we can only advance but not retreat. If you advance, you still have hope of life, but if you retreat, you will surely die. Moreover, Lin Moyu believes that the skill of Flame Demon King cannot be used without limit. Otherwise, why not use it in the first place? Under the sweeping of death-cutting skills, a large number of skeleton berserkers were cut into pieces and died on the spot. But there were more skeleton berserkers rushing up from behind. It still didn't kill as many as it rushed up. The skeleton warrior who rushed forward stared at the axe. Unleash your strongest blow first, and then pull it, not letting it go. The Flame Demon King yelled loudly, and the death ray kept sweeping away. Batch after batch of skeleton berserkers died. Lin Moyu also threw out the spare skeleton berserkers in the summoning space to join the undead army. The skeleton archmage and skeleton marksman also spread out quickly when attacking, preventing the Flame Demon King from having any new skills. In just 5 or 6 seconds, the Flaming Demon King had thousands of compound eyes and a pair of dominant eyes, firing tens of thousands of death-cutting rays. At least more than 3,000 skeleton berserkers were killed. In exchange, the Flame Demon King was injured more seriously. The entire ball-like body has been crushed and collapsed, like a balloon with no air. The flames on his body were no longer so surging, and he felt a little dying. Lin Moyu continued to add insult to injury without stopping. Another batch of fresh corpses arrived and immediately became Lin Moyu's weapon. The boom sounded again. When there were 10 seconds left in the Strength Soldier's skill, there was a loud bang. The Flame Demon King exploded. The fire that exploded almost spread to the entire number 3 plateau. The flames of the abyss in the air fell down like raindrops, and the entire dungeon rained fire. Instead of relaxing, Lin Moyu became vigilant. He did not receive the information that the Flame Demon King was killed, which meant that the Flame Demon King was not dead yet. In the flames, he saw a thin shadow, a thin demon. The original Flame Demon King was, is it good, spherical, with a diameter of more than 5 meters. But now, he was just a thin devil less than 1 meter tall. Lin Moyu instinctively used detection to look over. Dwarf Fire Demon, Devil King level. Level 90. Lin Moyu immediately understood that this was the real body of the Flame Demon King. It turned out that the real body of the Flame Demon King turned out to be the Dwarf Fire Demon. And the Dwarf Fire Demon is just a very low and weak race in the Abyss. Among the demons in the Abyss, they belonged to the bottom, and their status was only a little higher than those without wisdom. In the Abyss, the weak prey on the strong, and the only reason for their low status is because of their weak strength. Unexpectedly, the Flame Demon King turned out to be the Demon King that the Dwarf Fire Demon became. I don't know what kind of great opportunity one got. Lin Moyu immediately wanted to understand that even if he became a Demon King like the Flame Demon King, he was still the weakest member among many Demon Kings. If people find out that his real body is the Dwarf Fire Demon again, he will probably be caught by a more powerful Demon King and asked what opportunity he has obtained. After all, the chance for the Dwarf Fire Demon to become the Devil King must be extremely powerful. I fight with you. After being beaten out of his real body, the Flame Demon King rushed towards Lin Moyu like lightning. The Flame Demon King rushed over like crazy. Although it is thin and small, Lin Moyu dare not be careless at all. After all, this is the real body of the Demon King, and it is impossible to say that he is not powerful. General Lich stood in front of him instantly, and then a large number of skeleton archmages and skeleton marksmen surrounded Lin Moyu in a circle. At the same time, the corpse was thrown on top of his head and detonated. Amidst the roar, the real body of the Flame Demon King was blown away. Only then did Lin Moyu realize that its strength was not as good as before. When the outer shell was broken, the Flame Demon King had lost the strength he should have as a Demon King. The soul flame flickered again, and the real body of the Flame Demon kept screaming. It stretched out its hands and sprayed out black flames. At the same time, the flames of the abyss in the air were aroused, and large pieces of fire rained down like meteors. Lin Moyu was expressionless. Don't struggle anymore. The skeleton berserker ignored the flames and rushed to the Flame Demon King. His axe fell with a red light. Swipe and swipe. The hands and feet of the Flaming Demon King were cut off at the same time, and then a pair of small wings on the back were also cut off. The Flame Demon King fell to the ground screaming, completely losing the ability to struggle. Lin Moyu said, "When you came here, when your strength was suppressed, your death was already doomed." The Flame Demon King continued to shout, "I don't believe it. Why are you so powerful even though you are clearly not even level 50? Lin Moyu shook his head. "I don't need to explain to you. Now I'll send you off for the last time." Don't kill me." The Flame Demon King yelled frantically. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. In exchange, I can tell you the secret that I can become the Devil King at 800. If you let me go, I will never be your enemy again." The Flame Demon King screamed. It wants to live, it is the devil, it has the supreme power in the abyss. It can enjoy the best life, it can call the wind and rain in the abyss. Lin Moyu shook his head. "I won't make a deal with the devil." The skeleton berserker had already raised his axe. From the beginning to the end, Lin Moyu was far away, never getting closer. And there is an army of undead in front of him to protect him, so he is afraid that if the Flame Demon King comes to explode or something. He didn't want to be on his own head when the boat capsized in the gutter. The Flame Demon King saw Lin Moyu's determination to kill himself from Lin Moyu's cold tone and from the actions of the skeleton berserker. It roared wildly again, I curse you with the soul of the Devil King. I curse you that you will never be able to upgrade. I curse your skills to be sealed. I curse your vitality and blood decay. I curse you." With its words, the sky resounded with thunder. Curses broke through time and space and fell on Lin Moyu. Every time a curse falls, the aura of the Flaming Demon King will decline a little. It is sacrificing souls, casting vicious curses with its own souls. Curses descended one after another, and Lin Moyu was shrouded in scarlet and dim light. But Lin Moyu didn't feel it at all. Skills have not been sealed, chi and blood have not retreated, and attributes have not changed in the slightest. Lin Moyu immediately understood that his passive skills were immune to status. Immune to all states, the curse is just a state, and it is also immune. The Flame Demon King is still casting its curse, sacrificing souls. Little did he realize that its curse had done nothing for Lin Moyu. More than a dozen curses in a row made its soul weak to the extreme. "You are finished. The curse cast by this king with a god-level soul, unless there is a super god, no one can lift it for you. Although this king cannot kill you, he will completely destroy you. In your future life, you will definitely remember this king's gift." The Flame Demon King laughed wildly. If these dozen or so curses continue, even if Lin Moyu is not dead, he will become a disabled person. At this moment, the skeleton stepped aside, and Lin Moyu, covered in cursed light, walked in front of it. "Your curse has no effect on me." Lin Moyu killed the devil and killed his heart. He didn't need to do this, but he did it. One sentence made the Flame Demon King fall into hell. Invalid. Impossible. This is impossible. The Flame Demon King yelled wildly on the ground. Lin Moyu's breath is indeed intact. The light of the curse was flickering, covering Lin Moyu, but it had no effect on Lin Moyu. The Flaming Demon King is not only desperate, but also desperate. With blank eyes, he muttered to himself, "Impossible, this is impossible." "The goal has been achieved," Lin Moyu sneered, "you should go." "Strong soldier, there is a last deduction of 1 second left in the skill." The skeleton berserker swung his axe and smashed it down on the head. "Kill the Flame Demon King, experience factory." "Kill the Flame Demon King, General Star +1. Lin Moyu was taken aback by the experience gained. A full 90 billion experiences. If it is converted into a level 50 Hell Dungeon monster, it is equivalent to 45,000. The experience has suddenly increased by 50%. It is almost equal to the sum of the experience gained from brushing the Beast God Plateau, copy once. Lin Moyu thought, if he kills a few Abyss Demon Kings, will he be able to upgrade directly? Although it is just whimsical, it is quite exciting to think about it. He knew very well that this time it was just luck. When the Flame Demon King came here, his strength was suppressed, less than 1/5 of the usual level. But even so, he still killed very hard. If he really got outside, he could only be killed. After all, I am only level 48, so how can I compete with the devil? Unless there is another Demon King who comes to kill him in the dungeon, and it still needs to be of the same strength as the Flame Demon King. If a stronger Demon King came, even if his strength was suppressed, he would probably be the one who died. In addition to experience, there are general stars. The sergeant's insignia glowed brilliantly. A second star appeared. After becoming a star general, wanting to rise to another star is no longer as simple as military merit. Need to kill the Demon King of the Abyss Demon or the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. To change from 1-star God General to 2-star God General, one needs to kill a Demon King or Dragon King. If you want to become a 3-star General, you need to kill 2 more. The 4-star gods will kill 4 more. 5-star generals need to kill 8 more. The further you get to the back, the harder it is to get a star. At that time, Baiyuan imprinted Lin Moyu's soul and lowered his star level. It is equivalent to losing the military merit of a Demon King, and he made up for it by killing a Dragon King later. Now if Lin Moyu wants to change from a 2-star god to a 3-star god, need to kill 2 more Demon Kings or Dragon Kings, the difficulty can be imagined. After the Flame Demon King was killed, the flames of the abyss were gradually extinguished. However, the seal of the dungeon has not been lifted, and it will take some time. I don't know what's going on outside, Lin Moyu muttered, and began to summon skeletons to replenish the undead army. In this battle, almost 4,000 skeleton berserkers were lost, and it would take more than an hour to replenish them. And, strength soldiers' skills are also cooling down. If there is a big battle outside, the strong soldier skill will be his greatest reliance. In the abyss world, it suddenly rained fire everywhere. The flames of the abyss in the air fell one after another, hitting the ground in large pieces. The demons in the abyss were stunned. A demon exclaimed, "Abyss fire rain, a demon king has fallen." The fire rain is mainly concentrated in the territory of the Flame Demon King, and the Flame Demon King has fallen. What happened? How did the Flame Demon King fall? Is the human race coming to attack? In the domain of the succubus stands on the terrace of the palace. It gazes into the distance through time and space. The abyss of fire is also raining down on its territory, but it's not as big. Didn't the Flame Demon King go to find Lin Moyu? Why was he killed? Who did he meet? Bai Yuan or Meng Anwen? It really deserves it. Is the world of the human race so easy to go? If you really go there, you deserve to be killed. In the past few days, the Demon Worship Society has suffered heavy losses, and all the years of hard work have been wasted. There was no trace of anger on the Succubus King's face. Even though there are a large number of its people in the Demon Worship Association, these people are just its lackeys. It will not be angry when its lackey is killed. If one batch dies, then make another batch for fun. It stretched itself, just about to walk back to its own palace. Suddenly a voice sounded, "Succubus King, come to my palace." The Succubus King's expression changed instantly, and then he said respectfully, "I obey, Your Majesty the Great Demon King." Xiaojing Academy still smells of blood. It's been a while since the war ended. In the battle, the students turned into fearless fighters and fought against the demons that rushed out. A traitor appeared in the mentor team and became a follower of the devil. The school was covered with an enchantment from the abyss, and the dungeon hall was shrouded. There are also mentors who attack, kill the students, use their lives as sacrifices, and summon demons from the abyss world. There are also members of the Demon Worship Association rushing in from outside the academy, sacrificing themselves, and summoning powerful demons. A demon king was summoned. It's a pity that this demon king didn't figure out the status. This is Xiaojing Academy, the top academy in the human race. Here, in addition to the students and mentors, there are also the reclusive powerhouses of the past. The demon king who came over was surrounded by 3 god-level powerhouses before he had time to show his might. It was dumbfounded immediately, desperately trying to escape. 1 on 3, you can't beat it. In the end, after paying a considerable price, it fled back to the abyss world. The mentor in the dungeon hall was also killed in the end. During the battle, Xiaojing Academy suffered some damage, and some students were killed or injured, but the casualties were not high. Some instructors even think that it is not a bad thing for students to experience such a battle. Professionals, in addition to playing dungeons to upgrade, do need to go through such training. The performance of many students was seen by the instructors and was not satisfactory. This generation of students lives too comfortably. Just playing dungeons is not enough, we need to let them go to the battlefield and experience blood-killing training. It just so happens that the Dragon Clan is back, and the Dragon Clan is ready to move, and there will be no less battles in the future. Let's arrange more battlefield trial tasks and let the students go to the battlefield to practice hard. The high-level members of the college began to discuss. This time the Devil's Raid made them see the shortcomings in the college. It's not that if you study well, have a high level, and can play dungeons, you are a qualified professional. The real meaning of professional existence is to deal with the abyssal demons and the dragons who just came back. Lin Moyu appeared in the dungeon hall, and the seal of the dungeon was finally lifted. In the dungeon hall, there are still traces of battle. The smell of blood can be smelled in the nose. Some students were cleaning the battlefield. When they saw Lin Moyu, they all stood up and stared blankly. They looked at Lin Moyu with weird eyes. If one or two is fine, but if all of them are like this, then something is wrong. Lin Moyu asked, "Did the devil come just now?" The student who was questioned immediately saluted Lin Moyu. "If you go back to Lin Moyu, the battle has just ended." Lin Moyu nodded. "Don't be nervous, tell me about the situation just now." Lin Moyu exuded an invisible power, which restrained the student. The practitioner stammered and told what happened just now. The battles took place in the academy and the dungeon hall respectively. A group of students were injured and a few died, but the impact was not great. The demons did not calculate the strength of the students accurately, and they made some mistakes. To Lin Moyu's surprise, there are several hidden top-notch talents among the tutors. They had the effect of calming the sea and quickly eliminated the demon. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Xiajing Academy. It is absolutely not a lie. Once upon a time, there was an unknown tutor in Xiajing Academy who suddenly burst into divine light during a class one day. One step into the god level, and the instructor was not in a hurry and did not start to transform until the end of the class. This incident is recorded in history and well documented. It seems that the demons of the abyss underestimated the strength of the academy. I didn't expect that there were 3 god-level powerhouses hidden in the school. It's amazing. Lin Moyu learned about the situation and left the dungeon hall. After Lin Moyu left, the practitioner suddenly sat down on the ground. The breath of General Lin Shen is terrifying. Someone came over cautiously and helped him up. "How do I feel?" Lin Xinjiang is stronger than before. It's not that the strength is stronger, but the breath is different. Those people passed into the dungeon just now, and I don't know what happened in it. The dungeon was sealed just now, and the instructors were helpless, but the instructors all said that Lin Shen will be fine. Everyone in the dungeon hall talked a lot, but they couldn't explain the changes that happened to Lin Moyu at all. Lin Moyu's breath has indeed changed, which is a natural change after the battle with the devil. His body has been contaminated with the breath of the devil, which is a unique but inexplicable breath. If an experienced strongman sees Lin Moyu, he can recognize that Lin Moyu has slaughtered the devil. When I came to the academy, the atmosphere after the war was also permeated in the academy. Lin Moyu felt the remnants of the Demon King's power in the breath, as well as the traces of power left by the God-level powerhouse. Both the Devil King and the God-level powerhouse are very powerful, and their traces will not disappear for a long time. The devil fled in defeat, and Xiajing Academy did not suffer much trauma. It's just that some buildings are damaged, and it won't be too much trouble to fix it. Compared to the desolation in the dungeon hall, the academy is very lively now. A large number of students gathered in the academy, talking about the war that just happened. The instructors maintained order and comforted the students. The appearance of Lin Moyu immediately attracted the attention of the students. Most of the trainees know Lin Moyu and know his identity. When they saw him, they all cast respectful eyes. Purely in terms of status, only a few god-level existences in the academy can be equal to him. Even if the dean came, he would be inferior to him in terms of pure status. This is the rule of the human race, giving soldiers the greatest respect. Lin Moyu looked for people among the students, looking for Xia Shui, Feng Xiu, Zhua Mei, and Xu Han. But after looking around, I couldn't find it. I sent them a message through the communicator, but there was no response. It's like it's gone. 0, asking for flowers. They should be fine. Lin Moyu had a bad premonition in his heart, and suddenly he saw an acquaintance. Director Chiu of the Academic Affairs Office. Lin Moyu walked over and greeted Director Chiu. Director Chiu was talking to several mentors. When he heard Lin Moyu's voice, he immediately stood up. "Shen Lin brought you out." He knew that Lin Moyu was sealed in the dungeon, and after the war broke out, he couldn't take care of it. Fortunately, Lin Moyu was fine. Suddenly his eyes narrowed and his expression changed drastically. He stared at the sergeant's badge on Lin Moyu's shoulder without blinking. He couldn't be more clear about the meaning of the 2-star general. This is a big deal, even Lin Moyu. He actually slaughtered the Demon King. He stammered slightly, Lin. General Lin, did you kill the Demon King? Lin Moyu nodded, return the day. General Lin, which Demon King are you slaughtering? Director Chiu said with difficulty, swallowing his saliva. 0. His words attracted the attention of many people and there was an uproar. Lin Moyu actually slaughtered a Demon King. He is only level 48, no matter how powerful he is, it is impossible to kill the Demon King. The Devil King is not made of mud, even if he is facing a god-level powerhouse, it will be difficult to stop him if he wants to escape. The previous battle in the Academy was like this. The 3 god-level powerhouses in the Academy failed to stop a Demon King, and finally let him escape. Unless that Demon King really can't think about it and wants to die. But the facts were before his eyes, and the 2-star general was not a fake. Is there any reason for this? Under the eyes of everyone, Lin Moyu said softly, the Flame Demon King. Hiss. Hearing the words Raging Flame Demon King, everyone gasped. It is not to say how powerful the Flame Demon King is. Among the many Demon Kings in the Abyss, the strength of the Flame Demon King belongs to the bottom. However, the skills of the Raging Flame Demon King are a bit perverted, and it is invincible against professionals with a lower level than it. The information about the Flaming Demon King in the school is very complete, and all the instructors present know it well. Director Chiu murmured, I didn't expect it to be it, it's death-cutting skill, are you okay? Director Chiu suddenly realized that he asked a very stupid question, if there is something wrong, can Lin Moyu still stand here? Lin Moyu said, thank you, Director Chiu, for your concern. I'm fine. Director Chiu, I want to ask, where are my friends? I'm a little worried. Lin Moyu reported the names of Xia Shui and the others. It's them, they're fine. Hearing these names, Director Chiu replied without the slightest hesitation, Xia Shui and Zhua Mei were taken away by Dean Xia Bojian, and they didn't say what happened specifically. As for Feng Xiu, he asked for leave a few days ago and went back to the family, not in the academy. No wonder. Lin Moyu felt relieved. Since it's not in the academy, it shouldn't matter. At this time, the space in the air was distorted, and a giant tower floated in the air. The god Shada came in person 3. Bai Yuan appeared in front of Lin Moyu as if teleported. After seeing that Lin Moyu was safe and sound, he was relieved. As long as you're fine. Bai Yuan patted Lin Moyu's shoulder, and suddenly he froze. In his hand, the 2 stars on the sergeant's badge are a bit eye-catching. Bai Yuan's slightly nervous expression just now became very strange. Did you kill the Demon King? Lin Moyu hummed, the Flame Demon King entered the dungeon to chase me down, but I ended up killing me instead. Bai Yuan was very knowledgeable, so he understood the reason immediately, and laughed loudly, a good kill, a beautiful kill. That guy, his strength is not very good, his temper is not small, he deserves to die. Bai Yuan laughed loudly, looking very happy. He slapped Lin Moyu's shoulder hard, making a bang, as if he was about to break Lin Moyu's shoulder. Okay, 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 okay. Kind of. This word fell in everyone's ears, and everyone knew what happened. Becoming a god general is already a very remarkable existence, almost the dream of all soldiers, 350. But to become a 2-star general, this is something that only a true god-level powerhouse can do. It is almost common sense that only god-level powerhouses can kill the devil. But Lin Moyu broke this common sense and achieved a miracle. They looked at Lin Moyu's eyes full of respect, as if they were looking at a godman. Lin Moyu said softly, Teacher, don't shoot anymore, if you shoot again, it will fall apart. Bai Yuan smiled lightly before stopping, Go, teacher will take you to kill someone. After the words fell, Bai Yuan rushed into Shinxia Tower with Lin Moyu. Shinxiada seemed to teleport, disappearing from everyone's eyes in an instant. The matter of worshipping the devil has not been completely resolved. The bulk has been dealt with, and there is still finishing work to be done. In the Xinxia Tower, Bai Yuan and Lin Moyu talked about cleaning up the Demon Worship Association these days. The penetration of the Demon Worship Society exceeded expectations. Over the years, the Demon Worship Society has penetrated into every aspect of the entire empire. So it is more troublesome to clean up. Bai Yuan had some evidence in his hands, but this time it was more because of the crazy counterattack of the Demon Worship Society, which attracted a large number of people. The Demon Worship Society acted like this, but it revealed more. No one would have imagined that there would be 3 god-level powerhouses in the Demon Worship Association. Bai Yuan has fought all 3 of them in the past few days. The strongest one has reached level 93, and the other 2 are also level 91. After a fight, Bai Yuan couldn't keep them. They fled quickly and escaped from the territory of the empire. Lin Moyu also recounted what happened to him in the dungeon. Meng Anwen said, although the strength of the Flame Demon King is limited because he forcibly entered the dungeon. But the Devil King is a Devil King after all, and it cannot be compared with other professionals. Bai Yuan also smiled and said, I was taken aback when I first saw it. I didn't expect Xiao Yu's fighting power to reach this level. Lin Moyu said, I was lucky this time. If the Flame Demon King was more careful, I might be the one who died. The strong soldier's skill only lasts 30 seconds. If Lin Moyu makes the Flame Demon King relax his vigilance, once he makes it last for 30 seconds, he must be the one who dies. In the final analysis, I am still much inferior to the level of the devil. Lin Moyu will not underestimate himself, and he will never be 100 days. Meng Anwen appreciates Lin Moyu's point, neither proud nor complacent, nor belittling oneself, it's good. Perhaps after you complete 3 turns at level 70, you can truly possess god-level combat power. Meng Anwen never talks nonsense. Bai Yuan let out a tut-tisk sound, my dear boy, at level 70 you can have god-level combat power, you are indeed my disciple of Bai Yuan. Meng Anwen yelled at Bai Yuan, that's Xiao Yu's self-importance, and it has nothing to do with you. Bai Yuan snorted, who said that, if I hadn't taught him carefully, Xiao Yu would not be so powerful. There is really no one with a thick skin like yours. The 2 of you come and go, fighting each other. This kind of scene is common to Lin Moyu, so he can only let them go. For the next 2 days, Gua Anwen and Bai Yuan took Lin Moyu around. Carry out a major cleansing of the remnants of the Demon Worship Association. Groups of people who were hiding in the depths were picked out by Bai Yuan. Some were caught without a fight, and some resisted desperately. Bai Yuan handed over to Lin Moyu to deal with all the little characters below level 70. According to Bai Yuan's words, the sword in the hands of a real strong man has 2 sides. On the one hand, the human race. Face inward and kill the traitor. Lin Moyu agrees with this very much, and he has no mercy in killing people. The entire cleansing against the Demon Worship Association, which lasted for half a month, finally came to an end. The brief chaos ended, and the empire quickly got back on track. The Baishan courtyard, which had been quiet for half a month, once again smelled the fragrance of tea. Lin Moyu made tea for Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan, teacher, the Demon Worship Society in the empire should be almost wiped out. Bai Yuan nodded, 9 out of 10, the rest is not enough. Meng Anwen also said, at the price of half a month of chaos, in exchange for decades of stability in the future, it is worth it. Bai Yuan drank the hot tea in his hand, let out a long breath. The breath lingered in the air like a sharp sword for a long time. This time, the Demon Worship Society in the Xinxia Empire was considered a loss. It is difficult to make waves in the near future. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan's methods were extremely violent. They either didn't do it, or did it to the end. Lin Moyu asked, what about other countries? Meng Anwen chuckled, let people from other countries worry about it themselves. Even though those forces are brain dead, they still have smart people. The previous activity center of the Demon Worship Association was in the Xinxia Empire, so those forces are just watching for fun. Now it's their turn to have a headache 0. 9 out of 10 of the Demon Worship Association forces in the Xinxia Empire have been wiped out, so in the next few decades, the Demon Worship Association's activity center will definitely be transferred to various foreign forces. Lin Moyu is clear that the forces abroad are not as united as the Xinxia Empire. They act independently, like loose sand. Once the Demon Worship Society exerts its strength in their place, their life will not be easy. Meng Anwen continued, if you really want to completely eradicate the Demon Worship Society, there needs to be an absolutely strong person in the human race. Meng Anwen once said this. Half-step supergod is not enough, a real supergod level powerhouse is needed. After half a month of killing, Lin Moyu has matured a lot without knowing it. The accumulated murderous aura was sent into the Domain Godstone, and the Domain Godstone became darker and darker. The murderous aura kept rolling in the divine stone of the domain. In the center of the pitch-black murderous aura, there seemed to be a drop of frighteningly black matter being formed. Half a month later, less than half a day after Lin Moyu returned to Baishan Courtyard, he received a message from Shi Xingyan. After reading the news, I couldn't help showing a smile on my face. Meng Anwen sighed, what is so happy? Lin Moyu's expression has always been indifferent, such a smile from the heart seldom appears. Lin Moyu said, Brother Shi, he has reached level 40, Mr. Meng, thank you for your hard work. Bai Yuan said, Old Meng, thank you for your hard work. Shi Xingyan has reached level 40 and needs to change jobs. Lin Moyu has given Shi Xingyan both the Heart of the Earth and the Earth Gem, and now he just needs to transfer to the Magic Circle. The quality of the transfer circle is very important to him. Whether he can change his job and become an Earth Knight depends on this. The best formation mage in the entire human race is right in front of him. Who else can he look for if he doesn't look for Meng Anwen? Bai Yuan took out a bunch of materials. Each item was 1.5 rare, but not too precious. Bai Yi's family property was basically wiped out when Lin Moyu changed jobs. Now these are surplus materials, and it is enough to transfer Shi Xingyan's job. Meng Anwen said to Bai Yuan, then go and bring him here. As he said that, the god Shada appeared in the air, a beam of light shot out, and he began to outline the transfer circle in the air. For Meng Anwen, a god-level formation mage, the magic circle of the second turn is just a child's play. Under his hands, with a few efforts, a complicated job transfer circle has been completed. Compared with the job-changing mages used by the outside world, it is much more complicated, and the effect is much better. After all, it was created by a god-level formation mage, and Meng Anwen wanted to save face. After the formation was outlined, Meng Anwen waved his hand, and the materials prepared by Bai Yuan were put into it, and the key points of the battle were fought. Lin Moyu also noticed that although this job transfer formation is huge, it is still nothing compared to the one he used when he changed jobs. Only the materials used are more than 100 times different. I am grateful to Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan. Jie Yuan brought Shi Xingyan and Liang Yu over. After experiencing life and death, the two are already inseparable. It was the first time I came to a place like Baishan Courtyard, and I was facing top figures like Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen. Shi Xingyan and Liang Yu were very nervous and extremely cautious. After seeing Lin Moyu, the two relaxed a little. At this time, Meng Anwen had already created the transfer circle, and looked at Shi Xingyan. You are too excited now, please adjust it. Shi Xingyan dared not listen to Meng Anwen's words, and immediately sat down, trying to keep himself calm. But with so many thoughts coming, Shi Xingyan couldn't calm down no matter what. If you are not calm, it is not good for job transfer. Lin Moyu understood this, and said to Shi Xingyan, Brother Shi, it's just a job change. Teacher Meng and Teacher Bai have already prepared everything. As long as you can maintain a firm belief, there is a more than 60% chance of triggering career advancement. Shi Xingyan tried his best to adjust his breathing. I understand, but I'm still a little nervous. Liang Yu walked over and suddenly kicked Shi Xingyan lightly. Damn Shi too. Is he a man? He is not afraid of death. If not, he will change jobs. What is there to be afraid of? Liang Yu knew Shi Xingyan best, and she woke him up with just one sentence. That's right, I'm not afraid of death anymore, so there's nothing to be nervous about. It's just a job change. What's the big deal? Lin Moyu even prepared such precious 02 Heart of the Earth and Earth gems for himself. There are also various materials prepared by Lord Bison for himself, and the career-changing magic circle built by the first magician of the human race for himself. What else is there to be afraid of? My mood finally calmed down, and I bowed respectfully to Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan, please Anchen and Baishan. Shi Xingyan walked to the center of the formation, Meng Anwen pointed his finger, and the job transfer began to operate amidst the roar. Rays of light rushed to the sky, merged into colorful rays of light in the air, and then fell like rays of sunshine and enveloped Shi Xingyan. Shi Xingyan holds the earth gem in his left hand and the heart of the earth in his right hand. The heart of the earth allows a paladin to trigger a special professional upgrade at the second turn, thus turning him into an earth knight in one fell swoop. If there is an earth gem to cooperate, the probability of triggering sublimation will be greatly increased. Lin Moyu and Liang Yu watched quietly. At this time Shi Xingyan was calm, but Liang Yu was a little nervous. Lin Moyu said, Sister Yu, don't be nervous, trust Brother Shi, it will be fine. Liang Yu nodded, I believe him. That being said, Liang Yu's rapidly heaving chest and clenched fists betrayed her. Shi Xingyan didn't hear about foreign affairs at this time, and completely calmed down. He quickly thought about the experiences of these years. Until recently his 3 comrades died under the sword of the Dragon Clan in order to protect him. It further aroused his desire to become a Knight of the Earth. Only when he became an Earth Knight and later reached the God level, could he enter the Dragon Clan and avenge his dead brother. At this moment, Shi Xingyan cast aside the thought of failure. He can't fail, and won't fail. Faith is becoming more and more firm, and strands of strength in the body are growing. The power in the magic circle poured in, breaking the barrier of rank for Shi Xingyan. Now Shi Xingyan has 2 paths. One is to become a great knight. This is just the name of a paladin after the second job change. It is essentially no different from a paladin. It's like a mage has become an archmage, and they are all mages in essence. The other is the land knight. Whether you can become a land knight depends on luck, and you are with yourself. I must become a knight of the earth. I believe that man will conquer nature. I will not quit, I must succeed. I want to avenge my brother, I want to kill the Dragon Clan, and I want to protect the human race. The power called belief is getting stronger and stronger. The earth gemstone in his left hand suddenly emitted a faint light. Then the light started to get stronger. Shi Xingyan activated the earth gem with the power of faith. Under the light of the earth gemstone, the heart of the earth on the right hand also develops and emits a faint light. The 2 kinds of light merged into one, covering Shi Xingfei. Together with the transfer circle, it merged into Shi Xingyan's body. Shi Xingyan slowly lifted into the air in the magic circle, hovering in midair. It's done. Bai Yuan gave a low drink. Meng Anwen sighed softly. It's been so many years since there have been Earth Knights in the human race, and finally there are again. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, Brother Shi activated the Earth Gem and the Heart of the Earth with his faith, triggering career advancement. At this moment, Liang Yu burst into tears and was extremely excited. I knew that you would definitely be able to do it. Lin Moyu thought about the last moment in the corpse world. It was the god-level powerhouse of the human race who protected him. Even though he became a rotting corpse and died for thousands of years, his belief in protecting the human race has never changed. Protect the Terran. Carved into the bone marrow, deep into the soul, even time is indelible. Having had that experience, Lin Moyu believes that the power of faith can create miracles. Lin Moyu is even more convinced that if one day, if he dispels the rotting corpse poison, those strong human races who believe in immortality can come back again. Faith is immortal. Lin Moyu whispered in his heart, at this moment, he also has a strong belief. A huge force is rising, and the sky and the earth change color. An illusory land appeared in the air, like a mirage. This piece of land is incomparably huge, covering the surrounding fields, and it lasted for 2 minutes in the air before slowly falling silent. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the land gradually shrunk and finally merged into Shi Xingyan's body. Shi Dankong's aura rose sharply accordingly. A vision appeared in the sky, and colorful rays of light poured in from all directions and fell into Shishingyan's body. The Earth Knight is the ceiling of the knight profession, and there is no one of the strongest knights. There will inevitably be visions when changing jobs. The heart of the earth seemed to be alive, it turned into a heart, and it started beating. Every time it beats, the earth shakes accordingly. Then the heart of the earth and the gem of the earth drilled into Shishingyan's body. In an instant, Shishingyan's body shone brightly. The earth roared, and Shishingyan also fell. Waves of violent energy fluctuations are transmitted from the earth. Meng Anwen said, "The Knight of the Earth, colluding with the power of the earth, I can use the endless energy of the earth. Being on the earth, the power will never be exhausted. 90% of all attacks on it will be channeled into the earth, and the earth will share it for him. Every attack can attract the power of the earth." Meng Anwen's 3 sentences pointed out the powerful nature of the Earth Knight. As long as you stand on the ground, your ability to continue the battle is endless, and you will be immune to 90% of all damage, and the power of the earth will be added to your attack. The Earth Knight is the darling of the earth, his own son. How can such a profession not be strong? Someone once said, if you want to defeat the knights of the land, you can only do so in the sky. But facing the knights of the land, you can't fly at all. With a soft buzzing sound, a halo appeared at Shishingyan's feet. Then the first halo appeared one after another. In the blink of an eye, 4 halos appeared under Shishingyan's feet. The 4-color halo of red, blue, green, and yellow slowly rotates under the feet. The halo is very similar to the Holy Light Knight, has the same effect, but is more powerful. He also has what the Holy Light Knight has, and he also has what the Holy Light Knight does not have. 10 minutes later, Shishingyan fell slowly. The career transfer circle also stopped, and the job transfer officially ended. With tears in her eyes, Liang Yueshi flew into Shishingyan's arms and hugged him tightly. Shishingyan suppressed the excitement in his heart. "I succeeded." Liang Yu nodded vigorously. "I know, you will definitely succeed." Shishingyan and Liang Yuan lingered for a while, then walked over to Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan and said, "This junior is grateful for the kindness of God Anchen Baishan." Bai Yuan waved his hand. "You don't need to thank us, just thank Xiao Yu if you want to. He got the heart of the earth and the gemstone of the earth, otherwise we have nothing to do." Just as Shishingyan wanted to thank Lin Moyu, he was stopped by Lin Moyu. "Brother sure doesn't have to be like this. If it were you, you would do the same." Lin Moyu said it sincerely, and Shishingyan is not a hypocritical person. Shishingyan laughed. "Then I won't talk nonsense. In the future, Brother Lin will have something to do. In a word, my brother will not blink." Lin Moyu smiled. "Brother sure just needs to remember his beliefs." Shishingyan's face straightened. "Never dare to forget." Lin Moyu smiled, took out a shield and threw it at Shishingyan. "This is a congratulatory gift. Congratulations to Shirdahui for becoming a Knight of the Earth." Shishingyan took the shield and looked at it. He was startled. "It's too precious." Lin Moyu waved his hand. "Don't return it to me. Throw it away if you don't like it." "Throw it away?" Shishingyan can't bear it. What Lin Moyu sent was the best shield he got so far. A better shield than the earth-touching dragon god. Battlefield Snake Turtle, from the upper core area of the ancient battlefield. Turtle Shield, for Knights only Platinum level shield, all attributes plus 3000, Knight defense skills increased by 90%, physical damage reduced by 20%, elemental damage reduced by 20%, additional skills, Tortoise. Tortoise, unable to act within 30 seconds, immune to all damage during the period, recover from all injuries, reset the cooldown of all skills other than this skill, and the cooldown time is 1 hour. Shishingyan successfully changed his job, and the human race has since added an Earth Knight. The vision of heaven and earth when he changed jobs must have been noticed by many people. This kind of vision has been recorded in history, and anyone who has gone to school will know that this is a vision that will only appear when the Land Knight changes jobs. It is impossible to hide Shishingyan's job change to Earth Knight. In fact, I didn't intend to hide it. Now the Devil Worship Association in the country has been almost cleaned up. As long as Shishingen is within the border, basically there will be no danger. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Moyu returned to the school, he heard someone talking about Shishingen. After decades, the Earth Knights reappeared in the human race. The sealing profession of the knight is the envy of countless people. I read in the book that about 130 years ago, an Earth Knight led an army, broke through the entrance of the Abyss, and almost entered the local world of the Abyss. Unfortunately, it was still a little short in the end. Because that Earth Knight is only level 91, if he can go up a few levels, he will definitely be able to get in. I have also read the records of that great battle. It was the time when our human race fought to the deepest part of the Abyss. I hope this time the Earth Knight can become the leader of the army and enter the Abyss world after reaching the God level. It will be possible, I believe. The students' mouths are full of discussions about the Earth Knights, and the appearance of the Earth Knights has given them new hope. This is a magical and great profession, which has created too many brilliance since its birth. It has become the most troublesome occupation for abyssal demons and dragons. Therefore, in the ancient battlefield, whenever a copy of Crypt appears, the abyssal demons and dragons will try to prevent the human race from obtaining the heart of the earth. In fact, it is to prevent the Earth Knight from appearing again in the human race. But now, the Earth Knight finally appeared in the human race. The blocking of the Abyss Demon and the Dragon Clan also failed. With the recent eradication of the Demon Worship Association, the country has become somewhat chaotic, and the atmosphere has also fallen into a trough. But the appearance of the Earth Knight seems to have given the Xinxia Empire a shot in the arm. The point that everyone pays most attention to also comes to the Earth Knight. On the contrary, the fact that Lin Moyu became the second star general was not mentioned by many people. It may also be because Lin Moyu's fame is already too great and has reached the limit. Lin Moyu entered the dungeon hall again. Now he is not far from level 49. Hurry up, he can reach level 50 in less than 2 days. When the time comes to master the new skills, it is necessary to go to the ancient battlefield. The Righteous God's Agreement and the Ancient Earth Dragon's deal are all waiting for him. And the revenge of Ancient Luan, Lin Moyu has not forgotten. Along the way, people greeted Lin Moyu respectfully. His fame is too great, and his status is too high. People forget that he is obviously a new student who has only been enrolled for less than a year. In just 1 year, many people will never reach the peak in their lifetime. Entering the copy, breathing the slightly chilly air from Beast God Plateau. Who would have thought that in this dungeon, a demon king was once buried? The undead army cleaned up the monsters all the way, and quickly hit the number 3 plateau. Lin Moyu looked at the position where he was fighting with the Flame Demon King, and said in a faint voice, "It's a pity. If you were outside, I would erect a tombstone for you. Anyway, you are also a Demon King." The Flame Demon King died in the dungeon, and he didn't even deserve to have a tombstone, which is indeed mocking. In the depths of the abyss, the flames of the abyss here have turned dark green, almost black. Here, a huge palace is floating. The fire of the abyss surrounded it, and the whole palace was ups and downs in the flames. The Succubus King, Black Sky Demon King, Sword Demon King, 8-Armed Demon King and other middle-level demon kings with powerful bloodlines gathered together. They have stood respectfully outside the palace for many days. No one dared to object. Even the Succubus King, who usually had a playful smile on his face, put away his smile and stood upright. The Haitian Demon King stood beside the Succubus King and whispered, "Do you know why His Majesty called us here?" The Succubus King replied in a low voice, "It should be related to the recent actions of the human race. It seems that the worship of demons in the Xinxia Empire will be eradicated sooner or later." Haitian Demon King was slightly taken aback. "Isn't the Demon Worship Society always entrusted to you?" The Succubus King whispered, "Actually, His Majesty is behind the Demon Worship Association, and I'm just in charge of coming forward." Only then did Haitian Demon King know that it was not the Succubus King who was behind the Demon Worship Association. As far as he knew, many strong men in the human race were subdued by the Succubus King. Under the influence of the Succubus King's charming power, some human races became lackeys of the Succubus King without knowing it. Once subdued, there is almost no possibility of getting rid of it, and it can only become an obedient slave. Among the strong human beings that the succubus king has subdued over the years, there are even god-level ones. So it is the succubus king, but also very vigilant. I was afraid that one day I would fall under the influence of the succubus king. It's just that it didn't expect that the leader behind the Demon Worship Association was His Majesty the Demon Emperor. The palace in flames finally moved. Dark green flames rose and completely enveloped the palace, and a huge demon emerged from the flames. It has a sharp horn on the top of its head, and the simulation looks slightly similar to the dragon family, but it is completely different. It is huge, like a giant. The demon wings on the back are equally huge, stretching more than 10 meters at will. The whole body is covered with scales, and there seems to be a flame dancing in each scale. It sits on the throne of the Demon Emperor, exuding an earth-shattering coercion. The moment it appeared, all the demons in it bent down and bowed their heads in salute. Kowtow to His Majesty the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor's eyes slowly swept across the Demon Kings. Every Demon King caught by its eyes felt as if a sharp sword was drawn across his neck, trying to cut off his head. The power of the Demon Emperor is beyond their imagination. Normally, the Demon Emperor lives in the Demon Emperor's palace and rarely appears. Even if something happened, it was just an order to come over. There are very few things that bring them together like this. The Demon Emperor's low voice sounded slowly, "Very good, we're all here." Recently, the human race has made some moves. The Demon Worship Society in the Xinxia Empire has been eradicated. Succubus King, what do you think of this matter? The Succubus King was taken aback, his voice trembling slightly. This time Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen fought together. The action was too sudden. I have already given the order to fight back. The Demon Emperor suddenly laughed out loud. The sound made the Succubus King feel terrified. You ordered all members of the demon worshippers to fight back, right? The Succubus King nodded. She indeed ordered so. The Demon Emperor said coldly, "Do you think your counterattack will be useful under the watchful eyes of all the 95-level god-level powerhouses in the Xinxia Empire?" The Succubus King's brain was running like lightning, and he suddenly realized something. I didn't want to fight back, but the Flame Demon King swore that he could kill Lin Moyu, and hoped that I would cooperate with him. That's why I let people do it, help the Flame Demon King attract attention, and create opportunities for him. The Demon Emperor's laughter was even colder. Is it because it has no brains, or do you think the Emperor has no brains? Do you believe this? The Succubus King trembled suddenly, and knelt down in the air, not daring to speak any more. At this time, a terrifying breath descended from the sky on the Succubus King. The Succubus King's body suddenly burned with raging flames, and he let out screams. But it still didn't dare to move in the flames, and even tried to suppress the screams. The Demon Emperor continued, "You gave a stupid order. Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen are waiting for you to fight back, so that they can catch you all in one go. A fish hidden in the mud is hard to catch, but a fish jumping out of the water is not easy to catch. Stupid. Worshipping the devil will lose the Emperor. I don't care about it. It's just some pawns, money, that you lay out when you are bored, but you shouldn't take advantage of it." The Succubus King originally wanted to put the blame on the Flame Demon King, but there is no proof of death anyway. But did not expect. She gritted her teeth, fearful. "Your Majesty dare not. Please make amends, Your Majesty." With a soft hum, the flames on Succubus King's body gradually disappeared. The Succubus King panted for a while and was afraid, if the flames continued for a while, he would probably be burned to death. He is a majestic Devil King, and he is powerless to resist the Devil King. The Demon Emperor continued, "The Flame Demon King is dead. This trash deserves to die. How can it be so easy to go to the human world?" Hearing that the Flame Demon King died, several Demon Kings were slightly taken aback, but they didn't expect that guy to die in the human race. The Succubus King's heart trembled even more. He didn't expect the Demon King to know this. "I called you here this time because I have a few things for you to do. 1. Prepare for war and guard the entrance to the abyss. The Dragon Clan is in the process of reorganizing the army, and the battle is not far away. Second, the Earth Knight appeared in the human race. I felt that hateful breath, found him, and killed him before. 3. The person who killed the Flame Demon King is called Lin Moyu. Find him and kill him. After leaving the enveloping range of the Demon Emperor's palace, the Demon Kings gradually relaxed. They didn't dare not listen to what the Demon Emperor ordered just now. And the task has been assigned. Because the succubus has dealt with the human race all the year round, the task of killing the Earth Knight and Lin Moyu fell on her. The Demon Emperor obviously didn't know that she had dealt with Lin Moyu several times, and each time she came back at a loss. If she could kill, she would have done it long ago. But she dared not say, let alone refuse. Succubus King, please stay. He was thinking about how to deal with Lin Moyu when the voice of Hetien Demon King came from behind him. The Black Sky Demon King was also assigned the task of finding the Earth Knight and killing Lin Moyu. Counting it now, he and the Succubus King can be said to be comrades in arms. The Succubus King asked, "What's the matter with the Black Sky Demon King?" The Succubus King is still extremely polite to Hetien Demon King. The other party's level is no worse than his own, and his fighting power is famously strong, so his strength should be stronger than his own. For the strong, the Succubus King must respect them. Hetien Demon King said, "I want to ask Succubus King about Lin Moyu." To be honest with the Succubus Demon King, when he was on the ancient battlefield, the Flame Demon King once issued an order to kill Lin Moyu. The child happened to be in the ancient battlefield that day. After receiving the order from the Devil King, he went to chase and kill Lin Moyu, but was killed instead. Not long after that incident, I really can't understand why Lin Moyu can reach the level of a god-level powerhouse in a short period of time. In his mind, only the god-level powerhouses of the human race can kill the Demon King. Above the god level and below the god level are like above the Devil King and below the Devil King. Not just a level gap, but a qualitative change. Succubus King suddenly let out a coquettish smile. Lin Moyu is not a god-level powerhouse. Hetien Demon King was shocked. If you are not a god-level powerhouse, then how could you kill the Flame Demon King? The Succubus King said, "It's a long story about Lin Moyu, let's talk as we go." Good. Along the way, the Succubus King told Lin Moyu again. She also wants to kill Lin Moyu. If the Black Sky Demon King joins in, maybe the chance of success will be higher. Hetien Demon King said in a deep voice after listening, "From this point of view, it is only natural that the child died at the hands of Lin Moyu. Even if he is not even level 50, but he can even kill the devil, Lin Moyu's combat power can no longer be overcome by common sense." The Succubus King said, "Even if that idiot Flame Demon King entered the dungeon by himself and his strength was suppressed, he is still the Demon King anyway. Lin Moyu's combat power is stronger than that of the ancient battlefield, and he has fought against the Dragon Clan several times, and the Dragon Clan has nothing to do with him. Even kidnapping his friend for a sneak attack ended in failure, and even caught up with the Dragon King. This guy is not only faithful, but also difficult to deal with. I feel that if he reaches the god level, even we will not be his opponents." Hetien Demon King has a different opinion. It doesn't need to wait for him to enter the god level. I feel that as long as he completes the 3rd rank, he will be enough to fight against us. Akfa, so if you want to kill him, you have to take advantage of it now. Otherwise, after he completes the 3rd rank, maybe only His Majesty the Southern Emperor himself can kill him. The Succubus King felt that what Hetien Demon King said made sense. I want to kill him too, but we can't do anything about him in the human world. Hetien Demon King said, "Start at him to see if he will leave the human race, and then I will think of a way. That's the only way to do it now." After discussing for a while, the two separated. It was difficult to kill Lin Moyu, but he had to. In the eyes of Hetien Demon King, killing Lin Moyu is more important and more difficult than killing Earth Knight. The Demon Worship Society has basically been eradicated, but little fish and shrimp still remain. It should be enough to stare at individuals. Lin Moyu brushed the dungeon for 2 days and finally reached level 50. After reaching level 50, the experience upgrade requirements increased sharply again. A level 45 dungeon, even a dungeon like Beast God Plateau, can no longer meet the upgrade requirements. Every time you brush a copy, you can only increase the experience by 1%. It needs to be repeated 100 times to upgrade to a level. Who can stand this? The main reason is that Lin Moyu's upgrade speed is too fast. Others at the stage of level 40 to level 50 may waste several years, even 10 years is normal. It's not like Lin Moyu, who completed the feat of changing from a job to level 50 in less than a year. In the eyes of others, Lin Moyu's upgrade speed has been called a miracle. But in Lin Moyu's eyes, his upgrade speed is not fast. Juyu is in the front. Lin Mohan is too powerful a role model. Lin Moyu left the copy and went to the exchange. The exchange was slightly damaged in the war a few days ago, but it has basically been repaired now. I haven't been to the exchange for a long time, and Lin Moyu has stored a lot of gold level and platinum level equipment and weapons in his storage space. Lin Moyu didn't bother to consign one by one, so he simply threw them all to the exchange. In the past, I wanted to keep some platinum level equipment that looked good, and use it for myself or keep it for Shoei. But now he has seen too many good things: boss jewelry, legendary weapons, and even mythical weapons. Unknowingly, my vision has improved, and I can't look down on these things. Now in his eyes, only legendary or boss jewelry can be regarded as a good thing. Platinum level equipment that needs to be top-notch at worst is the type with top attributes and top skills. Indispensable. Although he has obtained so many pieces of equipment, there are only a few pieces that can be called top quality. One of the tortoise shields has been given to Shishingen. What is left is a few pieces of equipment obtained from the earth-touching dragon god, and the Soul Eater dagger obtained from the Soul Eater insect king. Soul Devourer dagger, exclusive to assassin class platinum level weapon, all attributes plus 2,500, assassin class skill increase by 80%. Additional skills: Soul Eater. Soul Eater, passive skill: each attack will cause damage to the target soul. This damage ignores defense, physical immunity, and elemental immunity. It's useless for him to keep this thing. Originally he wanted to give it to Ningyi. But Ningyi said something similar to the boss jewelry. Lin Moyu also put it away. Originally, the properties of the Soul Eater ring were good, but because of the boss jewelry, it looked inferior. Lin Moyu thought about it and sold it. In the end, only 4 pieces of equipment remained: the soul-devouring dagger, the sword of the dragon god, the shield of the dragon god, and the robe of the dragon god. All other platinum level and gold level weapons were thrown into the exchange to save the big fund coins. The moment Lin Moyu sold the equipment, the magic crystal in the exchange froze. The person in charge of the exchange in the empire was confused. Why so many weapons were thrown in all at once? The amount was too large, and he dared not make a decision. But when I checked the name of the trader, my whole body trembled, and the seller turned out to be Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's fame is too great. You don't have to know it. You don't have to know it. He contacted his boss immediately, and then the boss contacted the boss. In just 10 seconds, he received a reply from the highest level. For all the items that Linshin will sell, we will increase the price by 20% for recycling. Linshin will give you a 20% discount on all the items you buy. Without hesitation, he quickly carried out a series of operations. Lin Moyu found that the exchange went back to normal after being stuck for a while. A lot of gold coins have entered his account and can be withdrawn at any time. Hey, there are more gold coins. Lin Moyu found that there were too many gold coins. Before, he had about 1 billion gold coins. After selling all the equipment this time, he could get back less than 8 billion gold coins. But now, in exchange for a full 9 billion gold coins, his net worth has become 10 billion. Then he discovered that the prices on the exchange had become cheaper. The prices of others have not changed, but I have added a discounted price. All items are 20% off. Lin Moyu realized after a second that this should be a discount given to him by the exchange. It goes without saying that the boss behind the exchange is the royal family. This matter is done by the royal family, and the emperor is showing favor to himself. Although I haven't come to the door to apologize, but this matter is going well. Lin Moyu smiled and started shopping for items. This time he came to buy an intermediate skill scroll. The price in the exchange is 10 million gold coins for one piece, and after the auction, it is 8 million gold coins for 10 pieces. As for the flashing mid-level skill scrolls, they are not for sale at all. Although the price is about 10 times that of the middle-level skill scroll, but there is no market for the price, and you can't buy it even if you have money. No way, the output of this thing is too small. Lin Moyu still has 4 flashing mid-level skill scrolls on his body now, so he can't use them casually. It can't be used at least at level 50, so it can only be made up by quantity. With the experience of awakening skills at level 30, Lin Moyu didn't even think about it, and bought it directly. 500 intermediate skill scrolls. Buy 500 skill scrolls at one time, and they are still intermediate skill scrolls. Really generous. Once again, the person in charge of the exchange system was taken aback. Lin Moyu had just sold 9 billion worth of equipment, and backhandedly bought 4 billion worth of intermediate skill scrolls. The manager was in a daze, and murmured, "If there is no discount, we can earn an extra billion." 1 billion is not a small number. For many people, it is an astronomical figure. It was an order from above, which directly made a loss of 1 billion. Just a few seconds in a daze, he suddenly saw another transaction appear. It's still an intermediate skill scroll, and it's still a familiar number, 500. Another 4 billion gold coins. Lin Moyu bought 500 mid-level skill scrolls, which seemed not enough after thinking about it, just in case Fang Yi bought another 5-00 scrolls. For him, money is not an issue. He brushed the dungeon a few more times, and the equipment, as soon as he sold it for money, he would have it. After all, he only brushes alone, and the equipment is taken by himself, and he does not need to distribute it to others. After all, money comes too easily. A total of 1,000 mid-level skill scrolls bought out most of the mid-level skill scrolls in the exchange. 1,000 should be enough. Think about it as almost the same. If it really doesn't work, there are still flashing intermediate skill scrolls. Back at Baishan Courtyard, Lin Moyu felt the atmosphere of outsiders before entering. Someone came to Baishan Courtyard. The breath was familiar, and Lin Moyu smiled. It turned out to be a gift. Walking into the courtyard, Lin Moyu saw Dongfang Yi and Dongfang Yao. When Dongfang Yao saw Lin Moyu, a trace of apology flashed in her eyes. "I don't know if I'm sorry for falling into the rotting corpse world, or because I made an unreasonable request last time. Lin Moyu is not so stingy, some things are in the past." Dongfang Yi saw Lin Moyu and greeted Lin Moyu with a smile. "General Lin, you are back." His attitude can be regarded as polite. As the ruler of the country and a god-level powerhouse, he didn't need to treat Lin Moyu like this. But for various reasons, he was very polite to Lin Moyu. He knows very well that as long as Lin Moyu doesn't die, Lin will definitely surpass him in the near future. No matter the identity of the king or the power of the gods, it is not enough for Lin Moyu. As the lord of a country, he still has this vision. Dongfang Yi was polite, and Lin Moyu naturally responded politely. "Hi Dongfang, Princess Yao." "Hello, Lin Moyu." Dongfang Yao called Lin Moyu by the name of Lin Moyu to show respect. Then Dongfang Yi's eyes shrank suddenly, his voice trembled slightly. "General Lin, you have become a second-star general." Lin Moyu nodded and drew. While speaking, Lin Moyu had passed Dongfang Yi and came to Bai Yuan's side, so he stopped talking. Lin Moyu couldn't be more clear about the purpose of the two of them. Let Bai Yuan decide this matter, it's better for him not to speak. Bai Yuan is good at cheating. I just don't know whether Dongfang Yi and Dongfang Yao have just arrived, or they have already been knocked out. At this time, Bai Yuan said, "Master Dongfang, I have received your wishes, and you also made mistakes in the past, so there is no need to mention it in the future." Hearing this, Dongfang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. This matter is over. Lin Moyu also understood that the knock on bamboo has been completed. After a few more polite words, the two left Baishan Courtyard. During this period, Dongfang Yi treated Lin Moyu very politely. Before leaving, he also greeted Lin Moyu specially. After teleporting back to the palace, Dong Fang Yao didn't understand. Father, why did your attitude towards Lin Moyu suddenly become so polite? Although he was very polite before, it will not become like this now. This made Dong Fang Yao feel that her father was flattering Lin Moyu. Dong Fang Yi coughed lightly. He has become a 2-star general. Dong Fang Yao didn't understand. So, isn't he already a god general? Is there any difference between the 2-star god generals? Dong Fang Yi said, of course it's different. As long as you have enough military skills, you can become a general. There is not much difference between a starless general and a 1-star general, as long as the number of enemies killed is sufficient. But the 2nd star is different. The 2nd star can only be achieved by killing the Demon King. It is said that at least one Demon King must die in the hands of Lin Xinjiang. I heard before that the Flame Demon King entered the dungeon to hunt down the Forest God General, but he was killed instead. But I still couldn't believe it. How could someone below level 50 be able to kill the Demon King? Today it was finally confirmed that this is true. Sergeant badges are not deceiving. Dong Fang Yao asked strangely, couldn't it be Bai Shen who beat the devil half to death, and then let him make up the knife? Dong Fang Yi chuckled, then you don't know much about sergeant badges, it's useless to do so. In short, when you see him in the future, you should respect him even more. His future achievements will far exceed imagination. In Bai Shen's small courtyard, Bai Yuan was already grinning so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. Lin Moyu doesn't know how many good things he knocked over, probably quite a lot. Meng Anwen said, look how you are laughing, your saliva is dripping down. Bai Yuan smiled brightly, the royal family is really rich, much richer than me. I have collected materials for most of my life, and I don't lose as much as they do all at once. Can make Bai Yuan lose his composure. Lin Moyu is even more curious about what Dong Fang Yi brought. Bai Yuan said, Xiao Yu, do you want to go to the corpse world again? Lin Moyu's forehead suddenly pulled out 3 black lines, and his teacher seemed crazy. Meng Anwen sighed, don't pay attention to him, this guy is crazy. This time, Dong Fang Yi has been sincere, and brought a lot of good things. Let's put it this way, your consumption during the 2nd round is fully replenished. The materials for the 3rd rotation are also sufficient. And, there are some things you can use right now. Lin Moyu knew that Bai Yuan had almost emptied his entire family for his 2nd turn. 0 asked for flowers. Although he is a god-level powerhouse, his family background is actually not that rich. It is definitely incomparable with a 1,000-year-old family like the royal family. It's normal for people to take out some casually, and it may be far more than Bai Yuan. Meng Anwen really couldn't see it, and shot a beam of light at Bai Yuan from his fingertips. Bai Yuan was immediately knocked into the air, flying hundreds of meters away. After Bai Yuanfei came back, he finally returned to normal. I didn't blame Meng Anwen for why he did something to him, his old face was still a little embarrassed. He took out 2 boxes and threw them to Lin Moyu. Other things are of little use to you, what is here is what you use. Lin Moyu took the box and opened it. The scrolls were neatly placed inside the first bite. There are 10 scrolls of flashing intermediate skills. It is indeed what I need. And 10 mid-level skill scrolls. In this way, I have 14 shining mid-level skill scrolls, which is completely enough. Then he opened another box, and the moment the box was opened, they rushed out of the box together. There is a skill scroll inside, a flashing advanced skill scroll. The advanced skill scroll itself is already very expensive, and the price in the exchange is 100 million. As for the flashing advanced skill scrolls, they are even more priceless. Lin Moyu has only 1 piece so far. Now there is a second one. Bai Yuan said, 10 intermediate cards and 1 advanced card. Glittering high-level skill scrolls are not easy to get. Even the royal family probably doesn't have many in stock. You can use them at level 80. Lin Moyu understands what Bai Yuan means, and when he is at level 70 for the 3rd time, he should try his best to complete the professional sublimation. Then level 70 skills can be mastered automatically, and there is no need to waste high-level skill scrolls. Transforming into a god at level 90 also does not require skill scrolls. Only required at level 80. Lin Moyu put away the box. Teacher, I bought some mid-level skill scrolls at the exchange. I'd better keep the shiny scrolls as a spare, just in case. Bai Yuan nodded. That's what I mean too. Now that you are level 50, you can use ordinary skill scrolls. Use flashing scrolls at level 60. 14 flashing scrolls are enough for you. You won't have so many skills. By the way, how many mid-level skill scrolls have you bought? Is the money enough? Not enough. Teacher places have it. Lin Moyu said, 1,000 sheets. Puff. Bai Yuan almost took a sip of tea. Where did you get so much money? If 1,000 copies are not discounted, it will be 10 billion. Lin Moyu said, I sold all the equipment in the dungeon, and I got it. The exchange gave me a discount, and I can get a 20% discount. After all, it is a single swipe, so it is normal to gain more points. Bai Yuan said, first restore your spirit to the best state, then you can use the skill scroll. 1,000 should be enough for one. When the middle-level skill scroll is activated, the movement is much larger than that of the low-level skill scroll. Most of the Baishan courtyard was shrouded in misty light. Lin Moyu had experience in using skill scrolls, and activated 10 scrolls directly. Tens of thousands of starlight whizzed around itself, bringing up gusts of breeze, and at the same time accompanied by the unique breath of the skill scroll. The material items used to manufacture intermediate skill scrolls are much more precious than primary scrolls. The aura that diffuses out is also much stronger. This breath is easy to fascinate and intoxicate. The power contained in the skill scroll entered the body, and Lin Moyu felt the deepest part of himself, as if something was attracted. But it seemed that it was not strong enough, and finally returned to silence. The first batch of 10 skill scrolls did not awaken new skills, but Lin Moyu felt something different. It's a feeling I've never felt before. Without hesitation, 10 skill scrolls were activated again. The misty light lit up again, and the skill scroll exploded into thousands of stars, spinning around Lin Moyu endlessly. Lin Moyu sensed the depths of his body again, as if something had been hooked. It feels clearer than last time, but it still seems to be a little bit worse. Before this feeling faded, Lin Moyu immediately activated the 10 scrolls again. The power of the scroll was strengthened again, and this time it felt clearer. Lin Moyu already felt the power that was about to move in his body. Activate the scroll again. After activating the scroll 5 times in a row, Lin Moyu kept counting and sensing. He is no longer as ignorant as he was at level 30. Seems to understand something. Bai Yuan was a little surprised. What is Xiao Yu doing? Meng Anwen whispered, Xiao Yu seems to have sensed the skills in his body. Hiss. Bai Yuan gasped, showing an expression of disbelief. Oh, it's impossible. Meng Anwen said in a low voice, it's impossible to put it on you, but it's hard to say on Xiao Yu. Bai Yuan still couldn't believe it. The source of sensing skills is something that can only be done after level 80 at least. Meng Anwen shook his head, but did not speak. At this moment, he couldn't understand it either. Although instinctively made him feel that it was impossible, the thing in front of him was clearly happening. Lin Moyu didn't know how exaggerated and shocking what he was doing. Even Meng Anwen, who has always been well informed, was shocked by him at this moment. 5 consecutive activations, a total of 50 skill scrolls, made Lin Moyu feel that the thing deep in his body was becoming more and more active. It was only a short step away from fully waking up. After calculating in his mind, Lin Moyu took out 19 skill scrolls. Should be enough. Thinking in my heart, the mental power rushed out to activate them. As the power of the skill scroll entered his body, the thing he sensed was completely awakened and rushed out of his body. Lin Moyu's body trembled slightly. The thing rushed out from an unknown location, filled his whole body in an instant, and finally entered the spiritual world, leaving a brand in his soul. Acquired skill, Undead Wings. Undead Wings, level 1 within 1 second. The self and summoned objects can gain the ability to fly. The higher the skill level, the faster the flying speed and the shorter the cooling time. The cooling time is 1 hour. At the moment when the prompt sounded, Lin Moyu fully understood what he sensed. That was a skill, he sensed it. Trembling all over, the expression on his face told the world how incredible this is. The skill was actually sensed. He didn't even check the skill attributes carefully, and immediately wanted to ask Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen what was going on. Before he could speak, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind again. It is detected that the host has awakened the undead wings, which can be fused with the lightning wing skill, and the system is optimizing the fusion skills for the host. The system reappeared and began to fuse skills. Lin Moyu was overjoyed. The skills after system integration would definitely be stronger. He checked the newly awakened undead wings, which allowed him and the summoned objects to have the ability to fly at the same time. This skill is very powerful, and it is also a skill that I dream of. The summoned object has the ability to fly since then. In that way, he can carry out air combat, and he will no longer have shortcomings in dealing with those flying monsters or demonic dragons. There is no need to take the trouble to trick them down like before. The combatant has changed dramatically and become more flexible. The usable time is 1 second, and the cooling time is 1 hour. 1 second is enough for what? But Lin Moyu knew that the skills he had awakened could receive talent bonuses. This 1 second should turn into 60 seconds. After he reaches level 50, most of his skills have been upgraded accordingly, and his talent for comprehensive increase has also changed from 50 times to 60 times. But the cooling time of 1 hour is too long, and the practicality is greatly reduced. And it will be very difficult to practice this skill. It can only be used once in an hour, and can be used 24 times a day. It really takes time to practice until the year of the monkey. Now Lin Moyu can only place his hope on the new skills after system integration. The excited heart gradually calmed down. Having flying skills is always a good thing. Even if you level up again, there will always be a time to improve it. Lin Moyu comforted himself while waiting. In the eyes of Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan, when Lin Moyu activated the 15 skill scrolls, Meng Anwen had already confirmed his guess. Lin Moyu has indeed sensed the skill. As to whether he has sensed the root of the skill, it is still not completely sure. But at least, he has taken a crucial step. This step is very important for whether one can transform into a god. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan looked at each other with joy in their eyes. After a while, the voice of the system sounded again in my mind. Skill fusion completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Lightning Undead Wing. Lightning Undead Wings, Level 1. The self and summoned objects have the ability to fly within 10 seconds, and the cooling time is 10 minutes. The higher the skill level, the faster the flying speed and the shorter the cooling time. Lin Moyu clenched his fists, suppressing his excitement forcibly. The time of 10 seconds has increased by 10 times compared to before the fusion. And you can also enjoy the talent bonus, with 10 minutes of flying time each time. The cooling time has changed from 60 minutes to 10 minutes, which means there is no cooling time. For him, he already has the ability to fight in the air for a long time. The short board of not being able to fly was finally made up for. Now, as long as the level can be raised, the flight speed can be increased. As for whether the cooling time will be shortened, it is no longer important. Lin Moyu opened his eyes, just about to tell Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan the good news. Suddenly, he saw Bai Yuan staring at him strangely. It's not just Bai Yuan, Meng Anwen's eyes are also weird. Lin Moyu felt a little hairy all over, and asked strangely, "Teacher, what's wrong?" Bai Yuan squinted his eyes and made a weird smile. "Xiaoyu, did you feel any special when you awakened your skills just now?" "Special feeling?" Lin Moyu thought for a while. After I activated the skill scroll, it seemed that something in my body was hooked, and it felt like it was going to jump out. Later, I kept activating the scroll, and the feeling became more and more obvious until the skill was fully activated. Bai Yuan continued to ask, "What about when the skill is activated? What does it feel like?" Lin Moyu recalled how he felt at that time, and replied, "When the skill is activated, that feeling flows through the whole body, and finally enters the spiritual world." Bai Yuan asked again, "Then can you feel the root of that thing? Source?" Lin Moyu shook his head after thinking. He didn't feel the root cause. The previous feeling was a very general feeling, and now in retrospect, it's a bit nihilistic. Even Lin Moyu felt that the previous one might be an illusion. Meng Anwen said, "Don't worry, you continue to awaken your skills. If that feeling reappears, try to find the root cause." Bai Yuan also said, "Yes, don't worry, try to find the root cause." Hearing Meng Anwen's words, Lin Moyu realized that this matter seemed very important. After activating the skill scroll again, 10,000 starlight enveloped him again. Among the thousands of stars, that feeling reappeared, but much weaker than last time. Lin Moyu realized that 10 mid-level skill scrolls were not enough. As more and more skills are awakened, the consumption of skill scrolls will also increase. From level 10, only 1 or 2 primary scrolls are needed to awaken and master new skills. Until just now, it took a total of 65 intermediate skill scrolls to awaken and master new skills. The effect of mid-level skill scrolls is more than 10 times stronger than that of low-level skill scrolls. 65 mid-level scrolls, no matter in terms of effect or value, will not be lower than 650 level primary scrolls. Of course, Lin Moyu also knows that this comparison cannot be done, so he can only make a general comparison. This time, the requirements are obviously higher. That feeling only appeared for a moment, and as the effect of the skill scroll disappeared, the feeling also weakened. Lin Moyu immediately reactivated 15 scrolls to keep this feeling. But 15 scrolls are far from enough. That feeling only strengthened a bit, and digested again. Without even thinking about it, Lin Moyu directly activated 30 intermediate scrolls, doubling the number. This time, the feeling was much clearer. According to Meng Anwen's words, Lin Moyu grasped the feeling and searched for the root. 02 This is a process of tracing the source, which is easy to say but very difficult to do. That feeling is too illusory and mysterious. Roughly, it seems that there are roots. But after careful induction, it seems to come from every corner of the body. Lin Moyu didn't give up, trying to sense. In order to maintain this feeling, he constantly activates the skill scroll. 30 sheets each time, batch after batch. The skill scroll is constantly burning, and the mysterious power in the scroll is continuously entering the body. Lin Moyu's feeling became clearer. Gradually, there is finally a little context. It seems to see something. Immediately afterwards, a huge force emerged, flowing with all its strength, and quickly integrated into the spiritual world and entered the soul. Tens of thousands of starlight exploded from the skill scroll sword into the sky, turning into a beam of light and shooting straight into the sky, scattering the clouds and mist. Both Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan knew that Lin Moyu had mastered a new skill. And this new skill should be unusual. The previous skill didn't have this phenomenon. Lin Moyu saw a picture. It was still the Necromancer in the robe. It is still the pitch-black earth, the overwhelming army of undead. The great war seemed to go on forever. The Necromancer pointed a finger, and a summoner shrouded in flames appeared beside him. The moment the summoned object appeared, it was so bright that Lin Moyu couldn't see its appearance clearly. The moment it appeared, the enemies on the battlefield were simultaneously burned with raging flames, and were burned to ashes in the flames. Everyone was screaming, even the giant dragon was no exception, screaming and falling from the sky. In the next second, the screen shattered. Skill acquired, Summon Elemental Lich. Summon Elemental Lich, Level 1 use props of different elements to summon the corresponding Elemental Lich. The higher the level of the props, the stronger the attributes of the Lich. Only one Lich of the same type can exist at the same time. The higher the skill level, the more Liches that can exist at the same time. With the appearance of this skill, Lin Moyu found that there was another Lich space in his attributes. Currently, the display of the Lich space is 0/1, a level 1 skill, and only one Lich is allowed. This is a new and unfamiliar skill. However, it can be seen from the screen just seeing that this skill is very strong, very strong. Opening his eyes, he saw Bai Yuan's expectant eyes again. How about Xiaoyu? Not only the eyes are full of expectation, but also the tone. Lin Moyu shook his head. I still haven't caught it. I'll try again. With that said, Lin Moyu activated a batch of skill scrolls again. I used 65 sheets for the first time, 175 sheets for the first time, and 240 sheets before and after. Almost a quarter of the stock he had prepared was used up. This time, Lin Moyu directly activated 50 cards. Under the shroud of thousands of stars, that feeling reappeared. Maybe it's because the skill scrolls are used a lot, so it's very clear. There were 2 experiences before and after. This time the feeling just appeared. Lin Moyu immediately grasped it and began to look for the root. The miraculous feeling is still the same as before, and it quickly permeates the whole body as soon as it appears. Lin Moyu already understood that, to put it bluntly, this feeling is skill. The skill was originally hidden somewhere in the deepest place, and it waited until the level was sufficient, and then was activated and awakened due to various reasons. Now what he is looking for is the root of the skill. After 2 experiences, I have fully understood what I want to do. But it is easier to know than to do, and it is very difficult to do it. In order not to let this feeling disappear, so that the skills can be activated smoothly, Lin Moyu didn't feel bad for batches of intermediate skill scrolls. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan saw it with surprise. Bai Yuan said, although, the stronger the profession and the stronger the skill, the more difficult it is to awaken and master it. But Xiao Yu's consumption of skill scrolls is too high. Meng Anwen hummed, it's indeed a bit high. Even a mid-level legendary professional will only use up to 300 skill scrolls at level 50. Bai Yuan said, Earth Knight may use more, but it will not exceed 500. But Xiao Yu. Lin Moyu has used more than 500 sheets so far. 2 skills have been awakened, and the 3rd skill awakening has become extremely difficult. The skill scrolls were continuously activated and exploded, batch after batch. In the blink of an eye, the entire 1,000 skill scrolls will be bottomed out. Lin Moyu has also reached the most critical moment at this moment. The feeling of awakening the skills is already very strong, and it is just a step away. Because this time lasted for a long time, Lin Moyu finally found a way. He saw a dark world, in which a point was shining brightly. Now all his feelings about the awakening of his skills come from this light spot. Just when he saw the dot of light, it exploded with a bang. The strange feeling spreads throughout the body, rushes into the spiritual world, and merges into the soul. When the skill was awakened, Lin Moyu saw some unusual pictures at the moment when the light spot exploded. It should not be said to be seen, but to be sensed. Near the light point, there are some strange points that are sleeping and waiting to wake up. These points are endless due to the small shape, faintly exuding a different aura. Lin Moyu understood that each point represents this skill. Here lies the root of skill. But if you understand it, you understand it. He doesn't know what's the use of knowing it. It took so much effort, just to look at it for a moment. At this time, the skills are completely awakened, imprinted into the soul. Acquired skill, Skeleton Prison. Skeleton Prison, level 1870, bind 1 target or multiple enemies, resulting in a paralyzing effect. Enemies who are restrained cannot act to counterattack, and the damage they receive is reduced by 50%. The restraint lasts for 1 second. It will change according to the enemy's level attribute and the number of bound enemies. Control skills. It is a control skill of the skeleton system. Lin Moyu was overjoyed when he saw the skills, and he finally had control skills. Even if the control time is only 1 second, but he has a talent bonus. 1 second is 60 seconds. And as the skill level increases, this time will inevitably be extended. Lin Moyu found that his career became more and more perfect. Even if there is no talent bonus, the attack power will be much weaker, but the perfection will not change. Even if there is no talent bonus, the combat power of the undead army will be greatly weakened, but the number will not change. Among the same level, it is still an invincible existence. Professional skills are a combination of summoning, attacking, cursing, controlling, and immunity. Just ask what career can compare. The undead army has self-support, but also needs to rely on other support. Simply the perfect career. When Lin Moyu opened his eyes again, he saw Bai Yuan staring at him again. Bai Yuan said softly, "Xiao Yu, it doesn't matter even if you can't find it. Your level is still low, and there are still plenty of opportunities." Meng Anwen nodded and said, "It's fine if you can find it when it's over level 80, don't worry." Lin Moyu knew that the two were comforting himself, but he. Lin Moyu said, "Teacher, I seem to have found it." Ah! Just as Bai Yuan wanted to continue comforting him, he suddenly heard Lin Moyu's words, and the comforting words suddenly turned into a strange cry. There was shock in Bai Yuan's voice. "You really found it?" "I'm not sure." Lin Moyu thinks about it now, and the pictures he sees seem a little unreal. He even wondered if it was an illusion. Meng Anwen asked, "Tell me, what did you see?" Lin Moyu recalled carefully, "In a pitch-black space, I saw a light spot, and when the light spot exploded, I saw some other spots. It feels like every point represents a skill, and they are still sleeping. I can't tell you exactly." Meng Anwen knew that Lin Moyu was found in 9 out of 10 cases. This feeling is right, he also had this kind of illusory feeling back then. And when he found the source of his skills, he had already surpassed level 80. Lin Moyu is only level 50 now, and there is still a lot of time, because of the opportunity. Meng Anwen said, "It should be right. What do you think that space looks like?" "Like what?" Lin Moyu tried hard to recall how he felt at the time. After thinking for a long time, he said with some uncertainty, "It seems to be a starry sky, and every point is like a silent and extinguished star." Both Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan showed surprise on their faces. Lin Moyu asked, "Teacher, is there something wrong?" Meng Anwen shook his head. "There's nothing wrong, everyone sees it differently. You don't have to worry about it, what you have to do is to keep this feeling firmly in mind. When you are at level 60, 70, or 80, every time you awaken a skill, it is an opportunity. You have to experience this feeling repeatedly, go to the space that only belongs to you to take a good look and understand it. At this point, no one can help you, you can only understand it by yourself." Lin Moyu asked, "Teacher, is there any point in doing this?" Bai Yuan wanted to say something, but Meng Anwen stopped him with his eyes. Meng Anwen said, "There is only so much I can tell you, the more you know, the more harm it will do to you. You have to know that everyone is different, even in the same profession. The experience of others is useless to you, you can only rely on yourself." Meng Anwen repeated again, "You can only rely on yourself." Lin Moyu memorized it firmly. He knew that it wasn't that Meng Anwen refused to tell him, but that he really couldn't tell him. Maybe talking too much is really harmful to yourself. I seem to have stepped into an indescribable and magical realm. Unlike others, if you use the skill scroll, you will be awakened if you wake up, and you will not be awakened if you are not awakened. I don't know anything. And I began to pursue the root of the skills, and the two were already at different levels. Lin Moyu didn't ask any more questions, I remember. Bai Yuan leaned over and asked, "How about it? What skills have you awakened?" Lin Moyu said, 3 skills have been awakened, Lightning Undead Wings, Summoning Element Lich, and Bone Prison. Flying, summoning, and controlling respectively. He explained the effects of the 3 skills. Bai Yuan clicked his tongue twice. "My dear, your profession is becoming more and more comprehensive. Lin Moyu's career is indeed developing in a comprehensive direction. The core summoning skills are increasing, and at the same time, flying and control skills are also added. Although it is said that after level 70, everyone can master the ability to fly. But it's different with or without flying skills. The occupations of people with flying skills are far superior to those without flying skills in terms of speed and flexibility." Meng Anwen said, "Try with a flashing scroll and see if there is anything missing." Level 50 Awakening mastered 3 new skills, no more, no less, which belong to the normal level. Just in case though, check it out anyway. Now there are less than a few dozen of the 1,000 mid-level skill scrolls brought by Lin Moyu, which are not enough to continue to use. Just try it with a flash scroll. Fortunately, Dongfang Yi just sent 10, plus the 4 that Lin Moyu already had. There are 14 flashing scrolls, and it won't hurt to waste one. Lin Moyu didn't want to miss anything, and immediately used up a flash scroll. The flashing scroll blasts out a sky full of stars, colorful and beautiful. Much more beautiful than ordinary skill scrolls. Lin Moyu clearly felt that a large amount of mysterious power poured into the body from the flashing scroll, as if it wanted to seduce some existence in the body. Its effect is more than 100 times stronger than ordinary skill scrolls. Lin Moyu immediately understood why the flash skill scroll can awaken 100% skills. Mainly because the mysterious power contained in it is too strong. At this moment, Lin Moyu has a feeling of knowing what it is, and knowing why it is. If he still has skills that have not been mastered, he will definitely be hooked and have a different feeling. But this time it felt like nothing. Lin Moyu is sure that all his skills at level 50 have been awakened, and there are no omissions. Meng Anwen said, "As long as there are no omissions, are you planning to go to the ancient battlefield?" Lin Moyu said, "I plan to cultivate my skills first, and then go to the ancient battlefield." Among the 3 new skills, except for Lightning Undead Wing, which is more troublesome to practice, it takes a lot of time to fill in. The other 2 skills, Lin Moyu is sure to practice them to perfection in a short time. "Okay, I'll help you find a teleportation point in the next few days." The most convenient way to go to the ancient battlefield is to ask Meng Anwen to send it there with the god Shada. Otherwise, a large number of transfers will be carried out, which is troublesome. "Thank you, teacher, then I will go to practice skills first." After leaving Baishan Courtyard, Lin Moyu didn't want to waste any time, and came directly to the exchange. To practice summoning an elemental lich, you need to consume materials with various elemental attributes. The materials don't need to be good when practicing. It is only after it is finalized that a high-grade material is needed to summon the elemental lich. Once the elemental lich is summoned, as long as it is not dead, it will always exist. Unless Lin Moyu summons a new lich of the same element, or cancels the summoning on his own initiative. Liches of different elements can coexist, and only one lich of the same element can exist at a time. Lin Moyu began to sweep the material with attributes in the exchange. Because it was just for training skills, what Lin Moyu mopped up were those low-end materials of more than a dozen levels. As long as the price is cheap enough, owning the property will do. Now he still has 2 billion gold coins, more than enough to buy these low-end materials. A flame flower with fire attributes can be bought for only 100 gold coins. The water attribute Azure Ice is less than 200 gold coins. Low-end materials are not expensive. Just in case, Lin Moyu tried it out immediately after buying a flame flower. Make sure you can use it to summon the fire elemental lich, so you can buy it with confidence. The low-end attribute materials in the exchange were almost wiped out by Lin Moyu. Nearly 300 million was spent, and 100,000 of each type were bought. The calculation should be almost enough, and Lin Moyu came to the dungeon hall contentedly. Still choose the copy of Beast God Plateau. The environment here is relatively open, and the temperature is pleasant, the air is clear, and it is more comfortable to practice skills. The most critical point, Lin Moyu is lazy, too lazy to pick unknown copies. Since I had just reached level 50 and could still come in, I chose this place. Skill, Lightning Undead Wings. With a soft zigzag sound, a pair of wings suddenly appeared behind Lin Moyu. The wings span more than 3 meters in length, and are made of intertwined bones, and the whole body is white and flawless. The electric light danced on the bones, making a crackling sound. In the next second, Lin Moyu turned into a flash of lightning straight into the sky. Flying at an extremely fast speed, a long streak of lightning was drawn in the air. Lin Moyu calculated the speed, about 500 meters per second, much slower than the previous lightning wing. But now the skill is only level 1, as long as the skill, De Zhao's, level is up, the speed will be faster. Lin Moyu descended from the sky and put away his skills. Although the flight time can be seamlessly connected, it can fly for a long time. But if you want to increase the speed further, you need to upgrade the skill level. The speed of skill cultivation is very slow, every 10 minutes can only be filled with time. Then Lin Moyu took out a pile of materials and put them in front of him. Start practicing the skill of summoning the elemental lich. With the activation of the skill, a white flame appeared in the heart. A lich the size of a fist jumped out of the flames and flew in front of Lin Moyu. Liches can fly, which is unexpected. The petite lich doesn't look scary, but rather cute. Fly slowly around Lin Moyu. At the first level, I can't see any attributes, and Lin Moyu didn't plan to look at it, so I'll talk about the level first. The next second, another flame lich jumped out, and the previous one turned into a ball of flame and disappeared without a trace. Only one lich of the same element can exist at the same time. This is the limitation of skills, and Lin Moyu can't change it. He kept summoning the lich, and at the same time he was practicing the lightning undead wing, which can only be used once every 10 minutes. The elemental lich is constantly being summoned and replaced. The large amount of materials prepared by Lin Moyu is rapidly decreasing. As the level increases, the aura of the elemental lich becomes stronger and stronger. The appearance has not changed at all, it is still only the size of a fist, cute and cute. Lin Moyu was a bit dumbfounded. He was a dignified undead monarch and an undead summoner. Whether it's a skeleton or a lich general, the appearance is scary. How could such a little guy come out? Although it still has the appearance of a lich, it looks like a leaky ball wrapped in bones. But it's too small, and it's covered in flames, so it's really cute. When I awakened the skills before, what I saw was different. Lin Moyu rested his chin, looking at the flaming lich that kept spinning in front of him. The difference is too big. It is impossible to imagine that the flame lich seen when the skill is awakened, and the flame lich in front of him will be the same. Will it be related to the skill level and the materials used? After thinking about it, I think it is very possible. The materials used for summoning are different, which will affect the combat power of the elemental lich. Will it also affect the shape? Lin Moyu decided to put this aside and improve the skill level first. Use again and again, call again and again. When the fire element material was about to run out, the skill was finally upgraded to level 10. With a soft buzzing sound, the elemental lich summoned after level 10 has changed. A halo appeared at the bottom of its feet. Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback. The aura looked familiar. Except that the color is a bit whitish. 523 is similar to the holy fire halo of the Holy Light Knight. With curiosity, I checked the attributes of the halo. Witchfire halo. Add Witchfire halo to all Undead Legion members, causing fire damage to all enemies within 100 meters. The damage depends on the skill level and lich attribute. Lin Moyu glanced at it. This halo is applied to every member of the undead army. The largest range is also centered on the place where the undead army stands. That range is too big. The flame lich does not need to move. The halo can cover the entire battlefield. Isn't this a Holy Light Knight? Lin Moyu was even more dumbfounded. He didn't expect his skills to have the halo effect of the Holy Light Knight. Speak up and believe. Looking at the flame lich, the pair of small eyes of the flame lich also looked at Lin Moyu. The obviously empty eyes made Lin Moyu feel a little strange. The atmosphere became a little weird. Lin Moyu couldn't help but mutter to himself, elemental liches who don't know other attributes also have auras. Take out a little elemental material with wind properties. When the skill is cast, the elemental material disappears immediately, and then a breeze blows. A wind element lich surrounded by wind elements appeared in front of him. The storm lich, the same size as the flame lich, is cute. There is also a halo under the feet, a cyan halo. Sorcerer Scenery Ring. Adding the Sorcerer Scenery Ring to all members of the Undead Legion will greatly increase the speed of the Undead Legion. The effect depends on the skill level and the attributes of the girl. A second halo appeared under the feet of the skeleton and lich general at the same time. Witchfire aura and Witchfire aura do not conflict with each other. Lin Moyu understood it, and he really had a halo. Leaving aside the combat power of the elemental lich itself, these auras alone are enough to make them a powerful booster for him. After knowing the powerful effect of the elemental lich, Lin Moyu stepped up to use his skills and practice continuously. Skill levels are increasing rapidly. Compared with the skill of summoning the elemental lich, the skill improvement of the lightning undead wing can be said to be as slow as a snail. It takes 15 minutes to use it once, and it takes a lot of time to upgrade. Lin Moyu does not need to consider the consumption of mental power, and the cultivation of elemental lich is very fast. Level up every hour at first. It doesn't slow down until after level 20. Then after reaching level 40, it slowed down a bit. That being the case, after 5 days, Lin Moyu continued to practice the skill of summoning the elemental to level 50 without sleep, and entered a perfect state. Then it's easy, as his level increases, his skills will also be upgraded together. Lin Moyu let out a long breath of relief. After 5 days of hard work, the summoned elemental lich has reached level 50. Lightning undead wings have also been upgraded to level 2. Flight time increased by 10 seconds, doubled. The cooling time has been reduced by 1 minute, and it can be used every 9 minutes. The speed of the level 2 lightning undead wings has been increased from 500 meters per second to 600 meters per second. Moreover, the reduction in cooling time further accelerated its cultivation speed. Lin Moyu believes that as long as he works hard to advance to a few levels, he will practice faster and faster. The problem facing Lin Moyu now is what material to choose to summon the elemental lich. The quality of the material determines the strength of the element lich. It's boring to use too bad. Even Lin Moyu couldn't produce that kind of legendary material. After thinking about it for a long time, Lin Moyu silently took out the elemental crystal. 1 flame crystal, 1 earth crystal, 1 bright crystal, 1 clear water crystal, 1 whirlwind crystal, and 1 lightning crystal. Crystallization is an item after level 40, Ache. Its own level is equivalent to platinum level weapons. Apart from the divine stone, this is already the best non-vegetable item that Lin Moyu can produce before using it. You have already made decisions in your mind, so use them. Hold the flame enchantment in your hand. Skill: summon the elemental lich. A pillar of fire rose from Lin Moyu's body. Standing in the middle of the flame, Lin Moyu didn't feel the heat at all, only a slight warmth. The flames didn't do him any harm at all. The flame crystals cracked, and a flaming lich appeared in front of Lin Moyu. Compared with the flame lich recruited with low-level materials, the flame lich in front of him is obviously much bigger. It has changed from the size of a fist to the size of an adult's head. Maybe because the crystal is round, this flame lich also looks a bit round. It seems that the skin is thicker and softer, and the bones are not so obvious. Why is it cuter? Lin Moyu felt that it didn't fit his professional image. It's obviously an undead summoner, yet it looks so cute. Headache. With the use of skills again and again. Storm Lich, Ice Lich, Earth Lich, Thunder Lich, and Light Lich appeared one after another. There is a halo under each Lich's feet. A total of 6 Liches circled Lin Moyu nonstop. Lin Moyu checked the attributes of each Lich and became familiar with their skills. Platinum Elemental Lich. Level 50. Power 90,000. Agility 90,000. 90,000. Physique 90,000. The 4-dimensional attributes of the 6 Liches are exactly the same, there is no difference. The difference is that they have auras of different attributes. Flame Lich. Aura of Fire. Bless all members of the Undead Legion with a halo of fire, causing fire damage to all enemies within a range of 1,000 meters. The damage depends on the skill level and the attribute of the Lich. Storm Lich. Storm Halo. Bless the Storm Halo on all members of the Undead Legion, greatly increasing the speed of the Undead Legion. The effect depends on the skill level and Lich attribute. Frost Lich. Frozen Halo. Bless all members of the Undead Army with a Frozen Halo, causing a freezing effect to all enemies within a range of 1,000 meters. The freezing effect depends on the skill level and Lich attribute. Earth Lich. Earth Halo. Blessing the Earth aura on all Undead Legions will greatly increase the defense of the Undead Army. The effect depends on the skill level and the Lich attribute. Thunder Lich. Lightning Halo. Add a lightning halo to all undead legions, causing lightning damage to all enemies within a range of 1,000 meters, and has a chance to create a paralyzing effect. The damage depends on the skill level and the attributes of the Lich. Light Lich. Halo of Holy Light. Bless the Halo of Holy Light on all undead legions, strengthen the resistance of the undead legions to light element damage, and increase the attack power of the undead legions against dark monsters. The effect depends on the skill level and the Lich attribute. Watching a Halo attribute appear. The 6 halos are large and small, neatly set at the feet of the undead army. It is colorful and illuminates the earth, which is very spectacular. The Legion of the Undead transformed into the Legion of the Holy Light. With all kinds of bonuses, Lin Moyu himself can hardly imagine how strong the undead army is. Before the enemy gets close, they will be burned by fire, struck by lightning, and then affected by water. Absolutely hopeless. Lin Moyu found that every 10th level of himself was a huge leap, not just the talents of the overall increase will increase by 1 level. New skills are often disruptive as well. Strong, really too strong. Familiar with the 6 auras brought by the Elementalic, Lin Moyu set his sights on a monster in the distance. Showing an unkind smile. It's you. It was a pack of wolves. In the number 1 plateau, the number of 2 monsters, the plateau wild wolf and the plateau antelope, is the largest. These 2 kinds of monsters live in groups, with at least 4 or 5 in each group, and 10 or so in the picture. The pack of wild wolves that Lin Moyu took a fancy to had exactly 8 wolves, no more, no less. Consciousness instantly locked onto the 8 wild wolves and raised his hand. Ability, Bone Prison. The 8 wild wolves were restrained by the bone prison without any response. Their whole bodies were frozen, and a layer of fine cloth skeletons appeared on the surface of their bodies. These bones locked them firmly like chains, and at the same time, there were some small barbs on the bones that pierced their skin. The paralysis took effect immediately, and the wolves couldn't move. It is precisely because of the existence of these bones that after being restrained, their defense power is greatly improved, and the damage they receive is reduced by a full 50%. The duration of level 1 skeleton prison is only 1 second, but because of the god-level talent of full amplification, the binding time has been increased by a full 60 times to 60 seconds. At the same time, the duration is also affected by factors such as monster level, number of monsters, and monster attributes. How long it can actually last varies from monster to monster and cannot be accurately judged. However, Lin Mo felt that if only level 1 skills were placed on these monsters over level 0, 2, 4, 5, the effect should be greatly weakened. Sure enough, after only 3 seconds, the bones on the wild wolf disappeared at the same time. The wild wolf broke free and rushed forward with howling. However, they hadn't rushed 2 meters, and another batch of skeleton prisons descended on them. After 3 seconds, the bone prison disappeared again. But Lin Moyu didn't give them a chance to rush over, and the bone prison came again. After repeated experiments, Lin Moyu already knew the effect of the bone prison. The more monsters bound at the same time, the shorter the bound time. The higher the level of the monster, the stronger the attribute, and the shorter the binding time. As far as his current level 1 skill is concerned, after his talent is enhanced, he has a binding time of 60 seconds. When restraining a wild wolf, it can be restrained for about 20 seconds. If he restrains 8 wild wolves at the same time, he can only restrain them for less than 3 seconds. Another point is that the skill of Bone Prison consumes a lot of mental power. Every time a bound monster is added, the mental power consumption will increase exponentially. Level 1 skill to bind a wild wolf requires about 100 points of mental power. If you restrain 8 wild wolves at the same time, it will consume 800 points of mental power. If the skill level is improved, the consumption will further increase. Such a huge consumption, if it is replaced by other legal professions. At level 50, it is at most 40,000 mental power. Bind multiple targets at the same time, and if you do it a few times, your mental power will be almost exhausted. Moreover, if it is used on multiple targets at the same time, the binding time will be greatly shortened, and the practicality will be greatly reduced. But for Lin Moyu has completely figured out the key to this skill. The biggest difficulty in cultivating the skill of Bone Prison is the excessive consumption of mental power. But he doesn't care about mental consumption at all, so the biggest difficulty in cultivation does not exist. Now it has reached level 50, with 30 undead legions, each with 900 skeletons. A total of 27,000 skeletons shared its mental power consumption. If you can use up so much mental power, you will be damned. Lin Moyu began to display his skills recklessly. The few wild wolves he used for experiments in front of him were completely tragic. The bone prisons on them are constantly refreshed, and they are always in a paralyzed state. His whole body was stiff and he couldn't move, except for his eyeballs. He couldn't even make a sound. Later, Lin Moyu even played left and right. 4 skills can be cast every second. The skill level rose rapidly like lightning, much faster than when practicing summoning the elemental lich. Lin Moyu once again showed his ruthless personality, and in less than 2 days, he cultivated the Bone Prison to level 50. Bone Prison, level 50 bind one target or multiple enemies, causing paralysis. Enemies who are bound cannot act to counterattack, and the damage they receive is reduced by 50%, and the bound time lasts for 50 seconds. It will change according to the enemy's level attributes and the number of bound. In the level 50 Bone Prison, the bondage time reaches 50 seconds, and the mental power consumption reaches an astonishing 5,000 points. This is only the consumption of restraining a monster. If it is like Lin Moyu who restrains 8 or 5 professionals at the same time. Mental power is estimated to be emptied when a skill is released. Only Lin Moyu can afford it. The 3 new skills acquired after level 50, only the lightning undead wings failed to rise. It takes 9 minutes to cast it once. Even if Lin Moyu does not fall once, it will take a few days to upgrade to a level, and the upgrade speed is very slow. But Lin Moyu didn't care about this. Because of the talent of comprehensive growth, the level 2 lightning undead wing is enough to fly for 20 minutes, and the cooling time is only 9 minutes, which can already allow him to fight with the undead army for a long time. Lin Moyu finally relaxed after finishing training his skills. Checked his level 50 attributes, with a smile on his lips. His current attribute is really scary. If other professionals know about it, they will only say one thing: abnormal. Name: Lin Moyu. Occupation: Necromancer, unique. Level: 50, 1%. Power: 74735. Agility: 74735. 198,610. Physical: 90735. Special attributes: physical damage reduced by 50%, poisonous elemental damage reduced by 50%, fire elemental damage reduced by 50%, water elemental damage reduced by 50%, wind elemental damage reduced by 50%, light elemental damage reduced by 80%, electric elemental damage reduced by 80%, vitality increased by 50%. Equipment: none. Summon space: 900. Undead Legion: 30. Lich space: 6/6. Characteristic: Divinity Power, level 50. Talent: Full Amplification, level 6, unique. Full Connection, unique. Passive skills: Status Immunity, Damage Transfer, Elemental Resistance, level 1, Physical Resistance, level 1. Active skills: Soul Flame, level 50, Corpse Burst, level 7, Skeleton Armor, level 50, Bone Fangs, level 50, Summoning Skeleton Berserker, level 50, Summoning Skeleton Archmage, level 50, Summon Skeleton Marksman, level 50, Summon Lich General, level 50, Summon Elemental Lich, level 50, Curse of Aging, level 50, Curse of Poison, level 50. Prison of Bones, level 50, Lightning Undead Wings, level 3, Strong Soldier Killing Field, unavailable. The total attributes have reached a staggering 430,000. It is much higher than the world bosses of the same level. According to Lin Moyu's knowledge, the total attribute of a level 50 mid-level legendary professional is only between 120,000 and 130,000. Even if there are adventures, the total attributes rarely exceed 190,000. I have reached 430,000, almost 3 times that of others. Under this attribute, strength is better than warriors, agility is better than assassins, and physique is better than knights. As for the spiritual attribute, it goes without saying, it is several times that of other legal professions. Coupled with a large number of damage immunity features, elemental and physical dual resistance passive skills. There are also status immunity, damage transfer, and a large number of active attack skills, and a large number of undead legions with amazing combat power. Corpse Explosion has also reached level 7. Attack, control, curse, all kinds of skills are available. At this moment, Lin Moyu himself felt that he was a little perverted. It is estimated that in the history of the human race, no one has reached his level. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill a level 90 Flame Demon King when he was less than level 50 and be promoted to a 2-star general. Check the attribute changes of the skeletons again. Lin Moyu clapped his hands. It's time to go to the ancient battlefield. P.S. I put the attribute skills of the protagonist at level 50 and the attribute skills of the undead army into the work. Those who are interested can take a look. I won't write it in the text, so as not to say that I don't have enough words. Because the number of words is indeed a bit too much, several thousand. It took a full 7 days to practice skills, and when he returned to Baishan Courtyard, Meng Anwen had already prepared the teleportation array for the ancient battlefield. Bai Yuan was far away, and went to Fortress number 8. Lin Moyu demonstrated the effect of the element Lich to Meng Anwen. Meng Anwen was amazed. I didn't expect this kind of skill to replace the role of the Holy Light Knight to a certain extent. Your profession is becoming more and more comprehensive. Lin Moyu also felt this way. Lich General replaces Legion Overlord with 3 abilities. Now the Elementalic has replaced the Knight of the Light. Lin Moyu's skills are completely self-contained and do not depend on any other profession. But in fact it is true. Lin Moyu does not accept any auxiliary status at all and can only rely on himself. Teacher, where can I get higher-level elemental materials? To improve an elemental lich, apart from the skill level, the most important thing is high-quality, high-level elemental materials. Meng Anwen said, that's still quite a lot. For example, in the lower space and deep space of the ancient battlefield, there will be some special elemental materials. For example, the Burning Sky Safflower is a legendary fire element material. There is also the Crystal of Heavy Water, which is a legendary water element material. However, these things are not easy to obtain. The more premium materials, the more difficult it is to obtain them. Except for the ancient battlefield. Meng Anwen also said that there are a few places where legendary elemental materials can be obtained, but none of them are very difficult to obtain. Even the cheapest ones, in the dungeons in the Empire, only some dungeon bosses over level 80 have a very low probability of dropping them. Legendary materials are not easy to obtain, otherwise there would not be so few legendary equipment in the human race. From Meng Anwen's words, Lin Moyu could hear difficulties. The lower space of the ancient battlefield belongs to the world from level 70 to level 89. Now Lin Moyu can't make it through, so he can only press the thoughts in his heart for the time being. The god Xiada appeared, and Lin Moyu stepped into the teleportation array. Meng Anwen said, when there is danger, the stone will be sent back automatically. Lin Moyu nodded, holding a special teleportation stone made for him by Meng Anwen in his hand. This teleportation stone is connected to God Xiada, and it can be used even in dungeons with difficulty in hell, or in secret realms. It can help Lin Moyu out of danger at any time. In terms of item level, it is only slightly worse than the Abyss teleportation stone made of space crystals. The teleportation array took Lin Moyu across a long distance. The familiar air entered his nose, and Lin Moyu came to the ancient battlefield. Looking at the slightly familiar environment, Lin Moyu murmured, "Teacher is lazy." This time he arrived at the ancient battlefield, which was the same point as last time. Exactly. Meng Anwen didn't go to the teleportation point at all, and just used the one from last time. But now the upper layer of the ancient battlefield is really not dangerous to Lin Moyu. It doesn't matter which point he teleports to. After checking the direction, the lightning undead wings suddenly launched. Lin Moyu turned into a flash of lightning and flew towards the core area. This time with flying skills, the forward speed is much faster than last time. In the upper space of the ancient battlefield, except for the core area, there are no flying monsters. This also allows Lin Moyu to fly without hesitation. With a speed of 600 meters per second, Lin Moyu can fly 2,000 kilometers per hour. More miles than in the previous day. Soon, he saw a familiar place. The territory of the Soul Eater. At that time, there was a great battle, and the territory of the Soul Eater was completely changed beyond recognition. After a lapse of several months, it has recovered somewhat at this time. The hills were reformed one after another, but the Soul-Eating Worm Mother and the Soul-Eating Worm King hadn't been bred again, so it might take some time. Lin Moyu continued to move forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was far away from the territory of the Soul Eater. He followed the route he had walked before, and saw the place where the earth killed Chulongchen again. The crumbling mountain has been restored under the rules of the ancient battlefield, the ground is still flat, and the poisonous gas has long since dissipated. It's just that this time there is no earth-touching dragon god in the mountains. Lin Moyu's wish to open a highly poisonous crystal has come to nothing. After flying for half a day, it flew tens of thousands of kilometers. The monster under the feet has reached level 55, and it is no longer far from the core area. Lin Moyu was amazed by some of the scenery he saw along the way. This is the path I have traveled. The earth changed, and the land in the core area appeared in sight. Finally reached. There are still memories of the past in my mind. At that time, it was difficult to advance in the core area, and the skeleton warrior lost all the way, which was very difficult. In the end, I ran into ancient Luan Yao, and almost died in it. This time, Lin Moyu believes that it will not happen again. A ball of gorgeous smoke and tea exploded on the ground. Lin Moyu recognized this skill, and couldn't help being dumbfounded. They haven't left yet. He saw a team fighting monsters on the edge of the core area. At a glance, he saw Mu Xianxian in the team. This violent woman with a huge platinum hammer was very conspicuous. Coupled with the fireworks-like collection skills, the logo is too obvious. Jialan Yeyu led her team to wander around the edge of the core area. Over the past few months, the level of everyone in the team has improved. Mu Xianxian has reached level 60, which is not too slow. Now they are besieging a normal boss. As a knight, Jialan Yeyu has reached level 61. She stands at the front and firmly protects her teammates. Under her command, the team firmly grasped the rhythm of the battle. Mu Xianxian gave full play to the potential of a violent woman. She is no longer just a vase who can only set off fireworks. The stun skill is combined with the must-hit talent, plus the fighting instinct. Xianxian interrupted the boss skills again and again. Let the whole team play extremely easily. Lin Moyu stayed in the air for a while, and found that Mu Xianxian had faintly become the main force in the team. Her role has become irreplaceable. The true boss is gradually being grinded to death. No matter how hard you struggle, it's useless. Seeing victory in sight, Lin Moyu suddenly looked up. Two demons roared from afar. Jialan Yeyu immediately sensed the devil's aura, and said softly, "A devil is coming, everyone be careful." I'm holding the boss, and the mage aims at the demons and knocks them down. Xianxian helped me control the boss together, just leave a supporter. Jialan Yeyu responded very quickly and made arrangements quickly. There are 20 people in this team, which is enough for her to dispatch. Lin Moyu saw it, and realized that he seemed to have underestimated Jialan Yeyu before. This guy has a good grasp of the rhythm of the battle. Unfortunately, such an arrangement does not have much effect. Lin Moyu has dealt with demons too many times, and the two demons he can see at a glance should be around level 65. After level 60, every time you go up one level, the attribute strength will be greatly improved. Neither of these two demons is much worse than the boss they are attacking. Moreover, demons are more flexible in battle, the danger is even higher than that of boss. Even without the influence of the boss, the team can only draw with the two demons at most. What's more, there is still a boss holding him back. Lin Moyu made a judgment almost instantly that Jialan Yeyu and the others would be in danger. He didn't make a move, he wanted to see how Jialan Yeyu would respond. Two demons, one is the Abyss Sword Demon, and the other is the Abyss Sword Demon. The Batiao, Li Qianzhao, arms behind the Abyss Sword Demon are like 8 sharp knives, which are its most powerful weapons. It charged down wielding a big knife, with a grin in its mouth, "Go to hell." The Abyss Sword Demon stayed in mid-air, swung the pitch-black demon sword in his hand, and shot out one after another fierce sword energy. The other two knights in Jialan Yeyu came to the front of the team, one against the Sword Qi, and the other against the Abyss Sword Demon. These two knights have both reached level 59. After the auxiliary bonus, their strength is not bad, and their attributes are not bad. But compared with the Abyss Sword Demon, it is still a bit worse. The Abyss Sword Demon slammed down like a meteor, its 8 arms slashed at the same time. The knight shouted coquettishly, "Holy Shield Defense!" The shield immediately burst into brilliant light, more than doubling in size. There was a loud bang, the shield was smashed, and the knight flew upside down in response. Can't stop it. The assistant has sharp eyesight and quick hands, and the knight has been treated while flying backwards. At the same time, mages and archers began to attack the Abyss Sword Demon. The Abyss Sword Demon waved its 8 arms, blocking all the attacks. The sword energy of the Abyss Sword Demon slammed into another knight. The knight was seriously injured in an instant, and flew out backwards spraying blood. The difference in level attributes is too great, especially after level 60, it is difficult to make up for it only by relying on auxiliary bonuses. The Abyss Sword Demon rushed into the team with a smirk, and the knight who was knocked into the air rushed back again. She was glowing all over, and activated the ultimate defense skills. In this state, she can fight against the Abyss Sword Demon. But it can't last too long. The arm of the Abyss Sword Demon danced into a phantom, making a dense impact sound, accompanied by its excited roar, "Go to die, go to die." Mu Xianxian rushed back suddenly, and she plunged into the light of the Abyssal Sword Demon's sword. With a loud shout, the giant hammer smashed out, and the Abyss Sword Demon stopped suddenly. Relying on the 2 talents of Fighting Instinct and Must Hit, plus stun skills. Even the level 65 Abyssal Sword Demon can't handle it, it's the same move. Mu Xianxian shouted, "Li." The team cooperated tacitly, and before Mu Xianxian could speak, they had poured all their firepower on the Abyss Sword Demon. The Abyss Sword Demon standing in midair let out a soft shout, and swung his long sword violently. Dozens of sword chi swept across in an instant. "Careful!" Mu Xianxian gave a loud shout. The mage unfolds the shield, and the knight opens the group defense. A loud roar sounded in his ears, and the Abyss Sword Demon broke free from the dizzy state, and it took only 2 seconds before and after. Mu Xianxian's skill cooldown is 5 seconds, and there are 3 seconds left before she can use it again. She obviously didn't realize that the Abyssal Sword Demon broke free so quickly. This is the difference brought about by the level gap, which is difficult to reverse. If Mu Xianxian was also at level 65 now, then it wouldn't be the case, at least it would be able to feint for 4 seconds. The Abyss Sword Demon glared at 317 Mu Xianxian, "I'll kill you." It's already angry. The knife light exploded, almost engulfing Mu Xianxian completely. There was a dense sound of impact, and Mu Xianxian flew upside down in response. Already injured. Slim. Treat Xianxian quickly. Jialan Yeyu yelled anxiously, and the therapist had already started. Lin Moyu sees it in his eyes and his heart is like a mirror. Mu Xianxian is already very strong.
As a legendary professional, although she is not a combat professional, her attributes are not bad. Coupled with talent, Mu Xianxian belongs to the type of one trick that can be eaten all over the world. Among the same level, Mu Xianxian is not weaker than ordinary main combat professions. It's a pity that what she encountered was the Abyss Sword Demon, which is a strong clan among the Demon Clan. The attributes are extremely strong, only stronger than legendary professionals. Coupled with the level gap, Mu Xianxian naturally couldn't be its opponent. The Abyss Sword Demon suffered a loss just now, and now it is angry, and its fighting power is stronger than before. The knight who replaced Mu Xianxian couldn't last a few seconds. In the air, the terrifying sword energy of the Abyss Sword Demon swept over, condescending, and the team could only defend, without the power to fight back. The strongest knight in the team, Jialan Yeyu, was entangled by the boss and couldn't escape. In this way, defeat and death are a matter of time. Mu Xianxian shouted, "Sister Yeyu, I'm dragging them in the boss, you guys go." Mu Xianxian has recovered after treatment, and she, Aki, performed the group collection technique coquettishly. The fireworks exploded, immediately grabbing the boss's attention away from Jialan Yeyu. After level 60, the range of her group gathering skills has increased significantly, and even the Abyss Sword Demon in the air is covered by the gathering skills. The attention of the two demons was also forcibly drawn to Mu Xianxian, and they were filled with hatred for Mu Xianxian for a while. The effect of this skill-pulling hatred is very terrifying. Jialan Yeyu shouted loudly, "No!" But at this moment, Mu Xianxian didn't listen to her at all, and ran away quickly. Shouting while running, "Sister Yeyu, take the sisters and leave me alone." Jialan Yeyu instinctively wanted to catch up, but when she heard Mu Xianxian's words, her footsteps stopped again. She had to think about the rest of the team. If they catch up, the greatest possibility is that everyone will die together and become the devil's food. It doesn't make any sense to do so. In the end, Jialan Yeyu gritted her teeth with tears in her eyes. Bang! She turned around and led everyone to run in the opposite direction. Everyone in the team had tears in their eyes. They knew that Mu Xianxian would probably not survive this time. Lin Moyu was at a high altitude and saw the whole process in his eyes. From a rational point of view, Mu Xianxian did the right thing, and Jialan Yeyu was also right. But starting from his personal character, Lin Moyu doesn't like Lan Yeyu's behavior. Mu Xianxian ran as fast as she could with all her might. The boss behind him is not slower than her, and the speed of Abyss Sword Demon is even faster than her. Seeing that she was about to catch up, Mu Xianxian suddenly turned around and used the stun skill on the Abyssal Sword Demon. The Abyss Sword Demon instantly entered a dizzy state, and the sleepy knot took the opportunity to continue to escape. The Abyss Sword Demon in the air slashed out streams of sword energy, but Mu Xianxian dodged them all. The fighting instinct played a great role, giving her an intuition beyond ordinary people, avoiding the attacks of the Abyss Sword Demon time and time again. The same is true for Mu Xianxian, who stunned the Abyss Sword Demon several times. The Abyss Sword Demon was so angry that he yelled, his whole body was glowing with pitch-black light, and the fire of the abyss was ignited on his arms. Every time the flame flew over Mu Xianxian's body, it would cause a lot of damage to Lin Xianxian. The sword energy flying from above her head also intertwined into a net, making it more and more difficult for her to dodge. Mu Xianxian took out the potion and drank it. All she wanted to do now was to hold on for a while longer and run as far as possible. Buy more time for Jialan Yeyu and others. With her running, she also attracted many monsters from the core area. It made her escape even worse. In just a few minutes, she was exhausted and could no longer run. Finally, a terrifying sword energy came oncoming. The knife of the Abyss Sword Demon behind him has also fallen. No matter how strong the talent of fighting instinct is, in this case, she cannot dodge. Mu Xianxian smiled wryly, this time I might really die. For some reason, at this critical time, the shadow of Lin Moyu suddenly appeared in her mind. She didn't think about where Jialan Yeyu escaped to, or whether she had led her away far enough. At this moment, her subconscious thought of Lin Moyu. Mu Xianxian had already closed her eyes, without any fear on her face.
After a few seconds, the expected pain did not come. Mu Xianxian opened her eyes and saw a dazzling white light. Skeleton armor. Mu Xianxian's eyes burst into surprise. The appearance of the skeleton armor means that Lin Moyu has arrived. She raised her head, searched around, and immediately saw Lin Moyu standing in the air. When Lin Moyu arrives, he doesn't have to die. Mu Xianxian didn't care about the abyssal sword demon that had rushed in front of her, the terrifying sword energy falling from the sky, and the upcoming boss. She just waved to Lin Moyu with a smile. The bone armor gleamed. After the talent bonus, the bone armor provides a defense equivalent to 300,000 physique. Even if the abyssal sword demon and sword demon with more than 60 levels attack with all their strength, it is impossible to break through in a short time. The abyss sword demon was surprised by the sudden appearance of the skeleton armor, and then saw Lin Moyu. A little guy at level 50. Even has flying skills. TSK, the meat delivered to the door, mixed with men and women, tastes better. The abyss sword demon also saw Lin Moyu, but its attention was still attracted by Mu Xianxian, and it didn't do anything to Lin Moyu. It has to be said that only a few skills of the knight can compare to the ability of the collection technique to pull hatred. The next second, Mu Xianxian received an invitation from Lin Moyu to form a team. She quickly quit her original team and chose to join Lin Moyu's team. Then the red light flashed, and the curse fell. Skill, Curse of Aging. Just as the curse took effect, suddenly the abyss sword demon, the boss, and the few monsters that were brought in were frozen in place at the same time, as if they did not move. The abyss sword demon even fell straight from the air. Skill, Bone Prison. Time seems to stand still, and all are bound. The undead army then rushed out. Jialan Yeyu and the others had already fled away. He ran hundreds of kilometers in one breath. Suddenly their faces showed sadness, and Mu Xianxian withdrew from the team. They knew that Mu Xianxian was dead. One by one wept pear blossoms with rain. Jialan Yeyu cried while crying, "Don't cry, let's keep running. Find a good place and erect a tombstone for Xianxian. Then go back, revive Xianxian, and bring her back to see my tombstone in the future." The abyssal sword demon and abyssal sword demon trapped in the bone prison watched helplessly as the head of the skeleton berserker greeted them. They are not monsters, they will be demons, they will think, they will struggle, they will have fear. Fear rose in his eyes. Who is this? Why can't I move? There are doubts in my heart, but it is too late to think. If you think about it any longer, you will die. The axes of the skeleton berserkers were glowing red, and they all felt the threat of their lives. Bang, bang, bang. The arms of the abyss sword demon exploded one after the other. Every time it explodes, its body will tremble unconsciously, in great pain. Arms are not just their weapons. After level 60, arms will have another function, which is to save their lives. When the arm exploded, its body gushed out powerful force. After blasting out 4 arms in a row, the skeleton prison outside the body shattered, and it regained its freedom. At this time, the axe of the skeleton berserker also arrived. Frenzied Bombardment, level 2 causes 600% damage to the target, cooldown time is 10 minutes. How strong is the attribute of a level 50 skeleton berserker? After the talent increase, the power attribute reached 252000. Coupled with the 50% increase of Lich General, the strength attribute is close to 380,000. Plus a 600% increase. With this axe down, it almost instantly killed the Abyss Sword Demon. The Abyss Sword Demon felt death, and at the last moment, he swung his arm, and his arm turned into a big knife hard to connect with an axe. The arm broke in response, and the blood of the devil rushed out like a fountain. With a scream, it rushed to the sky quickly, and ran away without looking back. In his eyes, this level 50 guy is too terrifying. As for the Abyss Sword Demon who was also trapped, the Abyss Sword Demon didn't care about it at all, based on the idea that dead friends would never die. In the Abyss world, the weak prey on the strong, and there are no so-called friends. As soon as it flew out, it heard a scream, and it knew that the Abyss Sword demon was dead. It was so frightened that it didn't dare to turn its head back, so it just flew out. Boom! The whole person seemed to have hit a copper wall and was knocked back hard. He raised his head and saw Lin Moyu standing in front of him, his body also shining with bone armor. Too flustered, the Abyss Sword demon obviously didn't realize how slow the curse was in his body. Now its speed is tens of meters per second at most. It cannot be compared with Lin Moyu's 600 meters per second. In an instant, Lin Moyu overtook him. You can't escape. Around Lin Moyu appeared 10 skeleton archmages and 10 skeleton marksmen. It's level 50, and I also want to try the combat effectiveness of the skeleton archmage and marksman. Just now, the skeleton berserker has verified his combat power. In 2 or 3 strokes, the Abyss Sword demon was instantly killed. In the horrified eyes of the Abyss Sword demon, the element exploded, and was pierced by sharp arrows at the same time. It had already been severely injured, but now it screamed and fell from the air. Halfway through, a second round of attacks arrived. The skeletons wouldn't stop just because it fell. In the process of landing, it lasted for 3 rounds of marksman's attack and 2 rounds of archmage's elemental explosion. When it landed, it was dead. Killing the 2 demons in a blink of an eye, Lin Moyu pulled out a 900-strong undead army and rushed to the boss quickly. Core Stone Beast, Boss Monster. Level, 60. Power, 120000. 40,000. Hashtag 40,000. Physique, 120000. Skills, slap with all your strength, earthquake. Characteristics, elemental damage reduced by 40%, physical damage reduced by 50%. The boss is just an ordinary boss-level monster, and its total attributes are only 320,000, which is not as good as the 55th level Chiyue demon. The attributes of monster bosses above level 60 will increase greatly, obviously not including this boss who just happens to be stuck at level 60. To deal with such an unremarkable boss, dispatching an entire army of undead is considered to be enough face. Lin Moyu no longer looked at the results, and fell to Mu Xianxian's side. I saved you again, last time was also in the core area. Mu Xianxian was still immersed in surprise at this time, and when she heard Lin Moyu's words, she giggled, "Thank you. Let's be more practical." Lin Moyu simply said, "I'm going to the center of the core area, you can walk with me." Mu Xianxian agreed without hesitation, "Okay, no problem." Lin Moyu said, "This time there may be danger, are you not afraid of death?" Mu Xianxian shook her head, "Don't be afraid, with you here, I won't die." Lin Moyu chuckled, not sure if she was really not afraid, or if she believed in herself too much. Kill the Core Stone Beast, experience plus 1800000. Obtain the Core Sword. Obtain the Core Sword through the collection technique. Core Sword, for Knights only platinum level weapon, all attributes plus 2800, Knight type professional attack skills increase by 80%. Core Sword, for Knights only platinum level weapon, all attributes plus 2800, Knight type professional attack skills increase by 80%. The 2 pieces of equipment are not very good. Lin Moyu just glanced at it and threw it into the storage space. Now his eyesight is higher. This kind of stuff can no longer catch his eyes. Little stars flashed in Mu Xianxian's eyes. "You have become so powerful." She is still pure like a piece of white paper, with all the emotions and anger hanging on her face. Say what is on your mind, with sincerity. Lin Moyu was not too humble. "It's okay. Do you need to take a break?" Mu Xianxian shook her head. "No need, I can rest while walking." Her attributes are biased towards warriors, with strong physical strength and fast recovery speed. Although I was injured a little bit just now, and I was a little exhausted. But in just a few minutes, he has recovered a lot. As long as you don't continue to fight, you will be able to recover soon. Lin Moyu didn't fly anymore, and in the core area, he wasn't suitable for flying either. Entering the core area this time is much easier than last time. 0. Ask for flowers. Lin Moyu only used 1 undead army to clear the way, and didn't care about the others at all. Ordinary monsters in the core area can't stop the undead army at all. Half a day later, Mu Xianxian fully recovered. She is doing her job diligently and responsibly, gathering firework blooms in the core area. Actually, you don't have to do this, these ordinary monsters won't get any good things. Lin Moyu basically doesn't like the material items dropped by ordinary monsters. After all, they are just ordinary monsters of more than 60 levels, and at most they are some platinum-level ordinary materials. Mu Xianxian shook her head. More or less is worth some money. Sister Yu said that there will be many places to spend money in the future. At level 60, you need to buy a lot of intermediate skill scrolls, and at level 70 and 80, you need to buy advanced skill scrolls. Otherwise, none of my skills can be awakened. Hearing her words, Lin Moyu realized that Mu Xianxian's occupation is also a bit special. Collecting masters is an unpopular profession, and even Xia Jing Academy does not have a corresponding tutor. 0. Just like myself, I also need to rely on skill scrolls. And if there is no professional sublimation at level 70, the skills at level 70 need advanced skill scrolls. Advanced skill scrolls are priced at 100 million each, which is frighteningly expensive. And not one or two is enough, it may take dozens or hundreds of sheets. Lin Moyu said, "Don't you hate them?" They? Mu Xianxian didn't react at first, and then realized who Lin Moyu was talking about. She also shook her head. "I don't hate, why should I hate them? Jialan Yeyu also has a chance to attract the demons of the abyss to leave, and she is a knight. The chance of saving her life is greater than yours." 27. And she may have planted a soul mark, and she can be resurrected after death. Lin Moyu thought for a while, and still expressed his opinion. Mu Xianxian nearly shook her head. "It's different. Sister Yu is more capable than me of leading the sisters out of here. And I have also planted a soul imprint, and I can be resurrected after I die." Lin Moyu didn't expect that Mu Xianxian would also be imprinted with a soul. Such a soul mark requires a lot of price, not just anyone can enjoy this treatment. Among the major families, only the most outstanding people can be planted with soul imprints. Mu Xianxian explained, "I grew up with Sister Yu since I was a child, and the soul imprint was also planted by Sister Yu for me." Lin Moyu understood. Mu Xianxian is not only simple, but also kind. She's a nice girl. Lin Moyu suddenly thought of a possibility. "Tell me, will they erect a tombstone for you?" Mu Xianxian replied without thinking, "Sure, Sister Yu will definitely do this." Lin Moyu wondered if this woman, Jialan Yeyu, had a hobby of erecting tombstones. She really shouldn't be a knight, she should be a gravekeeper. Roar! A loud roar interrupted the conversation between the two. A huge boss and a monster appeared in front of him. "Come alive!" Lin Moyu saw the boss, a boss with a tiger head, a body covered with scales, and a tail full of barbs. It roared at the skeletons, and its hair exploded all over its body, and the bristling hairs were like sharp arrows. The height is more than 6 meters, and the body length is more than 15 meters. A well-deserved behemoth. Of course, it cannot be compared with world-class bosses such as the earth-touching dragon god. Similarly, combat power is not determined by body size. It seemed to feel the strength of the skeletons, and did not attack directly. It can be seen that it is vigilant. If there is danger, it is even possible to run away. After level 60, the boss also has some weak intelligence instincts. Many people believe that level 60 is a watershed. But Lin Moyu thinks that level 60 is a connecting stage. At this stage, the attributes skyrocket and the boss becomes stronger. In order to be more adaptable to the strength after level 70. The breeze blows, and the detection technique has brought back its information. 460, Battlefield Armored Tiger, Boss Level Monster. Level, 64. 160000. Agility, 140000. 40,000. Physique, 160000. Skills, Howling Wind, Iron Armor Impact. Characteristics: elemental damage reduced by 50%, physical damage reduced by 50%. Lin Moyu glanced at it, and the total property reached 500,000. This is what the boss in the core area looks like. The double damage reduction of elemental damage and physical damage, coupled with the vitality of the boss, can be regarded as powerful. At least it collided with the earth-touching dragon god. It's hard to say who will win. It was the first time Mu Xianxian saw such a powerful boss, and couldn't help asking, "Can you beat it?" Lin Moyu looked at her frightened look. "What if I can't beat it?" Mu Xianxian didn't hesitate at all. "If you can't beat it, I'll drag it and you run." This guy simply doesn't take his own life seriously. Those who didn't know thought she had resurrection skills. Lin Moyu chuckled. "No need, get ready to use the collection technique." With a heart move, the undead army has already rushed straight. A reorganized undead army, 300 skeleton berserkers rushed to the front, the skeleton marksman was in the middle, and the skeleton wizard was at the back. When the undead army was in action, the armored tiger on the battlefield also moved accordingly. Since he was vigilant, his dignity as a boss did not allow him to escape without fighting. Even if you want to escape, you have to fight first. The armored tiger on the battlefield roared deafeningly, jumped high, and rushed towards the berserker skeleton. Still in mid-air, elemental operations have already exploded on it. Then the sharp arrows shot by the skeleton god pierced the sky densely and pierced into its body. The armored tiger is covered with thick and solid black armor, and the sharp arrows hit it, making intensive sounds. As a boss, has a very strong defense. In the state of not being cursed, the attacks of the skeleton archmage and skeleton marksman are enough to cause damage to it, but the damage is not particularly large. The flame flashed by, and the flame demon appeared beside Lin Moyu. In an instant, all members of the undead army had a halo of flames under their feet. On the battlefield, raging flames rose from the iron-armored tiger. Aura of fire, bless all members of the undead legion with a halo of fire, causing fire damage to all enemies within a range of 1,000 meters. The damage depends on the skill level and the attribute of the lich. Now there is only one target in the range, and all the targets of the halo of fire are directed at it. The armored tiger on the battlefield let out a high-pitched roar, and it was uncomfortable to be burned. When the flaming lich appeared, Mu Xianxian's eyes glowed, staring at the flaming lich. "Wow, so cute." Lin Moyu knew this would happen, so he laughed and didn't answer. He observed the reaction of the armored tiger on the battlefield. It was rare to have such a good subject. How could Lin Moyu let it go so easily? After watching for a while, I found that the battlefield Xuanjiao was still injured under the flames. "It seems to be useful. Try this again." The cold wind blows, and the air drops a lot. The ice lich exuding cold air appeared beside Lin Moyu. A cyan halo appeared under the skeleton's feet at the same time. Frozen halo, bless all members of the undead army with a frozen halo, causing a freezing effect to all enemies within a range of 1,000 meters. The freezing effect depends on the skill level and lich attribute. The cyan halo of freezing and the glowing red fire halo complement each other, looking very beautiful. The armored tiger on the battlefield that was being burned by flames was suddenly covered in ice. Especially the limbs, the ice layer is especially thick, as if it is going to be frozen. It gradually fell into a frozen state. Then it roared fiercely, its whole body glowed, and its skills were activated. The ice layer on his body also instantly shattered. Skill, Roaring Wind. The biting wind blasted the ice layer, but there was still a chill in his body. The strong wind shattered the ice layer, but it couldn't blow back the skeleton berserker. The skeleton berserker didn't retreat a step, still surrounded it firmly, attacking it continuously. Although it was not frozen, its speed also slowed down a lot. According to Lin Moyu, it was at least 2 or 3 times slower, and it was even more disadvantaged under the siege of skeleton warriors. Although the freezing halo has no attack effect, it has the ability equivalent to a curse, and it seems that it cannot be resolved. Unless you can have the ability of state immunity like yourself. When the ice lich appeared, Qi Xianxian screamed again, "This is so cute too." Lin Moyu still ignored her. "It works well, let's add another one." The lightning crackled, the sparks brought lightning, and the thunder lich came out. A halo of lightning appeared at the feet of the skeletons. There was lightning and thunder for a while. Countless bolts of lightning struck down densely in the air. Just like the thunder god was angry, the armored tiger on the battlefield withstood hundreds of lightning attacks almost instantly. The battlefield armored tiger let out a wail, and it activated its skills again. Ability, Iron Armor Strike. The iron armor on it burst violently, turning into an iron armor whirlwind whistling outside the body. The power of this skill is not small, and its impact is extremely high. The majestic force forced the approaching skeleton berserkers back collectively. Even the skeletal berserker who had already jumped onto it was blown away at this moment. At first glance, it seems that the body shape has suddenly become several times larger. The armored whirlwind not only knocked back the skeleton berserker, it was more like a solid armor, blocking the explosion of elements and the sharp arrow of the sharpshooter. Even the halo attacks of the flame lich and thunder lich were blocked. This skill is good, but I don't know how powerful it is. Lin Moyu commented softly. After using the skill, the armored tiger on the battlefield was extremely mighty, roaring even more. Just as Lin Moyu was waiting for its next move, the next second, it turned around and fled with a roar. Mu Xianxian was extremely surprised. It escaped. Lin Moyu has black hair, this guy. My expectations were in vain, this guy used his skills to escape. Anyway, it's also a level 64 boss, why are you so cowardly? But it also proves that the other party does have some weak wisdom, at least the instinct for life. Mu Xianxian watched the armored tiger run away on the battlefield, and asked, "Do you want to chase it?" "It can't escape." Lin Mo said softly in 4.7, and the strong wind rose out of thin air. The storm lich, whose whole body was covered by wind elements, came out in response. In an instant, the speed of the undead army increased sharply, at least 3 times. The speed exceeds a kilometer per second, faster than the lightning undead wings. In just a few seconds, it has caught up with the armored tiger on the battlefield and surrounded it again. The armored tiger on the battlefield maintained its skills and went on a rampage, trying to break through the encirclement of the skeletons again. The iron armor whirled and spun, knocking the skeleton berserkers back, forcing a gap. Hope was right in front of him, and suddenly it froze in place, and at the same time, its body was covered with fine bones. Ability, Bone Prison. The Bone Prison triggered a paralyzing effect, which fixed the armored tiger on the battlefield like a fixation spell. Its skills were also interrupted. Under its slightly terrified gaze, the skeleton berserkers charged forward with their axes in hand. The world of mortals filled the air, and the curse fell in response. Lin Moyu whispered to Mu Xianxian, "Go and set off the fireworks." Lin Moyu still remembers the last time he entered the core area and encountered a battlefield snake turtle that was also level 64. The other party didn't run away, it was him who ran away. This time, it was completely different. Even he only used an army of undead, which was enough to wipe out a level 64 battlefield armored tiger. Mu Xianxian didn't need to use any fighting instinct this time. She came to the battlefield with great ease in front of the armored tiger and let off fireworks. The battlefield armored tiger bound by the bone prison can't move anything except a pair of eyes. Under the fireworks, a red light appeared from the axe of the skeleton berserker. Hundreds of axes were stamped down densely. With a cry of grief, the armored tiger on the battlefield collapsed. Kill the armored tiger on the battlefield, experience plus 1920000. Obtain an armored spear. Get the armored spear through the collection technique. Iron armored spear, for fighters only platinum level weapon, all attributes plus 2800, fighter skills increased by 90%. Additional skills, sweeping thousands of armies. Sweeping thousands of troops, attack all enemies within 5 meters, there is a chance to cause a stun, and the cooling time is 3 minutes. Iron Armored Spear, for fighters only platinum level weapon, all attributes plus 2800, fighter skills increased by 90%. With the collection technique, 2 obtained an armored spear. But as before, the weapons obtained through the collection technique will not have skills. This kind of weapon can only be sold to exchanges, and the price will not be too high. Lin Moyu put away the elementalic. In battle, elementalics have proven their usefulness. Whether it is killing, controlling, and chasing, the effects are very good. If the skill level is improved in the future, and better elemental materials can be found, the elemental lich will become more powerful. When Lin Moyu put away the elemental lich, Mu Xianxian couldn't help showing a hint of disappointment on her face. "Is this your summon too?" Lin Moyu nodded, "Yes." Mu Xianxian snorted, "I thought it was a pet. It would be great if it was a pet. I want to keep a few too." She didn't pay attention to the role of elemental liches at all, but was more concerned with their appearance. The perspectives of the two are completely different. Lin Moyu didn't explain much, and moved on. The core area is very large, and in the upper space of the ancient battlefield, the core area occupies the largest area. It takes a lot of time to walk to the center of it. In the process of advancing, monsters flew by in the air from time to time. They will spot Lin Moyu and his undead army on the ground and swoop down. But often before he could get close to Lin Moyu, he was killed by the army of undead. Lin Moyu's forward speed this time has been far faster than last time, and he can basically advance thousands of kilometers every day. It seems to be strolling in the garden, but it is actually very fast. All the monsters along the way were wiped out. For 5 days in a row, I haven't encountered Ancient Lawn Bird. Ordinary bosses have encountered several times, and they all fell in front of the undead army without exception. Lin Moyu has now tested the control time of the Bone Prison. Level 50 Bone Prison lasts for 50 seconds and reaches 3,000 seconds after the increase. But when controlling level 63 or 64 bosses, even if only one is controlled, the control time will be drastically shortened to 30 seconds. The control time has been shortened by 100 times. If you encounter a Lord-level boss, or a world-class boss, the control time must be further reduced. And even that is perfectly adequate. Let alone 30 seconds, even 3 seconds is enough to cause terrifying damage. As it gets deeper and deeper into the core area, the earth is also changing. The ground in the core area seems to have been polished, similar to a mirror surface, which can reflect itself. Later, it became smoother and even began to become transparent. 5 days later, Lin Moyu and Mu Xianxian stepped into another area. The ground in this area is translucent, and it can be seen that there are flames burning under the ground. The whole land smelled of burning. The moment Lin Moyu saw the flames, he murmured, "It's finally here." Mu Xianxian was a little confused. "What's here?" Lin Moyu said, "Remember that ancient bird?" Mu Xianxian thought about it for a while. Her little face suddenly changed color, and she nodded her head vigorously. "Remember, you were killed by it last time, and we even erected a tombstone for you." Lin Moyu stared at her. "First, I wasn't killed. Second, don't mention the tombstone anymore." Mu Xianxian let out an "oh." But judging by her appearance, she knew that she accepted it with an open mind, but whether she would change it was hard to say. Lin Moyu didn't bother to argue with her. "We should have entered its territory now. It may come any time, so be careful." Mu Xianxian suddenly pointed to the distant sky. "See if that's it." Lin Moyu looked up and saw a black fireball. The fireball hung in the air like a scorching sun, and it was still growing rapidly. In the center of the fireball, Ancient Lawn Bird was flying towards him. "Speaking of Cao Cao, Cao Cao will be there." Lin Moyu nodded. "That's right, that's it." After finishing speaking, put on the bone armor on himself and Mu Xianxian. The undead army appeared in batches, and the Lich General blessed all the skeletons. Gorgeous light soared into the sky. Lin Moyu was ready for battle almost in the blink of an eye. Ancient Lawn Bird impressed Lin Moyu too deeply. Even if his strength has greatly increased now, Lin Moyu will not take it lightly. It was also in this short period of 2 seconds that Ancient Lawn Yao pierced through the sky and approached quickly. The speed is very fast. According to Lin Moyu's rough judgment, its speed exceeds a kilometer per second. Much faster than his own lightning undead wing. If it can't fight and wants to escape, it can't catch up by itself. We must find a way to make it impossible to jump. Thinking about the tactics in his mind, Mu Xianxian's voice came from his ear. It looks a bit scary, you have to be careful. If there is danger, you can run away by yourself, don't worry about me. Mu Xianxian still thought about Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu gave her a strange look. This girl is really not afraid of death. Lin Moyu already has a countermeasure in mind. You find the right time to set off the fireworks. If you can't set off the fireworks, it doesn't matter, safety comes first. Mu Xianxian nodded, Air Ruiz. While speaking, the ancient lawn bird has already flown over. It shook its wings, and black flames descended from the sky. A dense rain of fire suddenly fell in the sky with a radius of 1 kilometer. General Lich formed a group to protect Mu Xianxian. General Lich has a strong physique and can heal himself, making him an excellent meat shield. Skill, Undead Lightning Wing. Accompanied by a flash of lightning, a pair of wings woven from white bones appeared behind Lin Moyu. There is still electricity flashing on the wings. In the next second, Lin Moyu's wings vibrated and he rushed straight into the sky against the fire and rain. All 27,000 skeletons of the undead army also soared into the sky along with Lin Moyu. There are no wings growing on the back of the skeletons. The lightning wings of the undead act on them through a special connection, giving them the ability to fly. Amidst the fire and rain, the undead army soared into the sky, and the scene was very spectacular. Ancient Lawn Bird seems to be still remembered in Lin Moyu. The moment he saw Lin Moyu, he uttered a sharp cry, his wings vibrated more violently, and the flames became denser. Haven't seen you for a long time. Lin Moyu spoke softly, and a detection technique popped up. Ancient Lawn Bird, Lord Level Boss. Level, 67. Power, 300000. Agility, 150000. 200000. Physique, 150000. Skills, Flame Jet, Flame Explosion. Characteristics, Fire Elemental Damage Immunity, Elemental Damage reduced by 60%, Physical Damage reduced by 60%, Fangs in the Mouth Ignore Defense. Up to 800,000 attributes, telling its strength. The flames hit the skeletons and exploded one after another. Some skeletons were knocked into the air by the huge impact, but in the blink of an eye they stabilized their figures and continued to rush over. On the skeleton body, white light flickered, and the injury just received was healed in an instant. In the past, just this fireball attack could kill many skeletons. But now, it is only able to injure, and the injury is not too serious. The undead army broke through the fireball like a bamboo, and rushed to the front of Ancient Lawn. Ancient Lawn Bird, the whole body is covered by black flames, and it will suffer damage as long as it gets close. Under Lin Moyu's order, the skeletal berserkers ignored the damage from the black fire and the raging flames burning on their bodies, and jumped on it one after another, chopping it off with their axes. Lin Moyu pointed at the same time. Skill, Curse of Aging. The war broke out completely at this moment. The Scarlet Curse is in stark contrast to the black fire of Ancient Lawn Bird. A small scarlet sword with a shackle appeared on top of Ancient Lawn Bird. The speed of Ancient Lawn Bird suddenly slowed down. Even if it is stronger than it, it is also affected by the curse. But Lin Moyu noticed that in the raging black fire, the curse was breaking down rapidly. As if it had been so before, its black flames had the power to extinguish curses. However, the curse is only the beginning. While the curse was in effect, the skeleton archmage and skeleton marksman were already in place, attacking one after another. They formed a circle around Ancient Lawn Bird. Some are high and some are low, some are far and some are near. From all angles, they surround Ancient Lawn in all directions. At the same time, it is scattered enough to prevent the group attack skills of the Yuanling Lawn. Violent explosions exploded on Ancient Lawn Bird, and the marksman's sharp arrow turned it into a hedgehog in the blink of an eye. The curse plays a powerful role, so that the attacks of the skeleton archmage and the marksman can break the defense of the Ancient Lawn. Elemental liches appeared one after another, and halos of light appeared at the feet of the skeletons at the same time. This time, except for the flaming lich and the bright lich, all other elemental liches appeared. The halo of ice stopped the black fire on Ancient Luan Yao's body, and its body was covered with a layer of ice. However, it lasted less than half a second before being burned by the black fire. But the effect of the halo continues all the time. The ice layer keeps appearing and being burned continuously. The storm halo brings the skeletons faster speed, and the earth halo greatly improves the defense of the skeletons. Dense lightnings fell in the sky. Tens of thousands of lightnings landed on Ancient Luan bird, causing it to scream. It vibrated its wings and spewed fierce flames from its mouth, covering a large area of the sky. Ability, Flame Thrust. The skeletons burst into flames and burned blazingly. But the skeletons did not retreat an inch, still sticking to it. There was a roar, and a large number of fireballs appeared in the air and then exploded. Skill, Flame Explosion. Ancient Luan bird, exercising two skills at the same time, but it still has nothing to do with the undead army. The flame that once cost Lin Moyu a lot, now does no more damage to the skeletons. Lin Moyu's strength has improved too much compared to before. The undead army can even kill the weakened Demon King head-on, and the mere 67-level Lord-level boss seems to be not enough. It seems that the thing to be careful about is its talent. Lin Moyu felt it. At present, Ancient Luan bird is no longer a problem. Only its talent needs to be careful. Lin Moyu now understands why the detection technique cannot find the Nirvana skill of Ancient Luan bird. That is not a skill at all, but the talent of Ancient Luan bird. That's why the detection technique didn't detect it. There is no suspense in the battle ahead. Ancient Luan bird is constantly displaying its skills. The sky and the ground are densely covered with flames. Within a kilometer radius, it has become a sea of flames. But no matter how it struggled and resisted, the result was of no avail. Skeleton berserkers had already covered its body, and the axes were chopping off one after another with a red light. Under the stormy attack of the skeletons, in just 1 minute, Ancient Luan was seriously injured. Lin Moyu didn't use the bone prison, not yet. He is waiting for Ancient Luan bird to use its talent. Sure enough, another 10 seconds passed. All the flames disappeared and gathered at the same time, and the terrifying Ning Huang swept out. A huge fireball appeared in the sky, a black fireball with a diameter of more than a kilometer. The fireball was burning blazingly, and the temperature was extremely hot. The skeleton berserkers who had pounced on Ancient Luan Yao were blown away one after another. Ancient Luan bird's Nirvana talent activates. The fireball stayed in the air for a few seconds before falling towards the ground. I don't know if it was intentional or a coincidence, but the direction happened to be where Mu Xianxian was. Lin Moyu's face changed slightly, and he flew down immediately, grabbed Mu Xianxian and flew into the distance. At the same time, all members of the undead army also flew high, away from the ground. Amidst the roar, a mushroom cloud rose from the ground. Violent shock waves rushed out in all directions, and the skeletons who were not far enough away were sent flying one after another. Lin Moyu was more than 2,000 meters away from the explosion at this time, but he was still under severe impact. The bone armor shone brightly, blocking all attacks. From the movement of the skeleton armor, Lin Moyu could tell how strong the explosion was. Nirvana talent can not only regenerate Ancient Luan bird, but also has the ability to die with the enemy. Fortunately, Lin Moyu had seen it once and was well prepared. Maybe the undead army can hold on, but Mu Xianxian will surely die. The bone armor, which is equivalent to 300,000 physical defense power, can't stop this blow. After the explosion, a huge crater with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer appeared on the ground. A raging flame is burning. Ancient Luan bird, Lord level boss. Level 67. Status, Nirvana rebirth, currently in an invincible state. Detect returned the same answer as last time. Now he can only wait until his Nirvana rebirth is over. Mu Xianxian's voice came from next to my ear.
can you let me go first? When Mu Xianxian spoke, a warm breath sprayed on her face, making her face itchy. Only then did Lin Moyu realize that he was hugging her now, and Mu Xianxian could only hug herself in order to prevent herself from falling. Mu Xianxian was tall, only half a head shorter than herself. In this posture, Mu Xianxian's mouth was very close to her. At this time, Mu Xianxian's pretty face was flushed, her ears were hot, and her body felt a little weak. Lin Moyu, the straight man of steel, didn't feel anything unusual, so he landed on the ground and put Mu Xianxian down. Then he said, "Get ready for the collection technique, I will call you later, and you will do it. I didn't tell you to go, so don't move." Mu Xianxian lowered her head and hummed as an answer. At this time, she was extremely shy. It was the first time she was hugged by a member of the opposite S*X in such a big way. But it's strange, I didn't find it annoying at all, but secretly pleased. Lin Moyu let the Lich General surround Mu Xianxian again, and then flew high, staring at Ancient Lawn Bird, without blinking. The flames burned and scorched the earth, which lasted for a full 5 minutes. Then all the flames focused towards the center of the big pit, and a powerful aura rose from the center of the big pit. Lin Moyu frowned slightly, and seemed stronger than before. Is Nirvana not only reborn, but also stronger? With a flick of the finger, the detection technique flew out. Ancient Lawn Bird, Lord Level Boss. Level 68. 330000. Agility 170000. 200000. Physique 200000. Skills: Flame Jet, Flame Explosion, Black Fire Sea. Characteristics: Fire Elemental Damage Immunity, Elemental Damage reduced by 70%, Physical Damage reduced by 70%. Sure enough, it has become stronger. Lin Moyu's feeling is right, it has indeed become stronger. Changed from level 67 to level 68. The total attribute has increased by a full 100,000, and one more skill has been added. Both elemental immunity and physical immunity have been enhanced, and the attribute of Fang's ignoring defense is missing. It can be judged from this that its flame attack will be more powerful, and it will no longer bite. But just now, it seems that he has not bit the skeleton. With its size, the skeleton is too small. But even if it is level 68, Lin Moyu doesn't care, just kill it. Ancient Lawn Bird, Nirvana ended and became stronger. Before he could let out a scream, his body was suddenly covered with fine, Li Wang Zhao, bones. The huge body froze there, unable to move. Ability, Bone Prison. Lin Moyu intends to make a quick decision this time. The skeletons rushed up again, and the skeleton Sky Mage and Sharpshooter began to attack one after another. Lightning fell in the air, bombarding continuously. Under the shackles of the prison of bones, Ancient Luan Yao has no power to fight back, and can only be beaten passively. Girl, come and set off the fireworks. Hearing Lin Moyu's cry, Mu Xianxian let out an "oh" and ran over quickly. Facing the terrifying black flame, Mu Xianqi plunged into it without any hesitation. She trusted Lin Moyu too much, since Lin Moyu said to let her go, there must be no danger. The black flames continued to burn, and the bone armor shone to help her block the flames. Lin Moyu stood in the air, constantly replenishing the skeleton armor for Mu Xianxian. Without any delay, Mu Xianxian quickly ran to the side of the restrained, Ancient Lawn Bird, and released a gorgeous firework. Then he quickly ran out of the flames and shouted to Lin Moyu, "Fireworks are set off." Lin Moyu smiled slightly, and suddenly his face changed drastically. He rushed down, picked up Mu Xianxian's head and flew towards the sky without looking back. Before flying far, another mushroom cloud rose. Shockwaves visible to the naked eye hit the sky and covered the sky with black flames. Lin Moyu moved Mu Xianxian to his chest, and used his back to face the shock wave. The distance is too close, and the shock wave this time is obviously stronger than last time. The skeleton armor shattered, and the huge force pushed Lin Moyu to fly out. The damage transfer is launched in time, and all damage is borne by the undead army. Fortunately, Lin Moyu's physique is quite strong now, plus 50% fire elemental immunity. There are also elemental resistance skills, as well as comprehensive augmentation skills. Lin Moyu's damage has been greatly weakened. The damage that the undead army needs to share for Lin Moyu is not particularly huge. General Lich was also sent flying by the violent shock wave, and his skills kept stopping halfway. This wave of explosions came too easily, almost covering the entire undead army. If there is no comprehensive connection talent, the skeleton archmage and skeleton marksman will definitely die. Only the skeleton berserkers survived. Now that almost all the skeletons are badly injured, General Lich is busy. Lin Moyu flew back with Mu Xianxian. At this time, he was terrified. Just a little bit ago, his army of undead was about to be wiped out. What happened just now? It must have exploded. He sensed the gathering of terrifying energy just now, and reacted immediately. If it was just 1 second at night, Mu Xianxian could really prepare to be resurrected. The original kilometer pit became even bigger. At least over 2,000 meters in diameter. The depth is more than 100 meters. The flames 570 in the pit were raging, more intense than before. Lin Moyu saw ancient lawn bird in the flames. To be precise, it was an ancient lawn bird egg. The detection technique flew out. Ancient lawn bird, Lord level boss. Level 68. Status, in the second Nirvana rebirth, currently in an invincible state. Lin Moyu was about to curse in his heart. This was simply cheating. How can there be such a thing as the second Nirvana? It's simply too disgusting. There will be a second time, and will there be a third and fourth time? Then it will become stronger. Lin Moyu felt a headache. Mu Xianxian seemed a little frightened this time. She shrank her body slightly. How could she return? She also saw through the detection technique that the current situation seemed a bit complicated. With her head in her head, she didn't know what to do for a while. Lin Moyu thought about it for a while. Try again, back away a bit, follow the way we came here, and back out at least 5 kilometers. Mu Xianxian hummed and quickly walked away. She knew that not only could she not be of much help here, but on the contrary, she would become a pressure. If she is here, Lin Moyu can let go more easily. Lin Moyu stared at the ancient lawn bird that had turned into an egg, and the aura coming out of it became stronger and stronger. It should be out soon. With a heart move, the undead army quickly dispersed. Only 1,000 of the skeleton berserkers remained, and the remaining 8,000 could not be retrieved. Lin Moyu ordered them to move away quickly. Ancient lawn bird is big in size, but 1,000 skeleton berserkers are enough to surround it inside and out for 3 times. The other 8,000 are used to bear the damage. The skeleton archmage and marksmen are also more spread out. The advantage of doing this is that the possibility of group destruction is greatly reduced. The disadvantage is that the number of lightning attacks in the thunder halo is greatly reduced. There is only such a choice between the two. Most of the undead army was covered by the explosion just now. If the explosion was more powerful, General Lich's healing would be a little slower, and the group might really be wiped out. If you have suffered a loss once, you will never want to suffer a second time. Everything's ready. Click. A crisp sound sounded. There are cracks in the eggshell, and it is about to break out. Lin Moyu stared at it tightly. The moment it broke out of the shell was the moment to start. A few seconds later, with a shake of the eggshell, a gap appeared on the eggshell. Immediately afterwards, a pitch-black flame shot out from the eggshell. The sky and the earth faded, and the day turned into night. All light is swallowed by black flames. Terrible rain of fire fell, crackling and hitting the ground. The earth instantly turned into a sea of flames. I'll go. Lin Moyu couldn't help but let out a low cry. Is this still a level 68 monster? The ones above level 70 are not so scary. It's not that Lin Moyu has never fought against level 70 monsters, and he has killed many dragon warriors over level 70. But how can the dragon warrior be as terrifying as the ancient lawn bird, who has been Nirvana for the second time in front of him?
Lin Moyu felt that this pitch-black fire was enough to burn the dragon warrior to death. A thought could not help but arise in my heart: what the hell is this core area? Especially the boss in front of me, it's too abnormal. The rain of fire continued to fall, and the earth had turned into a sea of flames. The shaking of the eggshell became more and more intense, and finally exploded with a roar. Along with the explosion of the eggshell, there was a sea of flames and a loud scream. The black flames rushed towards the mountains, but Lin Moyu remained unmoved. He had firmly locked on the ancient lawn that flew out of the eggshell. The moment ancient lawn bird rushed out of the eggshell, Lin Moyu's skills had already been thrown. Act. Letting the skeleton armor be burnt to pieces in the black sea of flames, Lin Moyu didn't care about it and shot at ancient lawn. Offense is the best defense. Skill, bone prison. Ancient lawn bird was once again bound by dense white bones. But this time it wasn't affected by the paralyzing effect. It just froze for a moment and then began to struggle desperately. A large number of cracks suddenly appeared in the bones of the body. The red light was shining, and the curse fell. Then came the attack of the skeletons. The thunder and lightning halo was activated first, and thunder and lightning struck down in the air. The elemental explosion fell on him, and a sharp arrow hit him. Lin Moyu pointed out with his right hand, skill, poison starburst. A little green light appeared in the black flame, and the poisonous starburst can effectively prevent it from recovering. The firelight in the left hand danced, and the soul flame fell on the head. Lin Moyu personally joined the battle group, except that the strengthening soldiers skill has not yet been used. At this moment, Lin Moyu is going all out. The soul flame brought severe pain to ancient lawn. It screamed and struggled more violently. The skeleton berserkers pounced on ancient lawn Yao again. Regardless of life and death, fearless of pain, they allowed the flames to burn and chopped them up with an axe. With the radiance of skills, the axe shattered the ancient lawn bird's defense. Blood splattered and broken feathers fell. The elemental explosion rumbled, and the newly born ancient lawn Yao was hit hard again. It's not that it's not strong enough, it can only be said that the undead army is stronger, and Lin Moyu's methods are even more desperate. The strength of the struggle became weaker and weaker, and the screams also became quieter. It should be close this time. Lin Moyu stood in the sea of flames with cold eyes. Suddenly, the sea of flames began to rush towards ancient lawn Yao. In a blink of an eye, the world returned to normal, and all the flames entered the body of ancient lawn Yao. Again. Lin Moyu was creepy. Don't even want to turn around and run away. At the same time, all the skeletons spread out and moved away as fast as possible. Just after flying 1,000 meters away, there was a loud noise, followed by a more terrifying mushroom cloud rising up. The shock wave shattered the bone armor and landed heavily on it. Cracks appeared on the skeletons one after another. This time the attacks were stronger and more terrifying than the previous two attacks. Lin Moyu has black lines all over his head. Fortunately, he withdrew 8,000 skeleton berserkers to a distant place and used them as wounded human shields. Otherwise, the undead army will definitely be wiped out this time. The third time, the so-called thing is only 3. I don't believe you have a fourth, 5th time. After the explosion was over, Lin Moyu flew back with Yuan. The diameter of the pothole is even larger, reaching 3,000 meters. The depth exceeds 200 meters. The sea of fire was boiling. Lin Moyu rushed into the sea of fire regardless. I saw an egg again, which belonged to ancient lawn bird. Ancient lawn bird, Lord level boss. Level 69. Status, in the final rebirth of Nirvana, currently in an invincible state. The level has been raised again. Final Nirvana. Lin Moyu got the news, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. It's the last time. Just as he was calling back the undead army, he was about to kill ancient Luan Yao in one fell swoop. Suddenly, there was a twist in the sky, and a giant claw appeared. The giant claws plunged into the pit with a diameter and grabbed the ancient lawn bird's egg from Nirvana. If you want to cut off the barbarian, there is no way. Lin Moyu certainly doesn't let the cooked duck fly. He has been killed for 3 rounds, and he has been bombed 3 times. How could he let it go? Skill, bone prison. White bones grew out of the giant claws, and there was a slight pause, and then the prison of bones collapsed. Elemental explosions and sharp arrows landed on the giant claws, without any effect. A skeleton berserker rushed up, but was knocked away by the giant claws. The skeleton berserker disintegrated in mid-air and died on the spot. Just being hit once, it disintegrated and died. His own talents did not play any role at all. The owner of this giant claw is too terrifying. Lin Moyu looked at the shape of the giant claw, and suddenly thought of something. He immediately ordered all the skeletons to stop. Just like this, I watched it take away the ancient lawn bird's egg. Lin Moyu wasn't depressed, but he couldn't figure it out. It actually meddled. Why? It is so high above, how could it interfere with such a small matter? The flames gradually extinguished, leaving behind a large pit with a depth of more than 200 meters and a diameter of more than 3,000 meters. Mu Xianxian ran back and shouted excitedly, "How about it? Did you kill it?" Lin Moyu shook his head. Whether it was killed or not is actually very simple. You can tell if you have gained experience. No need to ask at all. Lin Moyu thought about the reason, but couldn't figure it out. It's only time to ask. Seeing that Lin Moyu had a sullen face and guessed the answer, Mu Xianxian didn't ask any more questions. She came to the edge of the big pit and looked down. The big crater burned by the flames is smoother than a mirror. At the bottom of the big pit, there are still some flames, but they are not black. It is a reddish-purple flame. It's not a black flame, which means it has nothing to do with ancient lawn bird. Huh? There's something in the fire. Mu Xianxian's eyesight was very good, and there seemed to be something in the flame. Lin Moyu looked into the pit, and he could see more clearly from a high position. The flames are red, and the purple ones are not flames, but things inside. It looks a bit like some kind of crystal, flickering in a flame, very beautiful. Lin Moyu flew down, wearing bone armor, and rushed into the flames at the bottom of the pit. Only then did Lin Moyu understand that the flames they saw through the earth were not fake, but real flames. There is indeed a sea of fire under the earth. This is the world of fire, and there are raging flames everywhere. The flame temperature is very high, and the damage is not small. The black fire of ancient Luan Yao is worthy. Lin Moyu stood in the flames, replenishing the bone armor from time to time. It wouldn't last long if it was replaced by other professionals with more than 60 levels. I don't know how many years this sea of flames has been burning. Could it be that the ancient lawn bird was conceived in the sea of fire? But what is the source of this sea of flames? Lin Moyu thought in his heart. His eyes searched in the sea of fire, and quickly found the purple light spot. This is a crystal-like thing, presenting a prismatic shape. Lin Moyu held it in his hands, and could feel the scorching breath and scorching energy in it. Detect falls on it. Solidified Vulcan blood essence, legendary material, a substance solidified by Vulcan blood essence after thousands of years of burning. Lin Moyu showed a look of surprise. He didn't expect that this thing turned out to be the solidified Vulcan blood. The whole body of the gods is full of treasures. Whether it is blood essence or bones, both have extremely high value. A drop of beast spirit blood almost made Ning Tyran sell his granddaughter. The value of this piece of solidified Vulcan blood, a legendary material, is estimated to be not much lower. Holding the solidified Vulcan blood, Lin Moyu left the Sea of Fire world and looked towards the direction where ancient Luan Yao fell down for the first time in Nirvana just now. It seems that it didn't just find a place to Nirvana, but specifically find a place with Vulcan's spirit and blood to Nirvana. It should know that Vulcan's blood is useful to it, so it deliberately smashed a big hole here, smashing through the surface. Its Nirvana upgrade, is it also related to Vulcan's essence and blood? Under the Sea of Fire, will there be more spirit and blood of Vulcan? Lin Moyu thought for a moment, then turned to Mu Xianxian and said, "You wait here for me, don't go anywhere." "Oh." Mu Xianxian responded obediently, promising not to go anywhere. Lin Moyu left the undead army to protect her and entered the underground sea of fire again alone. The ancient battlefield has the characteristics of self-healing, and it is estimated that this pothole will be repaired in a short time. I want to go back before the restoration is over. Lin Moyu asked the undead army to watch the potholes and would notify him of any changes. He began to travel quickly through the world of Sea of Fire, looking for the solidified Vulcan spirit and blood. Legendary grade materials are rare, so if you encounter them, you can't let them go. Vulcan's blood will appear in a special purple color after solidification. It's dazzling and beautiful, and it's not hard to find. At this time, Lin Moyu had a guess in his mind whether the Sea of Fire here was caused by Vulcan. Did something happen that year? The Vulcan's blood spilled into the sky and landed here. Did Vulcan fall, or was he asleep? Gods are not easy to die. In historical records, many gods seem to be dead, but in fact they are just sleeping. As long as the time is right, they will wake up. Lin Moyu soon found another piece of solidified Vulcan blood. It is a circle smaller than the previous one, but it also contains a huge amount of fiery energy. Lin Moyu can feel that this is the essence of the fire element. Vulcan was originally the god in charge of fire, possessing the supreme authority of the fire element. Its blood essence naturally contained a huge fire element. The Sea of Fire is located under the surface of the earth, and it is extremely huge. Lin Moyu galloped among them with the wings of the lightning undead, but he didn't dare to stay away. In case the exit disappears, he will be trapped inside. He tried the hardness of the surface, and it was very solid. Whether it is yourself or the undead army, it can't be smashed. Half an hour later, the skeleton guarding the exit sent back a message. Exports have changed. Lin Moyu returned at full speed without hesitation. The ancient battlefield is repairing itself, and the holes that were smashed out are gradually disappearing. Lin Moyu flew back at the fastest speed and rushed out of the flames with a ball of sparks. In half an hour, 10 solidified Vulcan blood essences were found. Although the size is different, each piece is a legendary material. Legendary materials are very rare and valuable. After a while, the entrance to the Sea of Flames disappeared completely. Like a pair of invisible giant hands caressing the earth. 0, asking for flowers. Huge potholes are also gradually recovering. It won't take many days to fully recover. Mu Xianxian asked in a low voice, "What was that just now?" Lin Moyu generously threw a piece to her, motioning her to see for herself. Mu Xianxian took it, and suddenly exclaimed, "It's so hot." After checking, her eyes widened. It turned out to be the blood of Vulcan. Lin Moyu asked curiously, "Do you know about the spirit and blood of Mieshan?" Mu Xianxian shook her head, "I don't know." "Then you are so surprised." Lin Moyu felt even more strange. Mu Xianxian's reaction seemed unusual. "Sister Yu once mentioned that the things of the gods are very magical and precious." Mu Xianxian was extremely honest. When Lin Moyu thought about it, it was not surprising that Jialan Yeyu would know. After all, she is the eldest lady of the Jialan Guild, and the Jialan Guild is one of the best guilds in the Xinxia Empire and has existed for many years. It is quite normal to know something about the gods. Mu Xianxian looked at it for a while, then returned it to Lin Moyu. 0. Although it is a legendary material, in Mu Xianxian's eyes, it is no different from ordinary materials. She has no desire to want it all. Lin Moyu held the solidified Vulcan blood in his hand, and his heart moved slightly. "Can you use it to summon the elemental lich?" "Now that you think of it, try it." Skill, Summon Elemental Lich. Boom! The flames shot straight into the sky like pillars. It pierced through the sky in an instant, turning the surroundings into a sea of flames. Mu Xianxian let out an exclamation and took a few steps back in fright. Even Lin Moyu himself was taken aback. The moment the flame rushed out, he felt the breath of a god-level powerhouse. It is different from the god-level powerhouses in the human race, and it is also different from the breath of the devil. But Lin Moyu is very sure that it is the breath of the same level as the god-level powerhouse. Moreover, the pillar of fire rising into the sky is very similar to the picture seen when the skill was awakened that day. There was a burst of excitement in my heart. Maybe I summoned a god-level elemental lich. A lich half the height of a human walked out of the flames. It was still cute, but even more powerful. The breath on it is very unstable. The god-level breath gathers and disperses on it, ups and downs. And gradually there are signs of becoming chaotic, and the huge fire element begins to get out of control. Oops, it's going to explode. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he immediately ordered it to stay away and fly into the distance. The flame lich flew towards the distance at the fastest speed, and when it flew about 10 kilometers away, there was a loud noise in the air. A huge fireball appeared in the sky. It exploded. The power of the explosion is very powerful, even more terrifying than the explosion of Ancient Lawn Bird when it was in Nirvana. It's strange, how could it explode? Lin Moyu was puzzled. Then a flaming lich flew out of the exploding fireball and flew back in front of Lin Moyu. It looks exactly the same as the one he summoned with flame crystals. After checking, even the attribute aura is exactly the same size. Lin Moyu was thinking about this question all the way. The reason finally concluded is that the skill level is not enough. The grade of materials used is too high-end, not just as simple as legendary grade materials. The solidified Vulcan blood has the power of a god. His own skill level can't be covered. Level 50 skills may only use platinum-level materials. Legendary materials can be used only after level 70. But Lin Moyu thought of another way. You can use the solidified Vulcan blood to summon the Flame Lich, and then let it perform a self-destruct attack on the enemy. The attack containing the power of the gods is extremely powerful. This can also make up for the shortcomings of his lack of explosive power to a certain extent. What are you thinking? Mu Xianxian saw that Lin Moyu hadn't spoken for a long time. Although his expression didn't change much, he could still see some information from Lin Moyu's eyes. Nothing. Lin Moyu didn't answer her directly. Seeing this, Mu Xianxian didn't ask any further questions. She is simple-minded and well-behaved. She doesn't ask questions that shouldn't be asked. Lin Moyu didn't hide anything, and she didn't understand some things when she said them out. When using skills, some subtle feelings brought about, only he, the client, can know. Combined with the final result, we can get the answer through the analysis of stripping cocoons. The experience of using each skill is different. The vast majority of professionals, the understanding of skills is still in the stage of use. Just use it, don't think too much about it. This is not only true for senior professionals, but also for some top, even top professionals. There are not many who can really feel and understand the details of skills. Lin Moyu is now at the stage of knowing what it is, and wanting to know why it is. It is not enough to know how to use it, but also to understand its root cause. Unknowingly, Moyu is walking on a broader road. The two walked for another 2 days, covering thousands of kilometers. The ground under his feet has changed again, it is no longer transparent, and there is no longer a flame burning. Lin Moyu knew that they had left the territory of Ancient Lawn Bird. During these 2 days, they did not encounter any monsters. Ancient Lawn Bird, with its dominance, it does not allow any monsters to exist in its territory. After leaving its territory, another monster appeared in sight. The moment he saw the monster, Lin Moyu stopped. The undead army did not launch an attack directly, but watched from afar. Mu Xianxian asked strangely, "Near?" Lin Moyu didn't speak, but the whole person entered the state of preparation. Seeing this, Mu Xianxian couldn't help becoming nervous. The monster in front looked like a tiger or a deer, with thick fur and a long tail on its body. Mu Xianxian asked, "Is this monster very powerful?" "Desolate beast." The corner of Lin Moyu's mouth moved slightly, and he spit out 2 words. The monster in front was exactly the same as the desolate beast he had seen in the wasteland. Why do wild beasts appear in the ancient battlefield? After observing for a while, Lin Moyu finally found some abnormalities. Although the two are 90% similar in appearance, there are still differences and subtleties. At that time, when he was changing jobs, he only saw him a few times in a hurry. There is a special ferocity in the desolate beast, but the monster in front of him obviously does not. Mu Xianxian tilted her head. Is the desolate beast very powerful? She had never heard of desolate beasts, and she didn't even know the existence of desolate land. Simply speaking, the desolate beast is not very powerful, but difficult to deal with. The characteristic of only hurting and not dying makes them almost invincible. The truly formidable one is the king of desolate beasts, even by a Yuan's level should be shunned. Is it just because they look alike? Lin Moyu talked to himself and flicked his fingers. Battlefield Beast, Boss Monster. Level, 68. 150000. Agility, 150000. 50,000. Physique, 150000. Skill, Flash Impact. Characteristics, Rapid Recovery, Vitality Enhancement. The moment Lin Moyu saw the attributes, he was determined. The first is to be able to check the attributes, which means that the opponent is not a real wild beast. Real desolate beasts cannot see their attributes. Its name is Battlefield Desolate Beast, so it must have something to do with Desolate Beast. What is the specific relationship? Lin Moyu couldn't figure it out for a while. But as long as it wasn't a real desolate beast, even if it was a level 68 boss, Lin Moyu didn't take it seriously. The detection technique alarmed Battlefield Wild Beast, and it was already rushing towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu gave an order at the same time, and the undead army went up to meet them. Amidst the roar, the elemental explosion exploded on the wild beasts on the battlefield. Hundreds of skeleton masters shot at the same time, and it was injured almost in the blink of an eye. Its defense is obviously not as good as Ancient Lawn Bird. Lin Moyu pointed a finger, and the curse of aging fell. Battlefield Beast, the speed suddenly slowed down. The wild animal on the battlefield glows slightly, and the skill is activated. The figure flickered several times and disappeared in an instant. After 0.1 seconds, he appeared in front of the skeleton archmage and slammed into the skeleton archmage heavily. Immediately, several skeleton masters were knocked into the air. Ability, Flash Impact. Lin Moyu could feel that this blow was powerful. If it is not for the comprehensive connection talent, the skeleton master may be killed in seconds. Anyway, it is also a level 68 boss, not made of mud. It keeps displaying its skills and disappears like a ghost. The elemental explosion of the skeleton archmage couldn't accurately lock it, and it kept blowing up in the air. The skeleton berserker couldn't do anything with it, and couldn't even catch up with it. Only the soul lock of the skeleton sharpshooter can be firmly tracked, and the arrow can never be missed. Curses can slow down its movements, but not its skills. It always uses skills. At this time, its characteristics are fully revealed. As a boss, coupled with the enhancement of vitality, it has a vitality comparable to that of a lord-level boss. Extremely fast recovery is even more so. He was obviously injured just now, but he recovered in the blink of an eye. What surprised Lin Moyu the most was that its Flash Impact skill has no cooldown at all, and it seems that it can be used indefinitely. This also causes it to become elusive, and no one knows where it will appear in the next second. It's really a strange monster. Lin Moyu calmly locked the beast on the battlefield through the sharpshooter. Skill, Bone Prison. Battlefield Wild Beast suddenly revealed its figure, and its body was covered with fine bones. The white bones interweave into a net, trapping it firmly. In the next second, the elemental explosion once again radiated brilliant light on it. Mu Xianxian waved the flag and shouted, "I can't move now." The skeleton berserkers also arrived, bursting out their skills one after another. The skills of the skeleton berserker are the most powerful, causing huge damage to Battlefield Beast. But its recovery ability is too strong. After being injured, it will not take a while to fully recover. A little green light exploded. The poisonous starburst dyed the wild beasts of the battlefield green. The characteristics of poisonous skills curb the rapid recovery characteristics of battlefield wild beast. Skills are limited, recovery characteristics are limited. Battlefield wild beast has no power to resist. Mu Xianxian took the opportunity to run over and set off a ball of fireworks. Lin Moyu also released more skeletons to join the attack. Only a minute later, battlefield wild beast crashed to the ground. Kill wild beasts on the battlefield, experience plus 2070000. Obtain the wild beast dagger. Obtain the bone of the wild beast. Obtain the wild beast dagger through the collection technique. Obtain the bone of the wild beast through the collection technique. Desolate Beast Short Knife, for assassins only platinum level weapon, all attributes plus 3,500, assassin skills 4.5 increase by 100%. Additional skills, Flash. Flash, you can teleport within a range of 10 meters, you can use it 10 times in a row, and then fall into a cooldown, and the cooldown time is 5 minutes. Desolate Beast Bone, platinum grade material, has recovery properties, and can be used to create weapons and equipment. The Desolate Beast Short Knife obtained through the collection technique still does not have any attached skills. However, in Lin Moyu's eyes, this Desolate Beast Dagger was a top-notch weapon. It has the top attribute bonus and skill bonus among platinum level weapons, and it also comes with a practical and powerful skill. The Flash skill can make the assassin more elusive, and can also be used to avoid damage, giving full play to the flexibility of the assassin. Lin Moyu now has a good understanding of the characteristics of the assassin profession, and knows how good this weapon is. The bone of the Desolate Beast can also be regarded as a very powerful platinum-level material. Lin Moyu held the bone of the wild beast. Can this thing be used to recruit elemental liches? Try. The thought could no longer be contained. A cloud of off-white light shone in his hand, and it became stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu showed joy. It's really possible. Lin Moyu is also just trying. To summon an elemental lich, what is needed is a material that contains elemental attributes. Simply looking at the properties of the bone of the wild beast, it doesn't say what elements it contains. However, it has the property of self-healing, and Lin Moyu intuitively thinks whether this is an alternative element. There are tens of thousands of elements in the world, not just elements like fire, wind, and light. In addition to some common elements, there are many unheard of elements, rare elements. With the mentality of trying and not losing money, I used the skill of summoning the element lich. The light of the skill slowly lit up. The quota for the 6 elemental liches is full. If you want to summon a new elemental lich, you must replace one of them. Lin Moyu thought about it and decided to replace the bright lich. At present, it seems that the light lich has the least effect, and can only play a role when facing the abyssal demon. Moreover, the number of bright crystals is relatively large, and there are still 3 pieces on him. Even if you need the bright lich in the future, you can call it back at any time. The gray light is getting brighter and brighter. This kind of light is the first time Lin Moyu has seen. It is very strange. There is no harsh feeling. Even if it is brighter, it is still very soft. A gray-white elemental lich jumped out of it. Platinum elemental lich. Level 50. Power 90,000. Agility 9000002, 90,000. Physique 90,000. Skill, Immortal Halo. Aura of Immortality. All members of the undead army will not die when they receive a fatal blow for the first time, and the aura will restore 50% of their vitality. Halo Cooling Time, 24 hours. Lin Moyu looked at the Halo attribute, feeling a little shocked. With the existence of this Halo, his own undead army will become stronger. Even if the explosive attack of Ancient Lawn Bird caused a devastating blow to the undead army could still live well. In this way, security is greatly enhanced. As long as the undead army does not die, then he will not die either. Unless you encounter the kind of existence that ignores your natural skills. Otherwise he is safe. This time the lich replacement was very correct. The undead lich was used to replace the light lich that was temporarily unusable, and it made a lot of money. Through this time, Lin Moyu also confirmed his guess. The so-called elemental materials are not only wind, fire, and light, but also some special elemental materials. If you encounter this kind of material in the future, you can also try it. For 8 full days, the two traveled a long distance of 10,000 kilometers. Killed a large number of monsters along the way, meet a lot of boss. It's a pity that I never met Battlefield Wild Beast again. Otherwise, Lin Moyu could have a few more bones of wild beasts. The two are getting closer and closer to the center. You can already see beams of light ascending, converging and spreading in the air, turning into strips of light, flying to the distance, covering the entire ancient battlefield. Where the beam of light is located is Lin Moyu's target, the center of the positive space. The earth changed again. It is no longer smooth, full of cracks, and the black stones on the ground are lifted up, making it difficult to move through potholes. Lin Moyu had a strange feeling when he stepped on it, as if these were not gravel. Let the skeleton berserker try to use his skills to slash to the ground. The earth was completely intact, and it was terribly hard. Lin Moyu looked into the distance and stopped. I'll go up and have a look. He flew into the air, and saw this kind of black gravel densely extending into the distance, and he couldn't see the end. The land was silent, without a single monster. The colorful lights in the sky fell down, and all of them were absorbed by the earth. The whole land was scorched black as if it had been burned by the flames of war. The more Lin Moyu looked at it, the more strange it became. There seems to be some kind of pattern in the lifting of these gravels. He flew higher, his expression gradually dignified. These gravels are like the scales on the body of some kind of creature. After waiting for Lin Moyu to come back, Mu Xianxian couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Lin Moyu whispered, "I can't tell, I just feel something is wrong." Mu Xianxian didn't have the feeling of Lin Moyu, but felt that the road became difficult and she would trip over if she was not careful, and might fall into a crack. But Lin Moyu said something was wrong, there must be some problems, but he couldn't see it. "Be careful." Lin Moyu scattered the undead army around, always on guard. The pitch-black land seemed to have no end, and the two of them walked like this for a whole day without reaching the end. They have been heading in the direction of the beam of light, and there is no wrong direction. But no matter how you go, it seems that you will never come to the end. The beam of light didn't seem to change at all, it was still so far away. Now, Lin Moyu can only choose to move on. Suddenly a gust of wind blew over, and the wind came very strangely, which made Lin Moyu feel creepy. There are a lot of light spots falling in the air, which melt into the wind, blowing past Lin Moyu and Lin Xianxian. The two disappeared instantly. After a few seconds of teleportation, Lin Moyu found himself in a colorful world. At this time, beams of light shot straight into the sky everywhere. The colorful lights meet in the sky here. Center. Lin Moyu knew he had come to the center of the core area. As for how it came, you don't have to think about it to know the answer. Can bring myself here silently, apart from it, there will be no second person. Mu Xianxian fell beside her, seemingly unconscious. It must have been written by it too. This was the second time Mu Xianxian was stunned by it. Lin Moyu was not surprised. It seems unwilling to let too many people know of its existence. In other words, it may feel that not many people are qualified to talk to it. Its various behaviors and words are full of arrogance. Lin Moyu looked up and saw it. Its body is too big, just lying on the ground is like a hill. Lin Moyu estimated that if it stood up, it would be over 100 meters tall, or even larger. A pair of huge wings landed on the ground, the diameter is difficult to estimate. It looked listless, and lazily raised its eyelids to look at Lin Moyu. "You finally came, why did it take so long?" A huge voice rang in my ear. Lin Moyu whispered, "It's okay, it hasn't been long." Although it is very powerful, Lin Moyu is neither humble nor overbearing. It continued, "Your leveling up is too slow. It took you so long to reach level 50. Delayed by some things." Lin Moyu said truthfully. Heh, although the level is a bit poor, the combat power is not bad. It continued, Xiao Hei, come out. Accompanied by a sharp cry, a bird covered in flames flew out from under it. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and it really was Ancient Luan. And only it has the ability to forcibly rescue 833, Ancient Luan bird, from its own hands. Ancient Luan Yao screamed at Lin Moyu, black fire bursting out of his body. Xianxian has a grudge against Lin Moyu who almost killed him. Xiao Hei, shut up. After it said something, Ancient Luan Yao immediately closed its mouth and became quiet. Lin Moyu looked at it. Is this your pet? Its voice is still lazy, almost. I sense that you have something I need. Lin Moyu immediately guessed what it said, and did not expect that everything he put in the storage space could be sensed. This giant dragon is really scary. Lin Moyu took out the box given to him by Ishin, and took out the small beads from the box. The moment it saw the bead, it suddenly became energetic. Jiang Yi asked you to bring this? Lin Moyu saw joy in its eyes. Yes, the fort god asked me to bring it. The god of righteousness said that he did what he did for you, and I hope you can keep your promise. Shocking laughter erupted from the giant dragon's mouth, causing the beam of light to twist and deform. The surrounding earth rumbled, breaking and shattering one after another. Lin Moyu was slightly shocked. He had thought that it was very, very strong, but he didn't have a specific concept. Now there is finally a little bit. The solid ground that I can't hit a mark with all my strength actually collapsed in its laughter. It can be seen from this that even if it is his own undead army, the other party only needs to laugh twice, and it can be destroyed directly. This kind of existence is too terrifying. After laughing for a while, the giant dragon opened its mouth and sucked the beads, and it swallowed the beads immediately, and then it said in a deep voice, "This king will naturally keep his promise." Lin Moyu didn't even know what the deal between Jiang Yi and it was. Anyway, I have delivered the things according to Jiang Yi's request. The rest is none of your own business, and with the strength of the other party, you can't control it even if you want to. Whether it will really keep its promise depends on its conscience. Swallowing the bead into its belly, the way it looked at Lin Moyu changed slightly. You are entitled to know my name now. Lin Moyu understood, flicked his fingers lightly, and the detection technique rolled up the breeze. Earth Dragon Antares, Big World Boss. Level 100. Strength? Agile? Spirit? Constitution? 8. Characteristic? Except for name and rank, all other information are question marks. Lin Moyu was completely shocked. Earth Dragon Antares, a world-class boss, is unheard of. It has surpassed all the knowledge he currently has. The level is as high as 100. At this moment Lin Moyu even doubted whether this level was deliberately displayed. Antares was very satisfied with Lin Moyu's current appearance, and laughed again. Is it shocking? You should feel honored that there are not many people who know my name. Indeed, at least in the historical records of the human race, there has never been such a name. The ancient battlefield has existed for an unknown number of years. This also shows that Antares has existed for countless years. Being able to have such a long lifespan is an incredible existence in itself. Even the god-level powerhouses of the human race have long been buried in the long river of time. But the other party can always exist. Its power is beyond the bounds. Antares laughed enough, turned to look at Lin Moyu. Little guy, I'm going to make a deal with you next. There are not many people who are qualified to make deals with me. Your human race has been counted on your fingers for thousands of years. Trust me, make a deal with me, you won't regret it. Lin Moyu asked, what deal, tell me. Antares said, in the lower space of the ancient battlefield, there is a place called Burial Thunder Canyon. I want you to go there and bring back something from it. Accompanied by its words, thousands of stars fell from the sky, weaving a vivid picture in the sky. The picture shows the topography of the Dragon Burying Canyon and its location in the lower space. In the deepest part of Buried Thunder Canyon, there is a huge crystal. Judging from the picture, the crystal is at least 10 meters high, and it is integrated with the canyon. And Terry said, "You go to the Burial Dragon Canyon, find this crystal, then drop it on the crystal, and bring back the contents of the crystal." As he spoke, a drop of bright red dragon blood flew out from Antares' fingertips and landed in Lin Moyu's hand. The dragon's blood is about the size of a fist, and it is in a semi-solidified state. It will not dissipate at all, nor will it be broken. It also doesn't need any container to hold it, and it can be directly stored in the storage space. Lin Moyu knew that this matter would not be easy, at least not as easy as Antares said. "Why don't you go by yourself?" In Lin Moyu's concept, with the strength of Antares, it shouldn't be too difficult to go to Burial Thunder Canyon. Antares snorted softly, "I have a reason not to go." Lin Moyu didn't ask why, but said, "But I'm only level 50, and I need at least level 70 to go to the lower space. You may still have to wait." Antares shook his head, "Don't worry, just don't forget when you can go. But remember, it's best not to exceed level 80 when you are buried in Thunder Canyon, otherwise it may be a bit troublesome." Lin Moyu asked, "Is it dangerous inside?" Antares whispered, "Naturally there is some danger, but for you, it should be fine." Should. This word is too difficult to grasp. Lin Moyu felt a little hairy when he heard it, and didn't quite believe what it said. Antares continued, "Do you accept this deal?" Lin Moyu shrugged, "What will happen if I refuse?" Antares spoke bluntly, "If you refuse, I will send you away and erase this memory of yours. And you will never even think about stepping here again in your life." It also glanced at Muxiancian without a trace. One is a ship. Lin Moyu thought in his heart, he understood what Antares said. If you don't refuse, then you will be driven out of here. Erase memory. Lin Moyu has no doubt that Antares can do it. As for Muxiancian, don't even think about leaving. The meaning of Antares' glance was very clear. Lin Moyu said again, "Aren't you afraid that I won't go after I promise?" Antares smiled, and seemed very happy. "When you know the conditions I gave, you will definitely go. My transaction is an exchange of equal value, absolutely fair and just." Seeing its confident appearance, Lin Moyu said, "All right then, I agree to this deal." No promise, unless he wanted to kill Muxiancian. After hearing that Lin Moyu agreed, Antares smiled very happily. "Very good, then next, I will talk about the benefits for you. I will give you a set of equipment, legendary equipment." Hearing this, Lin Moyu shook his head suddenly, "I don't want it." Antares froze for a moment. "I heard you right, you said you don't want it?" "This is legendary equipment, and there are not many pieces of legendary equipment in your human race." Lin Moyu said, "I have a special profession, and any equipment is useless to me." Antares stared at Lin Moyu with long eyes. Lin Moyu's undead monarch profession can't hide it at all. "Undead monarch, I have never seen this profession before. It is a new profession for your human race." "Why?" "It's a damn job to reject equipment. Let me think about what else I can give you." Antares was cursing. It has never seen any profession that would reject equipment. After thinking for a while, it spoke again, "You are now level 50. I can give you a portion of the heart meat of the bloodthirsty python, and I can eat it for you, and increase all attributes by 20,000. You should know what it means to increase the basic attribute by 20,000. In the future, every time you level up, your attributes will increase a little more than others. When you turn 3, the probability of career advancement will also increase." When Antares said this, he was full of confidence. It believed that no human professional could refuse this temptation. Of course, a caring heart is not enough. After you complete the transaction, I can still. Speaking here, I saw Lin Moyu shaking his head again. "What's wrong?" it asked suspiciously. Lin Moyu said bluntly, I ate it during the second turn." Antares leaned over, sniffed Lin Moyu, and then said slowly, "I really ate it. You smell like a bloodthirsty python." "What about the bloodthirsty python brain?" Lin Moyu said, "My teacher will come for my country." "Your teacher?" "A god-level powerhouse of the human race. The bloodthirsty python is not easy to deal with. Your teacher may not be able to get it." Antares seemed to have the last hope. Lin Moyu said, I have 3 teachers, all of whom are God level. You have seen one of them, and you said he is too weak. Antares already knew who Lin Moyu was talking about as soon as he turned his head, and said in a deep voice, indeed, he is still somewhat qualified. If San, Zhao's Hao, has his strength, there is indeed a chance to kill him. Drop the bloodthirsty python. Let me think again, what can I give you? For human professionals, equipment is very important, and every professional is constantly pursuing good equipment. So Antares threw out the bait of equipment from the very beginning. It believes that no one can refuse the temptation of a complete set of legendary equipment. But I met such a freak as Lin Moyu. If the equipment is not enough, then change the basic attributes. Equipment is not as strong as oneself, and it can enhance one's own basic attributes, which is also the dream of every professional. However, Lin Moyu is also not lacking. This time, Antares was in trouble. Since it was a transaction, he had to come up with an item of equivalent value. Elemental Godstone? The third turn can increase the probability of professional sublimation. Lin Moyu took out the Divine Elemental Stone. I have it. What is the shape of the Talent Godstone? Lin Moyu took out the Talent Stone. I have it too. Antares said several things in succession. Either Lin Moyu was not lacking, or he didn't need it. It was depressed, lying lazily on the ground, looking even more listless. Tell me, what do you lack? Antares really couldn't think of anything good to trade. Lin Moyu said, I have a few questions. Can you answer me? Of course, this can also be regarded as part of the transaction. Lin Moyu thought for a while, and made his request. Anything that is not lacking is worthless. The more lacking something, the higher the value. In a desert where people are dying of thirst, water is worth more than gold. Lin Moyu is like this now. What he doesn't lack is of little value to him. Since Antares said that it wanted an equivalent exchange, and it couldn't offer anything, Lin Moyu naturally made his request without being polite. He had many questions in his mind, and perhaps he could get answers from Antares. Antares raised his eyelids, a little lost in interest. You ask? Lin Moyu asked, can the desolate beasts in the desolate land be killed? How? Antares seemed to be aroused by Lin Moyu's question. Have you ever been to Desolation? Lin Moyu nodded. That's where I did my second turn. Antares laughed. Your teacher is really courageous. Aren't they afraid of meeting the king of wild beasts? Lin Moyu said, it did happen. Antares' voice became low. It seems that you are lucky, and you can come back alive after meeting the king of wild beasts. Naturally, there are ways to kill wild beasts, and it's not difficult. As long as the strength reaches the level of gods and the purity is enough, it can kill 460 dead beasts. Lin Moyu shook his head and said, but my teacher is already level 95, he can only fight back wild beasts, and it's hard to even injure them. Ha! A bunch of trash, even at level 99. I've already answered this question. Next one. Lin Moyu has already memorized the answer. The answer is pure enough. He thought of Yin Quansheng's last injury to the desolate beast. It was Li Huang who used his murderous aura. Now Yin Quansheng has realized something again. It seems to improve the purity of murderous aura. Both should be the same concept. Lin Moyu continued to ask, I have a skill here that can use elemental materials to summon an elemental lich. But the elemental lich I summon with legendary materials will explode. Regarding this question, Lin Moyu had some guesses in his mind. But it's better to confirm. He is not sure whether his guess is correct. Antares was more interested at this time. Oh? There is such a thing, show me. Lin Moyu immediately took out a piece of solidified Vulcan blood. There was a scream overhead, the scream laced with anger. Ancient Luan Bird grinned at Lin Moyu, as if saying that this thing belongs to him. Antares took a look at Ancient Luan Yao. Xiao Hei, please be quiet, there are plenty of these things underground. Hearing what Antares said, Ancient Luan Bird reluctantly fell silent, but its eyes were still full of displeasure. Lin Moyu cast his skills, the flames soared into the sky, and the god-level breath, Akj, permeated. A flame lich with a god-level aura appeared beside him. The flames on a flaming lich are powerful and chaotic, and quickly turn violent. Even if Lin Moyu lets it run far away, it will explode immediately. Before taking 2 steps, Antares raised his paw lightly. A giant claw fell in the air, grabbing the flame lich in its hand. Boom! A few seconds later, the flaming lich blew itself up in Antares' claws. But the energy of self-explosion did not overflow at all, and Antares didn't even change his eyes. With such a little self-explosive energy, it is not even qualified to tickle it. Lin Moyu once again saw its power, beyond imagination. After the self-explosion, a flaming lich that had recovered to platinum rank flew back. The flame lich's self-destruction is not suicide, but to vent out the uncontrollable energy. Antares whispered, "The power is not bad, barely reaching level 90, according to your human race, it is the level of false gods." Lin Moyu also felt that it was almost at this level. He looked at Antares, hoping for an affirmative answer. Antares continued, "The reason for the self-explosion is because the skill level is too low and the material level is too high. This is why legendary weapons can only be used after completing 3 turns at level 70. With its answer, Lin Moyu was assured. As long as he reaches level 70, he can summon a flame lich with god-level power. At that time, he will be qualified to confront some weaker demon kings head-on. But now, if you can have enough solidified fire spirit blood, you can go to the bone prison. Even if it can only be controlled for half a second, it seems that it is not impossible to fight. A bold idea came to Lin Moyu's mind. Antares continued to ask, "Any more questions?" Lin Moyu immediately said, "Can the rotting corpse poison in the rotting corpse world be resolved?" Antares' eyes showed surprise again. "You even know about the corpse world?" It found that the little guy in front of him had too much experience, even some god-level powerhouses. Lin Moyu said, "I went there once and almost died in it." Antares was shocked. "You actually went there?" It leaned over and took a deep breath beside Lin Moyu, and then stared at Lin Moyu. "No, you have not only been there, but you have also been to the secret realm of life. You have the breath of rotting corpses, and the breath of life and divine power." Let me think. Its gaze seems to be able to see through Lin Moyu's spiritual world, and it has a slight doubt whether it has obtained the creation scepter. Lin Moyu knew that he couldn't hide it, and never thought of hiding it from the time he mentioned the rotting corpse world. With a flash of white light, the creation scepter appeared in his hand. When Antares saw the scepter of creation, he burst out with shocking laughter. "It's so funny, let a bunch of you trash fight to the death, and fight for the position of the god of life. In the end, one failed, and all of them died inside. They deserved it." Lin Moyu looked at Antares laughing, and sure enough, he knew everything about that year. And from its words, it can be heard that even the scepter of creation, the god of life, it is extremely disdainful. Lin Moyu couldn't help but make a bold guess. The creation scepter can help a god-level powerhouse become a super-god-level baby, and even this is not looked down upon. What kind of existence is that super-god level in the eyes of Antares? Could it be that it is not as wrong as super-god? Antares laughed enough, and then continued, "I can answer this question for you. The rotting corpse poison has no cure. Once poisoned, even a god-level powerhouse will die. And the stronger the poisoned person, the stronger the toxicity of the rotting corpse poison. That taboo skill is enough to kill all existences below the super-god level." Lin Moyu didn't expect Antares to say such an answer. Is the rotting corpse poison really unsolvable? But General Lich clearly diffused the rotting corpse poison. As long as the level of Lich General rises, it is estimated that even the god-level rotting corpse poison can be resolved. Is it because I am special, or because the undead skeletons are special? Lin Moyu thought in his heart. He didn't say that his Lich General could dissolve the rotting corpse poison. Lin Moyu also understood that Antares is not omniscient. There are also things it doesn't know. Antares said, "You are lucky to come back from the corpse world alive. Since you are so lucky, I will let you ask more questions." 27. Lin Moyu said, "Can the dead be resurrected?" "Able." Antares answered very affirmatively this time, "Can't you?" I can feel that you have planted a soul imprint, and your soul is connected to a certain place. Before your God level, as long as your soul is immortal, you can die. Then the soul will return there and be resurrected. Lin Moyu caught the point of the words. What about after the God level? It's also possible. Antares continued, after the God level, the soul returns to itself, and the mark disappears automatically. It will be very troublesome to resurrect after death, but it is not impossible. Just like that Jian Yi, he just wants to be resurrected. It's a pity, his level is too high, level 98, half a step super god. Only the deity in the whole world has the ability to revive him. Lin Moyu finally understood that the original deal between Jian Yi and Antares was for resurrection. It was precisely because of this glimmer of hope that Jian Yi retained his own soul and survived till now. However, there is nothing wrong with Jian Yi's resurrection. From then on, the human race can be half a step super god again, which is a good thing for the human race. Lin Moyu took a deep breath and asked another question. How can one become a super god? Lin Moyu knew very well that it was impossible for Antares to answer his too many questions. But he had many questions in mind, so he could only pick some key ones to ask. Antares stared at Lin Moyu again. You are only level 50, and the super god is still far away from you. Think clearly. If I answer your question, I won't answer your other questions. Lin Moyu saw disdain in its long eyes. He was really ambitious, but he didn't ask this question for himself. Lin Moyu insisted, just this question, please answer me. Antares said, since you insist so much, I'll tell you. It's actually not that difficult to become a super god. First, you need to reach level 98. Both levels 98 and 99 are called half-step super gods. When you reach level 99, there are 3 ways to become a super god. Lin Moyu was slightly startled. There were actually 3 ways. In this way, the road to becoming a super god is not narrow. Antares noticed Lin Moyu's expression and showed a playful smile. The first one is the easiest. Go to level 99 first, and understand everything that needs to be understood to the limit. Use some top-level materials, plus a formation. If you follow the FA, you can become a super god. The second is that after reaching level 99, you will have the opportunity to become a super god with the help of some mythical items. You should understand why you have to grab the scepter of creation, right? The third type is also the most difficult one. When you reach level 98 or 99, you can also comprehend all the comprehension to the limit. Then one of the attributes exceeds 10 million, and you can become a super god. Lin Moyu asked, is there any difference between the 3 super gods? Antares chuckled, your question is over, I don't need to answer you anymore. Lin Moyu shook his head, you have lived for a long time, you should have a big belly, don't worry about it. Flattering? In order to know the answer, Lin Moyu's face thickened at this time. Antares seems to be a little bit helpful. For the sake of your sincerity, I will reluctantly tell you. Of the 3 super gods, those who use their own attributes to break through are the strongest, those who use treasure fusion are second, and those who use formation breakers are the weakest. Lin Moyu totally understands. Completely relying on one's own attributes to make a breakthrough, needless to say, is naturally the strongest. But it's also the hardest. Tens of millions of attributes, and it is not a basic attribute of equipment. What kind of concept is this? It's not that the total attributes exceed 10 million, but one of the attributes exceeds 10 million. His own attribute is considered extremely strong, but the highest spiritual attribute is only 200,000. The distance is still 50 times worse, which is very far away. It is really very difficult. The second is to add the power of mythical treasures to one's own power. The 2 forces merged into one and became a super god. It's a little weaker than relying entirely on itself. After all, part of it depends on foreign objects. As for the weak ones, they rely entirely on formations to break through. That's not to mention. Rely entirely on external force, not the weakest, but what else? Antares said, now I understand, I have already paid the reward, and it is up to you to fulfill the promise. Lin Moyu shook his head. Don't worry, I haven't finished my conditions yet. Anteri stared. What did you say? Lin Moyu thickened his skin again. You don't think that if I go to such a dangerous place to help you fetch things, a few questions are enough to pay for it? Lin Moyu wasn't afraid when he said this. He had already thought about it when he asked the question. Antares narrowed his eyes. Little guy, don't be too greedy. I have seen too many greedy people die unexpectedly. There was already a threatening taste in the words. Lin Moyu didn't care. You said it yourself, equal value exchange, fair trade. Even if you don't agree, wait for me to finish the conditions. And if you really want to kill me, it's just a matter of blowing your breath. At this moment, Lin Moyu not only became thick-skinned, but also seemed to be eloquent. If someone who knew Lin Moyu was here, he would be very surprised. A person who usually can't make a sound for a long time can be so eloquent. Lin Moyu is just unwilling to speak, not unable to speak. Antares is really not afraid of what Lin Moyu will do. Speak, my deity, listen. Lin Moyu said, these questions just now are used as a deposit. After I bring things back from buried Thunder Canyon, I hope to get some materials. A legendary attribute material similar to solidified Vulcan blood. I know that there are many such materials in this land, and it is not difficult for you to obtain them. Lin Moyu's request is extremely measured. He judged that materials such as the solidified Vulcan spirit and blood were abundant in the underground of the core area. It is naturally difficult to obtain with his ability, but for Antares, it is a piece of cake. And these things are buried here, and they are basically unknown things. Antares only needs to bring them, and there is almost no loss. Therefore, Lin Moyu felt that Antares could accept it. That's it? Antares' reaction was as expected. These things are useless to Antares at all, and they never thought they could be used as trading items. What it doesn't want is a good treasure for Lin Moyu. Yes, that's it. Lin Moyu said affirmatively. Antares laughed loudly. Okay, as long as you can get what the deity needs, the deity can not only give you these materials, but also give you another good thing. Since this is the case, then the deal between us has been concluded. When you go to the lower space, go to Burial Thunder Canyon to get things for the deity. Lin Moyu said, since that's the case, then it's settled. When I go to the lower space, I'll go to Burial Thunder Canyon. 0 for flowers. 0. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. The deal is reached. As for when to go, there is no rush. Antares continued, the deity will send you away now. The wind suddenly picked up. Lin Moyu suddenly saw a hint of amusement in Antares' giant eyes. There was a feeling of hair in my heart. It's not right. Antares' eyes made him feel something was wrong, but it was too late. The strong wind carried shining light spots, enveloping Lin Moyu and Mu Xianxian. The two disappeared in an instant and were taken away by the blast teleportation. Humph, if you dare to make a deal with me, is it really easy to fool you like the deity? Fight with the deity, boy, you are still young. Antares snorted, lay down again, and slowly closed his eyes. There was a teasing smile in his eyes, as if he had done something very fun. In a dimly lit space, Lin Moyu looked at the sky. There was light in the sky, but it was dim. Points of light are constantly falling from the sky, bringing light to the world. There are many strange plants growing on the earth, which look like flowers but not flowers, and grass but not grass. The leaves are large enough to wrap around Lin Moyu. There are clear lines on the leaves, and the lines are shining, illuminating the surroundings. Plant lights are a little brighter than dots of light in the sky. And behind the leaves is a dwarf tree. Branches stretched out like vines, covered with similarly large leaves. Lin Moyu was standing on one of the leaves at this time, and Mu Xianxian was lying beside him. Yi Zi was very tough, bearing the weight of him and Mu Xianxian. This is not the upper space. This is where. After a minute-long teleportation just now, Lin Moyu felt a little uneasy when he thought of Antares' eyes before the teleportation. At this time, Antares' voice sounded beside his ears, Stinky boy, you are the first one who dares to fool me in thousands of years. This is the lower space of the ancient battlefield. Since you have arrived here, then fulfill your promise and go to the Burial Thunder Canyon. Lin Moyu froze for a moment. He realized that he had said the wrong thing just now. It should be said that he was induced by Antares. What Antares said was that when he went to the lower space, he would go to Burial Thunder Canyon. I didn't pay attention for a while and agreed. Unexpectedly, Antares seized this point and sent himself directly to the lower space. The two sides did not agree on a time, only on a location. Now that I have reached the lower space, I need to fulfill my promise. At this time, a small scale suddenly appeared in front of Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu recognized it at a glance. It was a scale of Antares. The scale can take you out of the lower space, but it can only take one person away. Lin Moyu's eyes were slightly depressed. I was obviously cheated. Antares, this guy, got into a gang because of a thief. Antares, an old dragon who has lived for an unknown number of years. Although the head is a little rusty, it is still very smart. He never relents when he tricks people. But having said that, Lin Moyu also knows that he cheated Antares first, so he can't completely blame it. Holding the scales in his hands, Lin Moyu could of course understand what Antares meant. I can leave the lower space through the scales at any time. But Mu Xianxian didn't want to leave. With Mu Xianxian's ability, her life might be in danger at any time in the lower space. Moreover, the ordinary teleportation items here are useless, and it is not easy to leave. Lin Moyu checked his belongings. Sure enough, the teleportation stone given by Meng Anwen has expired. The teleportation stone Meng Anwen gave is a platinum-level item, which allows him to return directly to the upper space, as well as the dungeon in the upper space, and the secret realm. But Meng Anwen never thought that he would enter the lower space. Although the upper and lower floors belong to the ancient battlefield, the distance between them is actually very far. The teleportation stone given by Meng Anwen lost its effect 783. But the corner of Lin Moyu's mouth is microfield, and the Abyss teleportation stone can still be used. He can go directly to the Abyss world from here, and he can also leave the lower space. Lin Moyu thought about it and took the Abyss teleportation stone back. Going to the Abyss world is too dangerous. Last time I was lucky. If you are unlucky, you will be sent directly to a certain Devil King, or to the King City of the Devil King. There is no doubt that he will die. In comparison, it is much safer here. It seems that now we can only go to Burial Thunder Canyon to complete the deal with Antares. Lin Moyu believes that since Antares wants to make a deal with him, there must be someone behind him. As long as he can get the corresponding things, Antares can get himself back. With a weak groan, Mu Xianxian finally woke up. She rubbed her eyes, wondering, strange, how did I fall asleep? She didn't know that she had lost consciousness, and it had to be said that Antares' methods were quite clever. Naturally, Lin Moyu would not mention Antares to her, but gave her the scales in his hand. Mu Xianxian, who had just woken up, instinctively took the scales, looking a little dazed. What is this? Lin Moyu looked around. We have entered the lower space of the ancient battlefield. Ah! Mu Xianxian let out a soft cry, quickly covered her small mouth again, and stared at her big eyes in disbelief. Why, don't you have to be level 70 to enter the lower space? Lin Moyu said, don't worry about the reason, we are already in the lower space now. There may be danger here, the scales on your hands can send you away. Mu Xianxian let out an "oh," and instinctively pinched the scales tightly. This is life-saving. But suddenly she seemed to realize something. What about you? Although Mu Xianxian was simple, she was not stupid. Lin Moyu said, of course I do too. I just want to tell you that if you are in danger, run as soon as possible. I may not be able to take care of you. Mu Xianxian said, I understand. She also knew that if she stayed, not only would she not be able to help Lin Moyu, but she might also become a burden to Lin Moyu. She told herself that if there was any danger, she would run away as soon as possible, and she would never cause trouble to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu looked around and checked his surroundings. They come, the security. Having agreed to Antares' deal, he came to the lower space at the same time. No matter what the reason is, he must go to Berry Thunder Canyon now. Of course, Lin Moyu is not the kind who would risk his life for a trade. If it is really dangerous, he will definitely activate the Abyss Teleportation Stone immediately. Let's go. Lin Moyu jumped off the leaves. The leaves shook slightly a few times, bringing a breeze. The breeze blew into the distance and brought other leaves along. For a while, a large number of leaves shook and made a rustling sound. Mu Xianxian also jumped off the leaves and let out a soft cry as soon as she landed. "What's wrong?" Lin Moyu asked. Mu Xianxian said in a low voice, "I seem to have stepped on something." Lin Moyu looked down, and there was nothing under Mu Xianxian's feet. But behind her feet, there seemed to be a long trail. It seems to be traces left by vines. Judging from this, what Mu Nyonyo stepped on just now should be a tree vine. After the tree vine was stepped on, it shrank back, leaving drag marks. Lin Moyu suddenly felt that something was wrong. Does this vine have life? At this time, the huge leaves were still trembling, more and more violently, and the sound became heavier and heavier. The rustling sound became harsh, and the lines of light on the leaves also appeared and disappeared. The surrounding space became flickering, and the atmosphere suddenly became strange. Mu Xianxian felt frightened, her face turned pale. Nothing will happen. At this time, a black shadow struck silently. The black shadow was very fast, there was no sound of breaking the wind, and Mu Xianxian felt nothing at all. Lin Moyu sensed it, stepped past Mu Xianxian, and pointed his fingers towards the shadow. Ability, Bone Fangs. White light illuminates the surroundings. The fangs of the skeleton collided with the shadow. The number of sharp bone fangs reached 3,000, and most of the short-distance bursts fell on the black shadow. The black shadow immediately shrank back. With the white light of the fangs of the skeleton, Lin Moyu saw clearly that it was the vine. Moreover, the vine was so strong that the fangs of the skeleton couldn't penetrate it. Mu Xianxian hadn't reacted yet and didn't know what happened. Lin Moyu had just repelled the vine, and in the next second, a large number of black shadows came from all directions. Walk! Without even thinking about it, Lin Moyu unfolded the wings of the lightning undead, hugged Hong Hong and flew into the sky. The black shadow also turned instantly, rolling towards the two of them. At this moment, Mu Xianxian finally saw clearly, there are a lot of vines. Lin Moyu didn't speak, he had already pushed his speed to the limit. 600 meters per second, very fast. But the speed of the tree vine is faster, and it is about to catch up. Lin Moyu pointed his finger, and the red light fell. Skill, Curse of Aging. With a loud buzzing sound, the speed of the tree vine suddenly slowed down. Lin Moyu saw red lights flashing densely on the ground. The Aging Curse skill has reached level 50, and the curse range of the skill itself is 20 meters. After talent level 60 increase, the range directly reaches 12,000 meters. Within a range of 12,000 meters, countless small red swords with shackles appeared. The ground is full of dwarf trees with huge leaves, and countless tree vines drilled out from the ground. For a time the mud flew. It looks like there are countless thunder snakes flying and crawling on the ground. Lin Moyu felt cold for a moment, and he realized that he had stabbed a hornet's nest. His extremely sharp mind made him feel a lot of malice. Mu Xianxian's face was pale with lingering fear. It's so scary, why are there so many? Should be gregarious. Plant-type monsters are not uncommon, but there are so many of them, they are rare. Lin Moyu threw the detection technique and quickly got the opponent's information. Giant leaf dwarf tree. Level 72. 300000. 100000. Spirit 80,000. Physique 300000. Skills: Vine Whipping, Entanglement, Giant Leaf Cutting. Characteristics: Wood element immunity is 50%, physical damage is reduced by 30%, fire element damage is increased by 34.2%, vitality is strengthened. The moment Lin Moyu saw the attributes, Lin Moyu was speechless for a while. Level 72 monsters have a total attribute of 780,000. This is not a boss, just an ordinary monster. He knew that his feelings were not wrong. The substantial increase in attributes starting from level 60 was just a transitional period of adaptation. After level 70, the attribute is the real jump. This is true not only for monsters, but also for human professionals, and even for abyssal demons and dragons. Both level 40 and level 70 are a qualitative leap. Once a human professional turns 3 times, the attribute is almost doubled compared to level 69. So level 69 is only an advanced professional, while level 70 can be called a top professional. Super high attributes, plus 3 skills, a large list of characteristics. There is also a huge number that cannot be seen at a glance. For any level 70 professional, this area can be called a Jedi. But for Lin Moyu smiled. Feng Shui treasure. In Lin Moyu's eyes, these endless dwarf trees with huge leaves and monsters of plants are experience. The vines were still dancing, and Lin Moyu led Mu Xianxian to stand hundreds of meters above the sky, beyond the attack distance of the vines. However, this distance is still within the attack range of the Skeleton Archmage and Skeleton Marksman. Level 50 Skeleton Archmage and Skeleton Marksman have an attack range of more than 2,000 meters. Even if you can't see the opponent, as long as you are locked by them from a long distance, you can attack. Especially for the Skeleton Sharpshooter, once the soul is locked, there will be no arrows to miss. A large number of Skeleton Archmages and Sharpshooters appeared, pouring firepower downward. The explosion of elements brings out brilliant light and illuminates the darkness. The vines were blown off and the leaves fell off one after another. All the dwarf trees with giant leaves rioted at this moment. At the same time, the giant leaves emitted dazzling light, separated from the branches, and flew into the sky. Ability: Giant Leaf Cutting. The edge of the giant leaf has serrated teeth, which looks extremely sharp. They rotate rapidly in the air, making the sound of sawtooth rubbing against the air, which is very ear-piercing. There are too many giant leaves, covering the sky and the sun. Lin Moyu flew in the air flexibly and dodged with the lightning undead wings. But there is always something that can't be avoided. The giant leaf hits the skeleton armor, making the skeleton armor glisten and creak. Dense cracks appeared on the bone armor. Jui02's attack power is very powerful, and the bone armor can only withstand 2 blows at most before it breaks. As expected of a level 72 monster, it's really different. With a strength attribute of 300,000, Yi Shushu has a super attack power. Its attack power has far surpassed the level 68 Battlefield Wild Beast. It can even compete with the Ancient Lawn Bird before Nirvana. There are too many giant leaves, at least hundreds of thousands. Completely enveloped the Skeleton Archmage and Skeleton Marksman. Cause great harm to them. General Lich continued to heal, but he could barely maintain his balance. The attacks of the Skeleton Archmage and the Marksman have not stopped for a moment, but so far, none of the giant leafy trees have been killed. Lin Moyu realized there was a problem. After attacking one after another, even if the giant leaf dwarf tree has a physical attribute of 300,000, even if it is a plant-type monster, it has the characteristic of strengthening vitality. It can't last that long either. After all, it's just an ordinary monster, not a boss. Could it be that it possesses a capability similar to full connectivity? At this moment, Lin Moyu looked into the distance. With the light of the elemental explosion, it saw the giant leafy dwarf trees that were not attacked in the distance, and a large number of their vines were also broken. Even though he was not attacked, Shuli was broken. Lin Moyu affirmed his guess that they do have a talent similar to comprehensive connection. Injuries can be passed on to companions in some way. Let this endless giant-leaved scrub forest share the damage. I didn't expect them to have such a function. The monsters above level 70 are really not ordinary. Then try again. It depends on how fast you share, or I play fast. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. 9,000 skeleton berserkers appeared in the air at the same time, rushing down quickly. The giant leaf that was flying in the air suddenly had a new target, rushing towards the skeleton berserker. Around Lin Moyu, red, blue, gray, white, yellow and other colors appeared one after another. Flame Lich, Storm Lich, Ice Lich, Earth Lich, Thunder Lich, and Undead Lich jumped out one after another. Suddenly, 6 halos appeared under the skeleton's feet. The flames rose, and flames were ignited on the flying giant leaves. Thunder and lightning crackled down. Thousands of lightning bolts are no longer concentrated at one point. There are too many targets, and the thunder and lightning halos also choose their own targets. The pitch-black space lit up completely, countless fireballs appeared in the sky, and lightning and thunder thundered on the ground. The skeleton berserker landed in the bushes with wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, and chopped it down with a giant axe. The vines were chopped off and the branches were blasted to pieces. The skeleton berserker quickly found the body of the giant leaf dwarf tree, and collectively burst out their skills. Each giant leaf dwarf tree is short and fat. They are surrounded by dozens or hundreds of skeleton warriors, and they have withstood dozens or hundreds of skill bombardments at the same time. As the most explosive skeleton in the undead army, Lin Moyu has never been disappointed. Every time a skill bombards, the damage that bursts out in an instant is equivalent to 2.7 million points of strength. Coupled with the damage increase of the Curse of Aging, the giant leaf dwarf trees were instantly breached and shattered one after another. The severe damage made it too late for them to be sent to their companions to share. With a bang, a dwarf tree with giant leaves exploded under the bombardment of the skeleton berserkers. Kill the 72-level giant leaf dwarf tree, experience plus 2160,000. Obtain dwarf tree seed. Afterwards, it was reminded one after another that the giant leafy shrubs that were besieged by the skeleton berserkers were not spared. There's a body. Once the body is there, the weapon is there, and the rest is easy to handle. Lin Moyu flew down with Mu Xianxian and quickly entered the skill range. Locking on the corpse, raising his hand slightly, his skills erupted. Skill, Corpse Burst. Corpse Explosion, level 7, detonate the corpse, causing damage equal to 40% of the corpse's HP to enemies within 7 meters. Corpse Explosion has been upgraded to level 7, and the skill range reaches 420 meters after the increase. The damage dealt also reached 2,400% of the corpse's health. The giant leaf dwarf tree that was just killed is still very fresh, and its health is still very rich. Amidst the explosion, Yin Shengshukwa collapsed. The sudden and terrifying damage made the damage-sharing ability of the giant leaf shrub useless. A large number of giant leaf dwarf trees were killed. As soon as the dwarf trees die, their skills are also interrupted. The huge leaves that were flying and cutting in the air also drifted down, and the rain of leaves began to fall in the air. Lin Moyu drove the lightning undead wing, flying all the way. Wherever he flew, the explosion sounded. There are so many dwarf trees with giant leaves that Lin Moyu can't count them. All you can see are trees. Lin Moyu let go of the big fried special deep fried to his heart's content. Anyway, he doesn't need to consider the consumption of mental power as long as he blows all the way through. It can be said that there is no artistic skill, and the battle has become a one-sided massacre. Mu Xianxian had already recovered by now. She was hugged by Lin Moyu, her little face was flushed, and she was extremely hot. But she didn't dare to say anything, let alone move, and felt that it was good to just shrink back like this. She could feel the rapid increase of experience, and every explosion could bring a lot of experience. No one could have imagined that the level 72 monster, which was obviously terrifying, would still be so ungrateful in front of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu is just too good. Mu Xianxian looked up at Lin Moyu cautiously, and saw Lin Moyu's face. How can he be so powerful? Being hugged by him makes me feel safe, and it would be great if I could always be like this. Oh, Mu Xianxian, what are you thinking? Thinking of this, Mu Xian 873 couldn't help closing her eyes, feeling even more shy. Suddenly, the explosion stopped. At the same time, they switched directions. Originally advancing, suddenly began to retreat rapidly. There was a gust of wind whistling beside her ears, and Mu Xianxian could feel it, and Lin Moyu retreated very quickly. What happened? She opened her eyes and couldn't help but let out a soft cry. A huge tree appeared not far away. It is many times larger than the previous giant leaf dwarf tree. It stands upright, at least several hundred meters high, higher and larger than hills. The luxuriant leaves are unbelievable, covering the sky and the sun. It was dark in front of his eyes, and a huge tree vine swung towards him at high speed. The speed is extremely fast. With a bang, the skeleton armor shattered, and Lin Moyu was also sent flying. The terrifying impact made Lin Moyu fly thousands of meters away uncontrollably. Lin Moyu's expression was very solemn at this time. He was still blowing up just now. Suddenly all the giant leafy dwarf trees went underground at the same time. Then the ground twisted for a while, and such a huge giant tree appeared in front of my eyes. His appearance shocked Lin Moyu from the bottom of his heart, and his sense of danger rose involuntarily. So he didn't even think about it, and immediately backed away quickly. Even so, it was a bit pumped. Lin Moyu was horrified by the terrifying power. The attack just now was too powerful. The bone armor, which is equivalent to 300,000 points of physical attributes, is useless. Lin Moyu was at least 3 kilometers away from the opponent at this time, which was just beyond the attack distance of the opponent. Looking at it from a distance, Lin Moyu didn't want to get close before he knew the opponent's strength. Nothing besides detection technique. The moment Lin Moyu saw the attributes, he turned his head and left. Mu Xianxian also took a look at the detection technique. Her little face turned pale with fright. Lin Moyu originally wanted to try to fight, but now he just wants to go as far away as possible. Giant Leaf Mother Tree, World-Class Boss. Level 86. 150000. Agility 100000. 1,000,000. Physique 260000. Skills: Mortal Coil, Giant Leaf Cutting. Characteristics: with element damage immunity 70%, physical damage immunity 70%, greatly enhanced vitality, enhanced attack power, enhanced defense power. Saw this property and gave a shit. The total attributes reached 6.1 million. Unless the Strength Soldier skill bursts out, maybe there is still power for a battle. But this is just a possibility, not sure. The Giant Leaf Mother Tree gave him the feeling that it was even more powerful than the Flame Demon King back then. At that time, the Flame Demon King entered the dungeon to hunt him down, and his strength was suppressed by the rules. Although he was still strong, Lin Moyu had the confidence to fight against him. Now it has been upgraded to level 50, and its strength is stronger. When Lin Moyu sees the Giant Leaf Mother Tree, Lin Moyu's first reaction is to stay away. Lin Moyu trusts his intuition very much. If the original Flame Demon King and the Giant Leaf Mother Tree were to fight, the death would definitely be the Flame Demon King. Plant-type monsters have frightening vitality, not to mention the plant-type world boss, whose vitality is strong enough to make people despair. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown thousands of meters away with Manager Mu. There is only a black spot left on the Giant Leaf Mother Tree in sight. At this time, he saw a large number of black spots suddenly appear in the sky. The space seemed to be cut open, and countless giant leaves flew over. Skill: Giant Leaf Cutting. Although they are all giant leaves, they are completely different from the ones that were paired by the Venetian leaf just now. This time, the leaves from the Giant Leaf Mother Tree came, each with a diameter of more than 10 meters, which is extremely huge. Huge leaves roared towards them, splitting the space. Lin Moyu tried his best to speed up and dodge in the air. There were giant leaves roaring from all directions, and Lin Moyu finally had no way to avoid it. It recruits several skeleton berserkers as human shields. Bang, bang, bang. The berserker skeleton was not knocked into the air by the giant leaf, but was cut open from it and shattered on the spot. However, the giant leaf also changed direction accordingly, brushing past Lin Moyu. The skeleton armor flashed and exploded, scaring Lin Moyu into a cold sweat. The skeleton collapsed and died, and the full connection talent lost its effect again. Lin Moyu was depressed. Why these guys can ignore their talents? The god-level powerhouses in the Rotting Corpse world can do it, the skills of the Flame Demon King can do it, and now even this level 86 world-class boss can do it. Lin Moyu felt a strange breath at the moment when the skeleton collapsed. The thoughts in my mind were like electricity, and there was a similar aura in the skills of the Flame Demon King. It is its existence that makes one's talent invalid. But now is not the time to think about that. Another giant leaf came flying. Lin Moyu tried his best to dodge it, but if he couldn't dodge it, he could only use the skeleton as a meat shield. He wasn't sure if his damage transfer skill was effective, and if it didn't work, he would die. After flying several thousand meters, it finally threw off the giant leaf. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the ground in front of him vibrated, and the air suddenly went dark. Hundreds of meters of giant leaf mother tree rose from the ground, leaped high, past Lin Moyu in a blink of an eye, and appeared in front of him. This jump has skipped at least 7,000 or 8,000 meters. Is it possible to imagine a tree that can jump like this? Lin Moyu knew that it was impossible not to fight. It's going to be desperate again, and this time it's more dangerous than the last time against the Flame Demon King. It's hard to say whether you can beat a world-class boss at level 86. I let you go, you immediately activate the scales and leave. Lin Moyu's voice was dignified. But before the fight started, Mu Xianxian had to be let go. After a real fight, I definitely can't take care of her. 9 times out of 10 she was going to die. Mu Xianxian also understood very well, nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go right away." The space in front of him was distorted again, and a large number of giant leaves flew over. The giant leaf mother tree activated the giant leaf cutting skill again. Lin Moyu landed quickly, and then Mu Xianxian threw it straight. "Go!" Mu Xianxian shouted in midair, "Be careful." After speaking, she came out with Antares scales. But she didn't activate it immediately, but looked at the giant leaf mother tree 1,000 meters away. With firm eyes, the final decision was made. She gave a coquettish cry, and the strength in her whole body was pushed to the limit at this moment. A beam of light, several times faster than the giant leaf, exploded on the giant leaf mother tree. Lin Moyu witnessed an unprecedented and extremely beautiful firework. Unexpectedly, Mu Xianxian gave giant leaf mother tree a collection technique. Lin Moyu couldn't help but smile wryly. "Do you believe that I can kill it?" Giant leaf mother tree, attention instantly focused on Mu Xianxian, and all the giant leaves flew towards her. At this time, Mu Xianxian activated the scales and waved her fist at Lin Moyu. "Kill it." In the next breath, she disappeared in an instant. All Xinyi fell to the ground one after another. The ground cracked and boomed. Seeing Mu Xianxian leave the team, Lin Moyu knew she should be safe. Things from Antares should be reliable. Then it's up to me. Lin Moyu took a deep breath and prepared to fight. Giant leaf mother tree, after losing its target, it let out a hoarse and ugly roar, and focused its attention on Lin Moyu again. A large number of giant leaves whirled and flew over. Lin Moyu blessed himself with bone armor and lightning undead wings. Suddenly saw the information about the upgrade of the lightning undead wing. Lightning Wings has been upgraded from level 2 to level 3. The duration has been changed to 30 seconds, and 30 minutes after the increase. Cooldown reduced from 9 minutes to 8 minutes. The flight speed has increased from 600 meters per second to 700 meters. It's time to upgrade. Lin Moyu gave a soft drink and rushed towards the giant leaf mother tree. Now it is 1,000 kilometers away, because it is far away. If the war starts now, these giant leaves alone will be high enough to cause heavy losses. If you want to deal with it, you have to get closer, and let your undead army exert its full combat power. And Lin Moyu already had his own idea in mind at this time. If it can be achieved, maybe there is a chance to kill it. Curse, strong soldier, I only have one chance, 30 seconds. If you can't kill it in 30 seconds, you can only run away. Lin Moyu knows very well that with the attack power of his skeleton, he can only break through the defense of the giant leaf mother tree when the curse and strong soldier are activated at the same time. The time is short, only 30 seconds. Just like killing the Flame Demon King, you have to beat him once and for all. Without Muxian, Lin Moyu became much more flexible. Shuttle back and forth between the giant leaves, and in a blink of an eye, the distance from the Centifera tree is only 200 meters. This distance is almost enough. At this time, countless vines grew from the giant leaf mother tree. Each vine was more than 1 meter in diameter, and they were drawn over overwhelmingly. Lin Moyu was once drawn by it, and his skeleton armor shattered directly. He knows how powerful this rattan is. With a little finger, the curse of aging is issued. The giant leaf mother tree was affected, and its speed suddenly slowed down. The moment the curse was launched, Lin Moyu unleashed the undead army. All the undead corps were dispatched, and the skeleton mad mage and sharpshooter spread wildly around. They flew into the air one by one, forming a three-dimensional encirclement. The skeleton berserker rushed forward frantically. Nuoma Zhao, thousands of skeleton berserkers fly up, 200 meters away, and arrive in an instant. The giant leaf mother tree was affected by the curse, and the normal attack movement slowed down. But Lin Moyu knew that for an existence like this, the influence of the curse would not be too great, and it definitely had the ability to break through the curse. But Lin Moyu didn't give it a chance. The soul flame in the left hand is beating, and the bone prison in the right hand has been thrown out. The giant leaf mother tree paused, and dense white bones grew from its body. The moment it was restrained, all the vines fell down and lost their movement. Even the giant leaves fell off. Its abilities are interrupted by the bone prison. But in the next second, the prison of bones began to crack. The soul flame descended, and the huge body of the giant leaf mother tree trembled, obviously very anxious. The bone prison lasted for another half a second. The bone prison lasted for 1.5 seconds in total, and interrupted its skills. 1.5 seconds is enough for Lin Moyu to complete the arrangement. At this time, the skeleton berserkers were already in place, and a total of 9,000 skeleton berserkers either surrounded it or climbed on it. The back of the hand glows and heats up. Strong soldier, the skill is activated suddenly. Among all the skills of Lin Moyu, the strongest skill. It is also a skill that is only used when desperate. Strong soldiers, within 30 seconds, all basic attributes of self and summoned objects will be increased by 200%, and the damage caused by all attacks will be increased by an additional 500%. 1 hour cooldown. In these 30 seconds, Lin Moyu and his undead army will be full of fighting power. When the enhanced skills are activated, all elemental liches appear at the same time. A series of halos appeared at the feet of the skeletons, and the defense power of the skeletons was enhanced, and their speed became faster. The giant leaf mother tree suddenly burst into flames. A thunderbolt fell overhead. There is also ice on the body. And at the moment when Lin Moyu finished these things, giant leaf mother tree just shattered the bone prison. The bone prison's damage reduction trait also disappears. At the same time, the axes of the skeleton berserkers fell with red light. The elemental explosion and the marksman's sharp arrow also erupted at this moment. Lin Moyu calculated everything to the extreme, accurate to 0.1 second. At this moment, the undead army broke out an astonishing attack power. The last time I did this was when I was dealing with the Flame Demon Lord. This time it was even worse, and the elemental lich was added. At the same time as the undead army launched an attack, Lin Moyu also opened his bow left and right, with the soul flame in his left hand and the poisonous star burst in his right hand. Soul flame interrupts skills, causing severe pain. The highly poisonous starburst poisoned the giant leaf mother tree, curbing its recovery ability. In the first second when the battle really started, Lin Moyu did everything. Giant leaf mother 920 tree, a scream that shocked the ground broke out. Who said plants can't call? Now it does. The cry was dull and hoarse, and Lin Moyu felt very uncomfortable hearing it, as if his heart would stop beating. The instant attack directly caused it to be severely injured. In the second, the giant leaf mother tree, which turned green due to poisoning, began to fight back in anger. Countless vines flew out, entangled the skeleton warriors wrapped around it one after another. Ability, Death Coil. The number of vines is terrifying, not only flying out of it, but also the big tree vines rushing out from the ground. The number far exceeds that of the undead army. A large number of giant leaves flew up and flew towards the skeleton archmage and divine archer in the air. That posture was like trying to wipe out Lin Moyu's undead army. It does have the ability to do just that. Whether it is Rattan or giant leaves, the number exceeds the undead army. Lin Moyu changed from a group fight to being surrounded almost instantly. A piece of solidified Vulcan blood appeared in Lin Moyu's hand. The skill is activated, and the flames soar into the sky. A flaming lich exuding the breath of a god appeared. As soon as the flame lich appeared, the flames on giant leaf mother tree became even more frightening. This time there was a god-level breath in the flames, and the damage was greater than before. Giant leaf mother tree trembled again. The flaming lich flew to the giant leaf mother tree at an extremely fast speed. The distance of 200 meters is reached in an instant. The flame lich is fast, and the giant leaf mother tree moves faster, and the vines are all out to trap the flame lich. But in less than 0.1 seconds, the lime lich rushed out. The flames on it carried god-level power, far more powerful than the flames brought by the halo. The flaming lich rushed to the giant leaf mother tree and bumped into it head-on. The whole person sticks to the giant leaf mother tree, and at the same time gives it the god-level flame on his body. 2 seconds later, there was a loud bang. The extremely gorgeous explosion completely lit up the space. A huge sun seemed to appear on the earth. The flame spread instantly, rushing towards the earth in all directions, and the land with a radius of several kilometers turned into a sea of flames. All the huge leaves in the air burned and fell in an instant. The vines were also consumed and burned by the flames. All the skeleton berserkers regained their freedom at this moment. Lin Moyu specially selected the largest piece of solidified Vulcan blood, and the elemental lich he summoned was also the strongest. Giant leaf mother tree has turned into a fire tree, burning blazingly on the ground. But Lin Moyu didn't take it lightly, because he didn't receive the kill information at all. The next moment, giant leaf mother tree suddenly moved. It jumped up violently, and its speed was extremely fast, with a jump of tens of thousands of meters. The flame was gradually extinguished while it was jumping, and Lin Moyu saw that it had been burned bare, scorched all over, and looked extremely miserable. Even level 60 bosses have the instinct to escape, not to mention this level 86 world boss. The total time before and after was only 4 seconds. In the first second, he was directly injured by Lin Moyu's calculation, and in the fourth second, the flame lich blew himself up with a nearly god-level attack. After 2 strokes, it almost died, and naturally wanted to escape. The life-saving instinct made it run away quickly, and Lin Moyu also turned around and left, also running away quickly. How can Lin Moyu catch up, let alone fail to catch up? Even if you catch up, 30 seconds must have passed. Without a strong post-state, you are just a dish. The two moved away from each other in opposite directions, and in the blink of an eye they completely lost sight of each other. Lin Moyu does not stop stepping, and keeps flying in the air. At this moment, every second counts. He was worried that, Akbai, giant leaf mother tree, would turn around and come back. After all, it is a level 86 world boss, and its recovery ability is quite terrifying. Even with the highly poisonous starburst used in a strong state, Lin Moyu feels that it is impossible to curb its recovery ability for a long time. After flying for several minutes, and flying a distance of hundreds of kilometers, I was slightly relieved. Looking at the ground that had completely changed under his feet, Lin Moyu felt that he should have left the opponent's sphere of influence. I didn't expect to meet a level 86 world boss when I first arrived in the deep world. This kind of good luck is no one else. Lin Moyu once wondered, did Antares do this on purpose? Kill me, what good will it do you? Lin Moyu thought about it in his heart, and felt that Antares' actions might not be too high. Suddenly, Lin Moyu quickly landed down, and then found a rock to hide. He held his breath, and the breath of his whole body was completely restrained. Not long after Lin Moyu landed, a giant python flew past where he was just now. A giant python that is more than 100 meters long. It's normal to be able to fly, and many bosses over level 70 can fly. The key is that there is a pair of claws on the abdomen of the giant python, and there seems to be a pair of sharp horns on the top of the head. Lin Moyu was a little stunned when he saw it. Why does this giant python look so much like the Jiao in Chinese mythology? In Chinese mythology, snakes and pythons can transform into dragons if they have achieved success in cultivation. This just looks alike. Lin Moyu didn't use detection, so he can only guess. He didn't dare to use the detection technique. The detection technique was bound to attract the other party's attention. Now, strength soldiers, skill is also in cooling state, Lin Moyu, and self-knowledge. In this state, let alone 85, 86 level boss. Even if there is an 80th level Lord boss, it is enough to drink a pot by himself. What's more, looking at the opponent's body shape and feeling the opponent's breath is not much worse than the giant leaf mother tree. Seeing that it went away and didn't find himself, Lin Moyu was relieved. What the hell is this place? Why are there bosses everywhere? The lower space that the teacher said doesn't seem to be so dangerous. In Baishan's courtyard, Bai Yuan has been back for a few days. He didn't take it seriously when he heard that Lin Moyu had gone to the ancient battlefield. He knew about it early on. But today, he was suddenly upset, as if something bad was about to happen. Old Meng, I'm a little upset. Did something happen to Xiao Yu in the ancient battlefield? Meng Anwen chuckled, if you care about it, you will be in chaos. With Xiao Yu's strength, let alone the core area, even the lower space, as long as it's not those few places, nothing will happen. Bai Yuan knew it was true, and he also knew Lin Moyu's strength. But he was still restless in his heart, and he couldn't calm down after drinking a few sips of tea. Old Meng, feel it. Lin Moyu wears the teleportation stone given by Meng Anwen, and there will be a connection with the god Xiata. Even if Lin Moyu puts the teleportation stone in the storage space, he can't stop this feeling. Meng Anwen couldn't do anything about Bai Yuan, so he summoned the god Xiata and sensed it carefully. Feeling it, his face suddenly became ugly. Seeing this, Bai Yuan asked, what's wrong? Meng Anwen sensed it carefully for a while. Xiao Yu really went to the lower space. Bai Yuan asked, can you sense where it is in the lower space? In the lower space, except for a few special places, Lin Moyu is not too dangerous. The key is the Abyssal Demon and the Dragon Clan. If you encounter some 80-something Abyssal Demons and Dragons, I'm afraid there will still be trouble. Meng Anwen sensed it carefully. His face was still not very good. It seems to be near the Wild Continent. Bai Yuan jumped up violently. Send me to the deep space. Hurry up. Lin Moyu didn't really understand the lower space. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan also thought it was too early, so they didn't talk to Lin Moyu about the lower space. The lower space is slightly different from the upper space. The world in the lower space is composed of several continents. Between each continent is either a boundless ocean or an endless void. Getting from one continent to another requires the use of various methods. There are powerful sea monsters in the ocean and flying monsters in the sky. Some endless voids are forbidden and cannot fly. The environment of the lower space is far worse and more complicated than that of the upper space. According to Meng Anwen's induction, the continent where Lin Moyu is now is called the Wild Continent. This is a paradise for monsters. There are many scary monsters everywhere in the boss. Generally, top professionals with a level of more than 70 will not go at all. Only some top professionals will form a team to take risks, kill bosses, and harvest equipment. Even with Lin Moyu's strength, it would be quite dangerous to fall into it. It was precisely because Bai Yuan was so anxious. The first thing he thought of was going to the deep space, looking for the space-time passage in the deep space, going to the lower space, and then rushing to the wild continent to find Lin Moyu. Meng Anwen looked at Bai Yuan, but didn't do anything. Bai Yuan was anxious, and urged, "Why are you standing there? Arrange the teleportation quickly." Meng Anwen shook his head and sighed softly, "What's the rush? There's no use for you to go. Listen to me, don't go." Bai Yuan stared blankly at Meng Anwen. "Why?" Meng Anwen said, If you care about it, you will be confused. Don't forget what Xiao Yu is doing on the ancient battlefield. It is to find the person who made a deal to deliver things for the God of Righteousness. Then think about it again, why Xiao Yu appeared in the lower space. It must be the one who moved the hand and sent Xiao Yu to the lower space. This must be some kind of deal between the two. Let me ask you, do you and I have the ability to send Xiao Yu to the lower space? Lin Moyu is only level 50 now, and logically speaking, it is impossible to enter the lower space. Even Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan didn't have the ability to send him there. The only human being who can do this kind of thing is the old man in the Creation Seminary. Bai Yuan shook his head instinctively, he really couldn't do it. Meng Anwen said, "If that's the case, then the answer will come out. Xiao Yu didn't accidentally enter the lower space. So you don't have to worry about Xiao Yu's safety. With that person around, Xiao Yu will be fine. Even if you go, you may not be able to bring Xiao Yu back, and you may even offend that person. Understand?" Meng Anwen had already analyzed this point. How could Bai Yuan not understand? Meng Anwen persuaded Bai Yuan and made Bai Yuan calm down. "Although there is still some uneasiness in my heart, at least I will not act rashly again." It has to be said that Meng Anwen's analysis is very reasonable, and there is no problem in logic. But this time, his analysis was wrong. Bai Yuan asked, "Tell me, what is the reason Cha Shen asked Xiao Yu to send the girl there?" Meng Anwen chuckled, "Why else, for resurrection. The God of Righteousness was level 98 back then, a half-step super god, and can be said to be comparable to the old man. If he wants to be resurrected, even the old man doesn't have the ability. There is only one who can resurrect a half-step super god." Meng Anwen said, "Maybe in the near future, our human race will have another half-step super god. It's just that it's a good thing or a bad thing, it's hard to say." Bai Yuan thought for a moment. In general, it should be considered a good thing, at least the strength of the human race will increase a lot. One more half-step super god is more useful than 10 more gods. Why? I hope so. Meng Anwen sighed softly. The ancient battlefield, the lower space, and the wild continent. Lin Moyu doesn't know the name of his location. He left the territory of the giant leaf mother tree and avoided the flying dragon that flew away. I have realized that the area I am in is unusual and extremely unsafe. He restrained all his breath and acted cautiously here. The area where it is located is full of rocks. Small stones are taller than people, and big stones are like hills, which can be more than 100 meters high. They are either mountains or rocks, huge rocks. The shapes of the stones are all kinds of strange. Some stones are extremely sharp at both ends. In the middle is a fat bulge. There are some monsters living here, and Lin Moyu has seen a few from afar. If you can avoid it, choose to avoid it. Most of these monsters are in the form of snakes, and Lin Moyu hit the small ones for the purpose. It's like right, the dwarf giant leaf tree, which caused the giant leaf mother tree. At this moment, he somewhat missed the purification potion. These monsters are obviously sensitive to breath, and Lin Moyu was almost discovered several times. It's not being seen, but the breath on the body is sensed. It will be much better if there is a purifying potion on the body to purify all the messy odors on the body. Lin Moyu walks among the rocks, and his mental power spreads out like flowing water, allowing him to detect the existence of monsters in time and avoid them in time. The temperature is gradually increasing. In the territory of giant leaf dwarf trees before, the temperature was extremely low, not exceeding 10 degrees. And now it's at least 20 degrees upwards, and the temperature continues to rise as it advances. In the distance, Lin Moyu saw streaks of light green smoke slowly flying up into the sky, forming a column of air. The air column forms a green air mass in mid-air, which lingers for a long time. A slightly fishy smell began to fill the air. The stench seemed to cover up Lin Moyu's smell as an outsider, but it greatly reduced his sense of existence and reduced the possibility of being discovered. Lin Moyu is considering whether to go there. An unusual environment will inevitably have an unusual weight. Lin Moyu doesn't know whether the past is safe or it will be more dangerous. After hesitating for a few seconds, Lin Moyu decided to take a look. But not by himself, but with the skeleton. A skeleton berserker appeared beside him without a sound, and then ran towards the place where the green smoke was rising. 0, asking for flowers, 0. From the perspective of the skeleton berserker, although it cannot be compared with what he saw with his own eyes, at least he can get a rough idea. With an inevitable clicking sound, the skeleton battle immediately attracted the attention of some monsters. There are no other kinds of monsters here except snakes. Big and small, different thickness and length, and different types of snakes. After hearing the sound, many monsters got out one by one and followed the soldiers to swim. It looked like a skeleton berserker pulling monsters. The skeleton berserker ran fast, completely ignoring the group of snakes chasing after him. It faithfully carried out Lin Moyu's order and went to the place where the green smoke rose. Lin Moyu suddenly discovered something different from what he had imagined. Many snakes that were chasing the skeleton berserker suddenly stopped. As the skeleton berserker got closer and closer to where the green smoke was, more and more snakes stopped. Lin Moyu found that the smallest snake was the first to stop. The bigger the body, the later it stops. After the snake group stopped, they still stared at the skeleton berserker, but did not take half a step forward. That is to say, the smaller the snake, the more afraid it is to approach the green smoke. There seems to be a very clear hierarchy. Because Lin Moyu didn't use the detection technique, he could only be distinguished from his body shape. Generally speaking, the bigger the body, the higher the level and the stronger the strength. The stronger the strength, the closer to the green smoke. Lin Moyu became more and more curious about what was in the green smoke that made these snakes dare not approach. In this way, as long as he can run to Luyin, wouldn't he be able to get rid of these snakes? In the sensory world of the skeleton berserker, he finally saw green smoke. But at this time, there were only 2 snakes chasing after it. These 2 figures are both more than 10 meters tall, and they belong to the Ju Wuxuang type among the many snakes. It is not surprising if the boss grows like this. It is very strange for ordinary monsters to be so huge. The green smoke came out of one side of the pool, and there was smoke and green smoke rising from the pool. The moment he saw the green smoke, the skeleton berserker's body was suddenly covered with a layer of green, and he suffered some damage. Poisoned? Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback. The skeleton berserker was actually poisoned, and the poison was not weak. The last 2 big snakes also stopped. They didn't seem to want to get close to the green pool, and stopped at a place where they would be poisoned if they moved forward. There seems to be an invisible line that separates the toxic and non-toxic areas. The skeleton berserker has been poisoned, and he can't take it back even if he wants to. Fortunately, there is a comprehensive connection, and the damage suffered by the skeleton berserker is shared by all the undead. There will be no danger in the short term. Lin Moyu simply let it continue to approach and take a closer look. In this area of piles of rubble, such a poisonous green water pool suddenly appeared. Lin Moyu always felt a little mysterious and unusual. In the barren world except for the chaotic rocks, a pool of green water suddenly appeared, emitting poisonous smoke and filled with poisonous gas. Odd and unusual. Especially the reactions of these monsters, even more so. Monsters with more than 70 levels, even if they are just ordinary monsters, still have a trace of instinct. Their instincts allow them to sense danger and not seek death. The closer the skeleton got to the water pool, the poison in it gradually deepened, and the damage became greater and greater. The pool is only 10 meters in radius, so it can be called a pool, or a small pond. Inside is green venom, bubbling nonstop. The more central the position, the darker the color and the stronger the toxicity. The most central place has turned dark ink, green to black and purple. The skeleton stood on the edge of the pool and looked around. There was nothing around, not a single living thing. Not to mention living things, there is not even a single boulder. It seems that even the stones have been corroded. The stone here is strong, far stronger than steel. Lin Moyu has no ability to destroy them, and feels that the stones are harder than the earth in the core area of the upper space. But it is clear that the toxins accumulated over the years have destroyed these 880 stones. All monsters are far away from here, not even daring to approach. Where the toxicity permeates, it is a place of death. The water at the edge of the pool is light green and a little transparent, so you can see the bottom of the water. Through some light, Lin Moyu saw that there seemed to be something under the water. Something that can exist in poisonous water. The skeleton squatted down and put his fingers into the water tank. Thorn. Green smoke rose, and a large amount of toxins poured in. The pool water is far more poisonous than the smoke outside. The skeleton suffered a lot of damage immediately. The damage is transferred to all undead simultaneously. There are more than 27,000 brothers to help share it, making it ignore the existence of the poison in a short period of time. The skeleton hand reached into the pool, aimed at the thing Lin Moyu saw earlier, and took it out. Under the water is a crystal clear crystal. There was a little shock in Lin Moyu's eyes. Very poisonous crystal. It is the highly poisonous crystal he once obtained from the earth-touching dragon god. It never had a chance to be found afterwards. Unexpectedly, I got another piece here, and it took no effort to get it. Looking at the water pool, the highly toxic crystals are not in one piece. And the closer to the center, the greater the number. Even Lin Moyu feels that it is very likely that there will be legendary poisonous elemental materials in the center. After the skeleton took out the highly poisonous crystal, the snake monster that had stopped outside suddenly moved. They stood up one after another, and pairs of snake eyes stared at the highly poisonous crystal in the skeleton's hands, showing eagerness. Obviously, they really want to get the highly poisonous crystals, but they are afraid of the poisonous smoke and dare not approach them. But even if they get close, the highly poisonous crystals are under the pool, and they can't get them. Don't even dare to get close, let alone enter the water. The toxicity in the water is much stronger than the poisonous smoke. Lin Moyu ignored the snake monsters. He was thinking about another question. Would you like to go to the center of the poison pool to see what's inside? And how to bring back the highly poisonous crystals? It's not difficult to kill these monsters, but the hard part is whether they will attract boss. Lin Moyu didn't dare to underestimate the 100-meter flying dragon. If there is a fight, it will definitely be another desperate fight. At this time, the ground suddenly shook a few times, making a muffled roar. It was as if something had exploded underground. All of a sudden, there was a lot of rustling in the ears. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes suddenly, and found that all the snake monsters in this area were dispatched collectively. Dense monsters came out from under the stones, from the corners, and from the cracks. Crawling fast on the ground, they have only one target, and that is the poison pool. What happened? Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed, and his scalp felt numb. As far as the eye can see, there are too many basilisks, more than 10,000. I'm afraid there are more than 100,000. He firmly restrained his own breath and did not make any movement. At this time, the basilisks of different sizes all ran in the direction of the poisonous pool. Lin Moyu knew that something must have happened, and it should be related to the shock just now. Basilisks are monsters over level 70, and they are fast. In the blink of an eye, the poison pool was completely surrounded. They are also the same as before, according to their own strength, size, the positions they stand in are very hierarchical and distinct. And the skeletal berserker standing by the poisonous pool looked so abrupt. But now the basilisk's attention is not on the skeleton berserker, and even the poisonous crystal in its hand is somewhat indifferent. Almost all the basilisks looked towards the sky, as if there was something in the sky. There was nothing in the sky but dim, dappled light. A few seconds later, another muffled sound came from the ground. The muffled sound extended all the way to the poisonous pool, and the water surface in the poisonous pool suddenly began to rise and fall. First, a large number of bubbles burst out, and the poisonous gas was several times stronger than before. Then the bubbles disappeared at the same time, and the water surface sank slightly. This continued for several seconds. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the poisonous water in the poison pool rushed into the sky like a fountain. A large number of highly poisonous crystals were brought out and fell in all directions. The basilisk started to go crazy, and they jumped up one after another to snatch the highly poisonous crystals. Lin Moyu didn't let the skeleton berserker make any moves, and let the poisonous water sprinkle on his body, making a piercing sound, accompanied by thick light smoke. The poisonous water is mixed with highly poisonous crystals, falling like raindrops. Snake monsters are obviously afraid of poisonous water, but they have gone crazy for the poisonous crystallization. More than 100,000 basilisks frantically wrestled together, competing for the highly poisonous crystals. A basilisk flew high and swallowed a fist-sized highly poisonous crystal into its stomach. In less than half a second, another huge basilisk swallowed it together. There are also those who are lucky. After swallowing the highly poisonous crystals, they quickly move away and escape quickly. No matter how many people of the same kind are chasing after them, they never look back. After a while, its body glowed, its shape became bigger, and its strength became stronger. The highly toxic crystals have been digested and played a role. It turned around and continued to compete for the crystallization of other drama countries. Lin Moyu was shocked to see this fight was so naked. In order to upgrade, no one of the same kind is ignored. Boom! Another water column soared into the sky, spraying out a large amount of highly poisonous crystals again. The basilisk was once again in contention. A poisonous crystal fell beside the skeleton, and the skeleton picked it up. The skeleton walked along the edge of the poison pool and picked up 7 highly poisonous crystals. There is a piece of pure land next to the poisonous pool. No matter how fierce the basilisk fights, they never get close to the poisonous pool. The poison pool sprayed out several times in a row, and then sprayed out a large number of highly poisonous crystals. The highly poisonous crystals in the skeleton's hands have reached 10 pieces. The only problem now is how to make it bring back the poisonous crystals. The outside is full of basilisks, and as long as the skeletons dare to come out, they will inevitably end up being swallowed. Unless Lin Moyu takes action and kills all these basilisks. After erupting 5 times in a row, Lei Siping regained his composure. But at this time, there was another muffled sound in the ground, which was heavier than before. Lin Moyu was startled. It seems it's not over yet. Suddenly, the sky darkened. The already dark sky became even darker. The basilisk, which was fighting desperately, also fell silent in an instant. At some point in the sky, a huge monster appeared. The flying Jiao that Lin Moyu had seen before, it has arrived. It lowered its head, looking at the countless basilisks that had died and injured in the competition for the highly poisonous crystals, with disdain in its eyes. Then it saw the skeleton standing by the poisonous pool. A trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes, and he opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The skeleton was sucked in uncontrollably. The skeleton fell into its mouth. It shut its mouth and bit it, and the terrifying force acted on the skeleton. With a click, the skeleton instantly fell apart. 4.1. The skeleton died, and it just got the poisonous crystal and dropped it. Lin Moyu had expected this result a long time ago. It's really an unreasonable way of attack. The full connection talent lost its effect again, which made Lin Moyu very helpless. These bosses always have 1 or 2 skills, ignoring their own talents. It can only be said that these monsters are too strong, not that their instantaneous attack power is too strong, making it too late for their talents to be used. It is to have some unique abilities that can surpass one's own talents. Fei Jiao took 2 bites and found that the skeleton was not tasty, so he spat it out again. Boom! A fountain exploded in the center of the poison pool, and the scale was larger than before. In the fountain, Lin Moyu saw a mass of green matter. It looks like concentrated venom, which is deeper and more powerful than highly poisonous crystals. Exudes a terrifying poisonous elemental atmosphere. It seems to be some kind of poisonous element material, at least it is also a legendary existence. At this moment, he had the urge to snatch it. To grab or not to grab? This is a problem. Poisonous water billows like a fountain. That piece of poisonous elemental material, which is at least legendary level, spewed out along with the poisonous water. Flying Jiao's eyes were completely focused on it. Needless to say, the Flying Jiao's purpose here is for it. A breeze flew by without a sound. The essence of the poisonous god. Poison god's essence blood, used by poisonous occupations, it can greatly increase the probability of occupational sublimation at the third turn. Can also be used to enhance poison skills. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed suddenly. The blood of the poisonous god. The blood essence of the gods, and it's not the solidified kind. To grab or not to grab? This question has an answer after 0.1 seconds. Rob. The lightning undead wing appeared behind him, and Lin Moyu rushed over like lightning. Since he was going to snatch it, he no longer had any scruples, and directly threw a detection technique at Fei Jiao. Since you want to fight, you should first know yourself and your enemy. Poisonous Dragon, World-Class Boss. Level, 85. Power, 1500000. Agility, 170000. C, 100000. Physique, 170000. Skills, Death Bite, Ruthless Devourer, Terrorist Venom. Characteristics, physical damage reduced by 50%, poison element damage reduced by 85%. A level 85 world-class boss has a total of 5.9 million attributes, which is 300,000 less than the attributes of the giant leaf mother tree. However, its agility is high, and it is estimated to be very flexible. It's not like the giant leaf mother tree standing there, allowing itself to attack. If you want to fight, first limit its 0-2 flexibility. Lin Moyu decided to play the same way against the giant leaf mother tree. Use the Strong Soldier skill to cause huge damage in a short time. See if you can beat it away, even. After all, its resilience is not as good as that of the giant leaf mother tree, and it doesn't have the ability to strengthen vitality, so I still have a chance. Very Poisonous Dragon, seeing Lin Moyu, disdain appeared in his eyes, and he opened his mouth to inhale, immediately wanting to suck away the blood of the poisonous god. Since Lin Moyu did it, how could he be sucked away by it? Otherwise, what's the point of doing it himself? A little right hand, skill, Curse of Aging. The curse came, and the movements of Poisonous Flood Dragon suddenly slowed down. But this was not enough. Lin Moyu's left hand was beating with flames. Skill, Soul Flame. Very Poisonous Jiao suddenly let out a scream, and the suction was cut off instantly. Skeleton archmages appeared densely and began to attack. The elemental explosion exploded on Poisonous Jiao. Very Poisonous Jiao, the whole body emits green light, and the poisonous gas permeates, keeping the elemental explosion at bay. With its defense power, the elemental explosion under the Curse of Aging state is not enough to break the defense. Lin Moyu's purpose was not to injure it, but to block its sight. The target he let the skeleton archmage aim at was also the eyes of the Poisonous Flood Dragon. In the final analysis, the purpose is to delay time. Very Poisonous Dragon reacted very quickly. Even though it was blocked for a while, it could still find the parking lot of the poisonous god's blood. He opened his mouth and bit it. Since I can't suck it away, I will swallow it myself. Lin Moyu once again launched the skill with one finger. Poisonous Jiao froze in midair for an instant. The body is covered with dense white bones, and the bone prison binds it in midair. In just half a second, the bones on its body began to rot. A second later, the bone prison completely collapsed. The Very Poisonous Jiao has extremely powerful toxicity, which can corrode everything. The Dungeon of Bones can only last for a second, But for Lin Moyu, 1 second is long enough. 2 blocks before and after, a total delay of more than 2 seconds. In more than 2 seconds, Lin Moyu has already flown over 1,400 meters and arrived in front of Poisonous Dragon. Lin Moyu flew in front of the poisonous god Jingxue, waved his hand, and put it into the storage space. The essence and blood were robbed, and the very poisonous Jiao, who had just broken free from the bondage, immediately let out an angry cry. In its eyes, the guy who looked like an ant dared to snatch his own things. Seeing the duck with its beak flying away, Poisonous Flood Dragon was completely enraged. It opened its mouth suddenly, bursting out with amazing suction. Lin Moyu was sucked in immediately. Its eyes were bloodthirsty, and the densely packed fangs in its mouth were shining with poison, wanting to bite Lin Moyu into pieces. Lin Moyu was very calm and did not panic at all. The rune on the back of the hand flashed, and the Strength Soldier's skill, which had been cooled down for a long time, was suddenly activated. Pushed the combat power of Lin Moyu and the undead army to the peak. The skeleton archmage and the marksman launched a full-scale attack on the mouth of the venomous dragon. In the Strength Soldier skill state, the damage has increased by more than 10 times. Break the defense instantly. Very Poisonous Flood Dragon was beaten with his head up, and the suction force was also interrupted. Lin Moyu released all the skeleton berserkers at this time. Also released are all elemental liches. Suddenly, halos appeared under the skeleton's feet. All of a sudden, the audience sparked with lightning. The target of the halo is not only Venomous Flood Dragon, but also some nearby basilisks. The range of the aura can be a kilometer. The skeleton archmage and the divine shot are relatively far behind, and their aura will also cover some basilisks. At the moment when the skeleton berserker appeared, Lin Moyu pointed out again. Use the bone prison a second time. Skeleton prison is not an offensive skill, and is not affected by the strong soldier skill. Still only 1 second can be won for Lin Moyu. But that's enough. This second is what he needs, and this second is enough for the skeleton berserker to pounce on it. A total of 9,000 skeleton berserkers pounced on the very poisonous dragon, like wolves, regardless of the severe poison, directly swung the axe to explode skills. With the experience of fighting against giant leaf mother trees, Lin Moyu knows very well how to deal with enemies of this level. Just beat them to death with a stick, don't give them any chance. As long as you let them slow down, you will be the one who dies. When the axe fell, exactly 1 second ended, and the prison of bones shattered. Very Poisonous Flood Dragon, the solid scales on its body were chopped into pieces, and the pieces flew across the body. Very Poisonous Flood Dragon suddenly burst into a terrifying scream. The concentrated fire of 9,000 skeleton berserkers hit it hard. The strongest skill has entered cooldown, and the skeleton berserker has completed its mission. The skeleton berserker turned around and flew towards the group of basilisk monsters. In the state of strong soldier, these ordinary basilisks would not be the opponents of the skeleton berserkers at all. No skills are required, killing them is like chickens. Very Poisonous Flood Dragon suddenly counterattacked amidst screams. Spit out a large amount of venom. Lin Moyu's complexion changed drastically, and he immediately pulled up to avoid it. Some skeleton berserkers did not avoid being sprayed by the venom, and immediately rotted all over their bodies, and died in less than a second. The poison attribute is too strong, and it doesn't give talent any chance at all. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat suddenly. He seemed to understand why his talent was boring. An answer popped up in his mind, and Lin Moyu felt that it should be the correct answer. The skeleton berserkers scattered quickly, but many of them were still sprayed with venom and died instantly. This time, more than 1,000 skeleton berserkers died. After spraying the venom, Very Poisonous Flood Dragon emitted green energy from his body, and the wound was recovering rapidly. Lin Moyu's complexion changed, and the fire in Lin Moyu's hand flashed. Using the solidified Vulcan blood, he once again summoned the God-level Flame Lich. The God-level Flaming Lich appeared and quickly rushed towards the Very Poisonous Flood Dragon. Very Poisonous Dragon immediately spit venom towards the Flame Lich. The flame which 620 rises from the body of a nearly god-level flame. The venom had burned into gas before it got close. In order to prevent it from escaping, Lin Moyu used the bone prison for the third time. But this time the bone prison didn't work at all. The white bones crumbled before they had time to weave. Very poisonous Jiao, the poison gas on his body has formed an invisible shield. After suffering 2 big losses from the bone prison, very poisonous Jiao has mastered the corresponding method of targeting. The bone prison completely loses its restrictive effect. It's really hard to deal with. Try this. Lin Moyu thought to himself. The fire in his hand jumped, and the soul flame appeared again. Very poisonous flood dragon roared sharply, opened its mouth and sucked in fiercely. Completely different suction than before. Before, it was just a casual inhalation, which was a normal attack. Now the skill is activated. Skill, Ruthless Devour. The terrifying suction force swept through like a whirlwind. The skeleton berserker who had just left flew backwards at a faster speed. Even the flaming lich that was flying over was no exception. It was sucked in by the very poisonous flood dragon. Originally, Lin Moyu was about to let him taste the soul flame that had been strengthened by more than 10 times, but now he stopped immediately when he saw it. You dare to swallow it, why don't you think about it? Lin Moyu murmured to himself, counting down in his heart, and at the same time quickly moved away. 3, 2. Very poisonous flood dragon, the skill that is still being activated continuously attracts the skeleton berserker. The skeleton berserker heard it the most just now, and it also hated it the most. Lin Moyu is already moving away, and the countdown in his mouth is over. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering loud noise, flames soared into the sky from poisonous Jiao's body. The flame lich exploded inside it. At this time, some skeleton berserkers had rushed into the group of basilisks and began to massacre. The fire illuminated the ground, and a huge fireball appeared in the air. The screams were deafening. The skeleton berserker turned a blind eye and continued to kill the basilisk. In the state of strong soldiers, plus the aging curse given by Lin Moyu. These ordinary monsters of more than 70 levels are extremely fragile. They are not bosses, and their vitality is far less powerful than bosses. The attributes are even more different, one after another fell under the axe of the skeleton berserker. Lin Moyu ignored the very poisonous Jiao that was burning in the air and flew down. There was a roaring sound from the big leaves. The basilisks are too dense, and just one burst of corpses will cause countless deaths and injuries. Then a large number of corpses were thrown into the air, and directly beside, poisonous flood dragon. Lin Moyu volleyed and detonated. Explosions engulfed the poisonous flood dragon. Lin Moyu knows very well how strong the world-class boss at level 85 is. Even though the skeleton berserker had severely damaged it with its concentrated fire skills, it was later exploded from the body because of swallowing the flame lich. And there were also continuous attacks from the skeleton archmage and the marksman. Under many combinations, Lin Moyu still thinks that it is not enough to kill it. The corpse exploded, and it would become the last sharp sword in Lin Moyu's hand, the sharp sword that killed it. A level 7 corpse bursts, 24 times the life value of the corpse. Plus the 500% damage enhancement of the Strength Soldier skill and the increase of the Curse of Aging. The skill damage exceeded 100 times the life value of the corpse, reaching an unprecedented level. In one after another explosion, the flames dispersed. Lin Moyu saw the extremely miserable-looking poisonous flood dragon. His whole body was scorched black, and there was not a single piece of good meat on his body from the inside to the outside. The lich's self-destruction is carried out in its body, which does great damage to it. The poisonous mist on its body has been completely blown away, losing its defensive layer. It screamed and turned around to flee. Lin Moyu didn't intend to let it go this time. The moment it started, the soul flame fell. Very poisonous flood dragon finally tasted what real pain is. The pain from the soul, 10 times the soul burning before. It screamed and fell from the air, hitting the ground directly. The skeletal berserkers had already made their preparations, and they flew over one by one, grabbing the corpses of the basilisks, and landed on the body of the poisonous flood dragon. At the same time, Lin Moyu ordered the skeleton berserkers and the venomous dragon to act. At least 2,000 skeleton berserkers were swallowed by it just now. Originally, these skeleton berserkers should all die, under the skill of very poisonous flood dragon. There is an extremely strong venom in the body of very poisonous Jiao, which is enough to kill a skeleton berserker. But when it was bombed by the Flame Lich, its skills were interrupted, and Guoya was incinerated. The Flame Lich's self-destruction is ignoring the enemy. While injuring the very poisonous dragon, it is also enough to kill the skeleton berserker. At this time, the undead aura of the undead lich played a role. Aura of immortality. All members of the undead army will not die when they receive a fatal blow for the first time, and the aura will restore 50% of their vitality. Halo cooling time, 24 hours. In the explosion, the halo exploded, pulling the skeleton berserker back from death. So at this moment, there are still more than 2,000 skeleton berserkers living in the body of venomous flood dragon. And it is a skeleton berserker with the state of strong soldier. This is also one of the reasons why Lin Moyu thinks he can kill poisonous flood dragon. When these skeletal berserkers made a move, they immediately caused terrifying damage to the very poisonous flood dragon in their bodies. Very poisonous dragon rolling on the ground, the severe pain made it unable to take off and fight back. Lin Moyu's eyes were solemn, and he continued to detonate the corpse. Violent explosions followed one after another. Lin Moyu shot left and right, and in just 20 seconds, 100 basilisk corpses were triggered. Very poisonous Jiao was completely blown out of shape. Before dying, it took a look at Lin Moyu. It never thought that it would die at the hands of such a little guy. He whimpered twice, and finally closed his eyes. Kill the poisonous dragon, experience plus. Obtain the poisonous dragon dagger. Obtain poisonous dragon heavy armor. Acquire poisonous spar. Obtain the poison god stone. Poisonous dragon dagger, quasi-legendary weapon, all attributes plus 80,000, assassin professional skill increase plus 150%. Additional skills, deadly poison. Deadly poison, the attack is accompanied by poisonous elements, poisoning the target, causing damage equivalent to 10,000 points of power per second, and lasting for 10 seconds. Poison damage and duration can be stacked and accumulated without upper limit. Poison Dragon Heavy Armor, Quasi-Legendary Armor, all attributes plus 50,000, all damage reduced by 20%, Poison Element Immunity increased by 50%. Toxic Spar, Legendary Material, spar full of poisonous elements, can be used to create legendary equipment. Poison God Stone, permanently increase the immunity of poisonous elements to 80% and have a chance to obtain a poisonous element skill. Quasi-legendary equipment, between legendary equipment and platinum equipment. It is also the weapon and equipment used by most professionals above level 70. After completing the third turn at level 70, the bonus of platinum level equipment is no longer enough. Unless you have the best skills, it is useless. At this time, it needs to be replaced with quasi-legendary equipment. As for the real legendary equipment, it is too difficult to obtain. Only by killing those world bosses over level 90 can you have a chance to get it. There are not many in the human race. This quasi-legendary Poison Dragon Dagger comes from a level 85 world-class boss, and its attributes are already quite powerful. Coupled with the skill of Deadly Poison, it is even more perfect. The damage of 10,000 power per second lasts for 10 seconds, which is not very strong at first glance. But it can be superimposed infinitely, there is no upper limit. This is where it gets really weird. According to the assassin's attack speed, dozens of knives per second are easy, and a lot of damage can be caused in an instant. In comparison, the Guojiao heavy armor is much inferior. There are no accompanying skills, and it is not even comparable to some platinum equipment. Incidental skills are very important for this level of equipment, very important. Toxic Spar is a legendary material, a level higher than Poisonous Crystal. Alchemists and blacksmiths can use it to create legendary equipment, but at least level 80 alchemists or blacksmiths are required. And there is no guarantee of success, and there is a high possibility of failure. There are not many alchemists and blacksmiths who have reached this level in the human race, which is one of the reasons for the scarcity of legendary equipment. But for Lin Moyu, the poisonous spar is used to summon the elemental lich. It's just that he doesn't need it now, at least after level 70. One is that the quota is full, and the other is that if it is summoned, it is very likely to self-destruct. The last harvest is the highly poisonous Godstone. Compared with highly poisonous gems, its immunity to poisonous elements has reached 80%, and it also has a chance to awaken poisonous skills. Even if there is no successful awakening of skills, 80% immunity to poison elements is enough to attract people. But now is not the time to use it, the battle is not completely over yet. After Poisonous Jiao died, more than 2,000 skeleton berserkers inside the body of Poisonous Jiao ripped it open and rushed out. There was also a flame lich who rushed out together. Compared with the skeleton berserkers who were poisoned collectively, the flame lich was not poisoned. All the toxins are burned before they get close to it. After the poisonous flood dragon died, those basilisks did not escape, but became even more excited. They seemed to have broken through the fear of the poisonous smoke, regardless of the skeleton berserkers, and rushed over frantically. Lin Moyu thought at first that they were going to avenge their leader. It was not until I saw it later that the eyes of these basilisks were shining with excitement. It was a kind of light that was more exciting than seeing poisonous crystals. Lin Moyu suddenly understood that they wanted to eat Very Poisonous Flood Dragon. Very Poisonous Flood Dragon, although he is dead, his body still has majestic energy. Eating it can make the monster evolve. Didi Zhao even became the second, Very Poisonous Jiao. Monsters after level 70 have weak intelligence and instinct. They know what to do for their own good. Lin Moyu also understood one thing: these basilisks are not afraid of poisonous smoke. They can evolve by eating highly poisonous crystals, so how could they be afraid of Lei Yin? It is estimated that Very Poisonous Jiao gave an order not to allow them to approach the poison pool. Now that Very Poisonous Flood Dragon is dead, the order will naturally become invalid. The corpse is mine, it's not your turn. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the corpse of Venomous Flood Dragon belonged to him, not these basilisks. The skeletons turned around and started massacring the basilisk. Now there are corpses that were blown up all over the place. There was no need for the skeletons to do anything. Lin Moyu tapped his fingers, and explosions swept through one after another. Kill a level 72 5-step poisonous snake, experience plus 4320000 gas. Kill level 75 green poisonous python, experience plus 4500000. Kill the level 78 blue-eyed green snake, experience plus 4680000. For a time, the experience rose like a rocket. There are countless basilisks here. They're crazy, and Lin Moyu's experience is even crazier.